This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Look, it's been a long month without you all at home, I'll be honest. I hope you missed us too. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, as we always do, we're kicking this month's finals off with the APAC region. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Ready Set, and this time Ark has decided to join us because sleep is for the weak, apparently. How you doing, bro?
Doing good, feeling fresh, got a good sleep, and really excited to get into some APAC action. It's such an enjoyable region to watch.
It's spicy. It's very close as well. Ready Set. I think that's definitely the biggest takeaway we got from last week, because we saw Crazy Raccoon knocked out in a semi-final, and a new monthly champion was crowned in Coco Loco.
Even so, though, Crazy Raccoon lead the competition so much that they could actually potentially lock in a world spot. They can make LCQ just by winning their quarterfinals match. It's absolutely remarkable that even though we're in the second to last month, we can still lock in these teams for worlds and LCQ.
Let's talk about format here, folks, and what you should be expecting if this is the first time you're tuning in for our Brawl Stars Championship. We are playing the Power Match format, kind of like your ranked games, except without those wacky modifiers. That's right, I've done away with those here. We have an 8-team single elimination bracket. You win, you advance to the next round. You lose, you go home, and you get as many points as you have sort of advanced into the tournament. That'll count. We'll talk about that in a second. Every match is best of 5 this year. So from your quarterfinals to grand finals, it'll be first to 3, essentially. We will be splitting up our quarterfinal matches. Those best of 5s will be played both here and also over on the B stream. You can check that out at event.brawlstars.com. We're going to talk a little bit more about that as well. Let's talk last month, because my goodness, Ready Set, it all went down.
This was absolutely stellar. We saw Coco Loco make this miracle run all the way to the grand finals. They started off with that match versus 3R Gaming. Then we saw Crazy Raccoon take down Master Entertainer. So their paths cross, intertwined all the way to the grand finals. And I think many of us were actually fairly confident that Crazy Raccoon would take it this month. They're the best team, as people would say in the region. Milkreal brought the energy as well.
Like, be back bro, today. What?
Well, I mean, honestly, this was such an entertaining last month to watch, but it ended with a pretty stellar ending that I don't think people were expecting. We saw Coco Loco take the entire thing.
Honestly, it wasn't even remotely close either. We wondered if Coco Loco had played their grand final already. And turns out they had, because their opponents did not come remotely close to them when they managed to get to that last match. But Ark, the point is, as we're catching everybody up on what's happening in APAC, this region is extremely close. That top 4 is hotly contested.
It's so competitive this year. It really is. 3 different monthly final champions along the way. We've had Navi being champions, as well as Crazy Raccoon, and then also last month with Coco Loco. It really is anyone's to play for. I'm looking to see a bit more from Revenant at the moment, who are just a little bit behind their LCQ spot position, but the points are so clustered in that top area as well. I think as well, you rightly say Coco Loco last month, 3-2 scorelines all the way until the grand finals. They made it look easy against rival esports in that grand final. So a lot of eyes certainly on how Coco Loco are going to perform this month as well.
Yeah, I mean, month to month, it's hard to have those consistent top performances. I think that's pretty challenging to do, but that's something that you need to achieve in order to keep these circuit points coming in. We have this month's monthly final, and we have the next one. So Ready Set, there are obviously a couple teams getting pretty close there to sort of clinching that sort of position, getting to the World Finals, or at least the LCQ. But let's talk about our matchups today, guys, because we've already had pretty grueling qualifiers, right, where Na'Vi have made an appearance finally. They actually beat Angelic in the upper bracket to get here. They're playing Gohan and Mushiroi first. funny rice is the translation. Love that. FA Nidug also were on the precipice, just on the edges of making it into the top 8 last month. They didn't do it. This time they made it through, going up against last month's champions. Talk to me about the lower half of this 8-team single in bracket.
I looked at Crazy Raccoon versus Angelic as being one of the highlight matches of the night. We saw Crazy Raccoon versus Angelic in month 1, and man, that got pretty close. We almost saw Angelic take it month 1. Nonetheless, Crazy Raccoon will have to beat them. If they want to lock in LCQ, they can do it here and now. Rival Esports EA and Revenant Esports also taking part on that lower half of the bracket. And Rival Esports EA is second in the region. They're part of that pack of teams that are in close competition, 2nd place through 4th place. But this is do or die for Revenant Esports. In order for them to just make it to LCQ, they're going to have to win basically every single match starting this month going into next month.
That is a big ask, to be honest with you, especially with how volatile this region is. Our first matchup on stream is going to be Na'Vi going up against Gohan and Moshiroi, and then after that, Crazy Raccoon will take on Angelic, 2 teams that we've seen multiple times here. The B stream is Wiggly Spoo. This time around, you can head over there and check out Coco Loco versus FA Nidug, and then he'll be covering Rival Esports EA and Revenant Esports. We'll also be sending one of us over to hang out in that B stream in between and report back on how it's all been going. You're wondering how to juggle all these streams? Where do you get access to it? Where's Wiggly Spoo's stream? Where's our stream? Event.brawlstars.com. Up in the top left corner, you can select the stream you want. You can even go for, alternate languages as well if you prefer the Japanese stream or something similar. And of course, you can get involved in all the action happening here at the BSC by voting on who you think's going to win, voting on who you think's the MVP, voting random trivia questions that come up, and that all goes towards earning you some fantastic in-game swag. I know, I'm running out of fingers, you know what I mean? And I have the normal number of digits. There are just so many damn things you can do with the platform. Oh, boys! That's not very exciting, is it? This is not exciting. All right, well, since we all said the same damn thing, I'll ask Ark just on some of his thoughts here. Looks like you feel like Coco Loco are going to pick up where they left off last month.
I've certainly got high hopes for them. I kind of, at the moment, I'm siding against them in the semis if they go to the same sort of prediction that we've got there on the screen. But I mean, I think for Navi as well, it's a really, really important month for them. So I really want to see them in the grand finals. For me, I think that they've struggled a little bit now coming back and qualifying. I think certainly a step in the right direction. As last month, that was not the case. Crazy Raccoon as well. I think that they're pretty much a safe bet. I think the quarterfinals, for me, they all seem pretty much united. But this is a region that we know can cause huge upsets along the way. So, just as much as you see on screen it being united, it may not reflect the action, but I think they're pretty safe bets for the most part.
Now, this first quarterfinal, an interesting one. Na'Vi, ready, set, didn't qualify in May after coming out in, April and winning the whole thing. They come out literally nowhere. I think they qualified. They get announced as being a team, right? I've seen like ex-reject players, Levi's on this team. Like some known quantities that represented at LCQ last year. And they come out and smash the competition. They look really, really good. And where have they been since then? What's going on with these guys? They got sick name power on this roster. They just couldn't put it together.
It's quite challenging for Navi. I mean, this has been a tough year for them, and it doesn't get any easier as we're now in the second to last month. Now, we're already familiar with Achape, Levi, and Suzuku. Suzuku, of course, since that first month, or I guess rather the second month, where formerly this position was occupied by IC. Now Suzuku has stepped into the position, and we've seen an improvement, right? They didn't qualify the first month. They managed to then make it the second month. However, still, this is quite challenging for them in this position. I still think, though, that they have this one over Gohan Omoshiroi because they are a more storied roster than this one that has just come together the last month. That said, Gohan Omoshiroi have qualified, which is more than we could ask from Navi month 1.
That is fair. I think a lot of our discussion is going to center around Navi here. Gohan Omoshiroi, look, Ark, because, you haven't been on APAC in probably ever or a long time, I'm hazing you. You're going to make up the origin story for this team. Go.
I gotta say, back in the day, man, I used to do it all the time. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, that's true. Rusty Brawls was on the grind. I forget.
Well, Star Dragon had a great month. Well, I say a great month. He did make the monthly finals, which again was what Reddy was saying was more than we could say for Navi last month. Did lose to the Revenant Esports so in the quarterfinal stages, but for his teammates, Powtech, Harrison, Tiger Kong, relatively fresh faces to the scene realistically here, and didn't actually qualify as a team, didn't compete even in the qualifiers of April and May. So realistically here coming in, I think it's fair to say we've got sort of shallow expectations of them. I'm looking to see something good. I think that Navi having such a good qualifying stage, they are looking much better this month than they were in May. I mean, Navi, got a win against FA Nidug in round 5, a win against Angelic in round 6. Those are big names in this region. So I think for Gohan, they've got a lot to prove here. But if they do cause an upset, how that will resonate this month, and as we've seen in previous months, anything can happen in APAC.
I like this, that you've set the storyline up to be really like a test of Navi, and if they're looking stable coming into this monthly finals, because they won a whole monthly final and they're still by no means guaranteed. Ark, we're going to catch up with you later. We'll have you check out the B stream, and it is going to be Navi going up against Gohan Amoshiroi, and this is Snapdragon's 5th team since March. Brawl Stars, baby.
Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I mean,
so
Snapdragon played on Gohan Oishi initially, and also played on Team S1, right? Two rosters that were in monthly finals, right? One got knocked out by Revenant, one got knocked out of Crazy Raccoon. So this would be his 3rd monthly final with a 3rd different team. Anyway, I digress. Let's talk Dueling Beetles here. We're going to jump straight on in here. Bans, no surprise to see Draco appear here. Navi don't want to deal with Brawler, who's just generally very strong, right? Doesn't feel busted, but obviously that that dragon form is definitely something to be feared. And here's Amber. We knew she'd be making appearances here. Ready, set, very popular last month.
No doubt. She's kind of a top 4 brawler at the moment. She's able to deal well into things that run her down. However, she's not very good into a match where she is outrange, which is where I think B is hoping to make her name. We'll see Navi go with Cordelius as well to counter any enemy tanks. Of course, not having Amber on your side makes you quite vulnerable to just being run down. Though I am a little bit concerned for Navi. If they don't get some wall break in here, then it's going to be tough for their B to really execute. I would anticipate most she's able to really do is play on lane, and I think that she could be a great asset into that Amber if they open up the arena some more.
My question for you is this, Ready, Set. Do you happen to know if Amber still insta-kills people if she stands on top of them in Dancing Flames?
Yes.
Is that still a thing?
With an asterisk, because it only happens if, and I don't know if there's really.
You have to be true blue side, right?
You have to be true red in order for it to work.
True red side. Okay.
I tested it earlier today. Yes, you do. I think 6,300 is the exact amount of damage if you are under someone.
Yeah, it's a feature. It's a feature, not a bug. Don't get that close to Amber, right? You're not supposed to do that. It's like the guardrails they put in video games. Like if you beat the boss too quick, you just end up blowing up. Just try. That's how they sort of balance the game out a little bit here. So, yeah, keep an eye out for that one. That's it has popped up before. We have sort of seen it. It's yeah. I would call it a BUG. Bit of a feature. Anyway, as we move along, we've got a B picked up here for Shizuku and also Cordelius for a Chapi, and the ever mobile Stu locked in for Power Tech here.
Stu's going to be great for throwing down the speed zone and getting some, obviously, speed for your team. RT also is going to be the sharpshooter that they choose to match that energy from B. He can also actually be a good, you could call him like a gatekeeper almost. You can split your head from your body and basically have 2 Jackies at once. Here's the Pam final selection from Navi. Now, usually you see Pam locked in actually quite early. We don't see any Pam counters banned, so it wasn't very telling that we would be seeing this in the draft. I actually think that Pam can be pretty good here. The only real potential I see for Gohan Omoshiroi to get rid of a Pam turret that's placed behind the indestructible walls that we have on Dueling Beetles is maybe for RT to become Jackie, basically, and get it through the wall.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think Stu is probably the best candidate to get over there and fire down on it. If he gets super aggro, wins the lane. So Navi actually have a lot of control here. They have the B and they have the Pam. So this is actually quite tough for Gohan Omoshiroi. They have to play hyper aggro if they hope to beat this.
Run on high up here for Shizuku already. Tiger there able to win out against Chapi, and Levi's under some degree of pressure. There aren't many brawlers that can go toe-to-toe with Amber, especially when she's operating at her optimal range. That burn is also going to make the heal a little bit harder for Levi to benefit from. But Chapi is pushed up here, daring someone to challenge his Cordelius.
Chapi's also going to be charging super off of Tiger once he gets in range. Huge pinch, actually, from Snapdragon over there on the right. Probably a mistake for Cordelius to go so aggro. Maybe he'll learn.
Oh, Levi. Oh,
also,
my
whoa,
God.
what an interaction. We saw Stu try to block the shot with the speed zone. These things aren't cheap, by the way. I mean, this gadget, you only get it 3 times a game, but I think Gohan Omoshiroi realized that the clock's ticking down. Look, Tiger, he also used his last one, so his teammates don't get to benefit from the speed anymore. Nice dashes there from Tiger, though. Helps his team get the kill. Another pinch on the right side, but Levi is leveraging this turret to keep himself alive. He is basically unkillable over here.
Yeah, there's really no way to get rid of this healing turret that Gohan and Moshiroi have. I guess like you could maybe use your Amber Super to get some of that, you know, like fire field going, but even then I don't think it's going to be that easy to pick off. Achapi there, eventually going to be brought down, but Na'Vi able to push well ahead of their side of the field, and Levi and Suzuki here just going to benefit from that healing turret. Eventually Suzuki's able to connect. It looked like an Iron Hive to slow the RT down. And Na'Vi now can send Achapi forward. Really just being a blunt object here. Jump gadget used, trying to get the better of Snapdragon, but that's not easy even on your best day. It's still a huge lead for Na'Vi, and they are 7%, 6 away from winning this one. And they're going to take the round away. On Virtue, it feels ready to set up that raw aggression pushing up, even if they're losing that Cordelius over and over. They had backup.
That's all it's about, Hot Zone, is keeping bodies on the zone. You don't have to be necessarily getting more kills, though. Removing an enemy brawler from the field is a great way of keeping yourself alive. As long as you have someone on the point, then you're doing well. You're getting your capture percentage. I like that at the end we did see the interaction of RT becoming Jackie, essentially to get rid of that Pam turret that was placed hyper aggro, because, yeah, they're you know, just taking a lap. They were at 94%. We'll see. Hopefully, Gohan and Moshiroi denying that Pam turret for a little bit longer. Snapdragon feels a little bit out of his depth on this Pam lane, as he's already taken over half of his health and damage.
What?
Speed zone is down, and Suzuku is not able to get that speed zone taken down with the rattled Hive. So Gohan and Moshiroi now actually do have control of mid.
No gadgets left for Suzuku. That was 3 activations of Rattled Hive from Na'Vi's B. That is pretty obscene. Just burning through those charges there. Oh, Power Tech splits from the feet and ends up getting caught out there by the B. Achapi picked off though. Another Rattled Hive. Do I ask to see me? Yeah, it might be, I guess, a gadget gear for that extra one. Craziness. Anyway, they do get the speed zone eventually. Do Na'Vi. They pushed up, but they've conceded a bit of capture percentage in order to do so. Levi would love to generate here a healing turret, but goes pretty low to that burn. Has to walk away. Doesn't get far enough out of range of Power Tech, who brings him down.
Something you remarked on earlier that I think really does work here is that Pam turret being burned by the Amber Super. The struggle, though, is for Amber to get it in the first place. If she's playing the Pam lane, it's going to be tough for her to get that. We'll see Levi now throw this one down, and we'll have to see Snapdragon generate yet another super. We're making it up there. He doesn't have any gadgets, just only has raw damage to do it, and he can't throw it down. Opts to get the kill on Achapi instead. Levi and Suzuki remain alive, but the big pinch from Power Tech secures the kill on Levi. That said, Na'Vi are still by far in the lead, but this could be a retake by Gohan and Moshiroi.
Power Tech's been removed from the game though, so Na'Vi can push up this far in general. Of course, Achapi's always going to be favored to win those battles in the Shadow Realm out. And with that healing turret, Achapi can take a little bit of damage, even from the Amber, and shrug it off. Like Levi, not too bothered. Achapi pushes up, gets rid of Power Tech, and that'll be that. Na'Vi close it up. Going for a last pick Pam, probably because they realize there's no throwers. There's no easy way to get rid of these healing turrets. Once I can stick one, it's sticking around.
I think another thing that worked really, really well for these guys was picking the Cordelius into the stew. We saw reliably Cordelius, and this is mechanical skill as well, reliably hitting the Shadow Realm on the stew and basically getting rid of the one brawler that actually could generate the aggression that was necessary to disrupt the control that a brawler like B or Pam would typically offer. So when you remove that brawler from the field, by the way, it's like actually good interaction because Stu can't get super while he's in the Shadow Realm, then you have gotten rid of the counter to your own players. I think this was pretty prudent from Na'Vi. I think overall just a good draft for the guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think on face it looked decent. Like going for a last pick Pam seems nice. It means that you feel like they've left it open. They've not really bothered to respect it with any of their picks. Sometimes we see teams, you know, take like a strong anti-Pam brawler or ban her out, or usually have a way to work around it. But yeah, you can pick it up there. It's never going to get picked earlier than third pick a lot of the time from teams like Na'Vi, but yeah, seeing it come in here, seeing how powerful it is, even against like generally oppressive laners like RT and Amber respectively, you know, like brawlers that like are very strong duelists at length. This says a lot about Na'Vi's sort of draft strategy here. And the stats, I mean, I'm not too surprised to see Snapdragon do a heck of a lot of work. There's so much damage being generated, but this is being cancelled out by the healing per second to a great degree because that bloody healing turret stuck around for a long time and Suzuki was tapping.
This is pretty much how I see it. Like, we look at Snapdragon stats and I see wow, like massive numbers. But yes, he's on the Pam lane for the entire time. So you would kind of hope that he's locking the damage. And yes, it's all getting canceled out by the Pam. Suzuku, on the other hand, this is not really getting healed out. Now, this is into the RT. You are going to like get some of your health back as RT if you go from the quote Jackie form, you know, when you detach your head back into the normal form. But I saw some moments where PowerTech could have really benefited from that, and he didn't use it. RT has this gadget that allows you to get your super for free, so you can just retreat with the tap of a gadget. But given that I didn't see that, I'm not really certain whether he was running it or not.
Yeah, I actually did. Well, I think I saw that RT gadget used once, and it got blown up by Suzuku, who I think just hit the legs twice, or enough times. It was from an odd angle. It looked like RT was coming forward to try and use that Jackie-esque AoE field that goes through walls to get rid of the healing turret. It didn't quite work out. So Gem Grab comes up next. Hard Rock Mine, folks. It's an absolute classic as Na'Vi start on strong foot after dueling Beetles with a very powerful composition with a lot of healing and strong laners. This is not Hard Rock Mine. This is an image of Dueling Beetles. You see that in just a moment here. And yeah, we know Sandy, Rico, unbelievable side laner. Angelo just in general very strong. Surge has really had an uptick in popularity too.
I want to say the thing that everyone's thinking, where is the Angelo ban? Angelo's, I would say arguably, maybe objectively, like the best brawler in the game right now. Now that Max has been selected, I begin to understand a little bit why. Max can be played as a mid here, and I think she'd honestly be a quite strong option too, but they could also lock in that Angelo if they wanted to. The aggression is what makes Angelo weakened here, is if Max is all sped up, then, I mean, you can't really hit a target. Max has Phase Shifter, and just this region in general loves the Max, so you can expect the skill ceiling to be higher. Bell selected here for Gohan Omoshiroi, and this one I scratched my head at a little bit, just because Bell is just nowhere near where she used to be in sort of the mid/sharpshooter hierarchy. She's actually quite low, and in my opinion, tends to die to some pretty dumb things.
I think one of the reasons why Gohan and Moshiroi value this is they probably want to be really aggressive and push up early in the round. Seems odd to say that because they have a bloody Surge who's going to take some time to actually be remotely relevant. But once you can get those nest eggs around the gem well, it's basically insta-death, even for a Max to walk up and try and take gems. So Na'Vi, you have to like win a huge fight and then push up and like eat the nest eggs, right? Clear them out when there's no chance to capitalize. You're literally getting picked up here. One of the first time I think I've seen her picked, of course, a very powerful assassin with some really interesting interactions with Cordelius, because she could also drop into the Shadow Realm. She's another one of those Enchanted Forest brawlers, we're calling them. But, having a dash, that hits very, very hard, a very powerful single target assassin with large health pool. Very curious to see what the plan is going to be.
I want to see Rico here. I think that Rico could be good into that Surge early game, could keep him on level 1 for quite a long time, or just keep him low. Hold on to that lane. He's just one of the best brawlers here. You can pop the gadget, but no, Charlie's going to be the selection instead. Charlie's also actually quite a good option. You're able to block the shots from Surge with your spiders. You're probably going to be running 4 of them per game. Lily's shot also is going to be tanked by some of these spiders. And lastly, you have the Cocoon, so you can counter the Lily that way. I think that Charlie also has some stuff that she can do into Bell, because obviously you're going to be able to block the Bell shots as well. So we'll see what these lane matchups look like. They're going to be double running the Surge and Lily down the same lane.
Oh!
Lily also concealed, sneaking in. Oh my gosh.
I like that.
They didn't even know that Snapdragon was there, but he revealed his position to split off and go for a 1v1 of his own. They have mid control, but they are still at a gem deficit.
Yeah, I think Suzuki may be hoping those Spiderlings headed in the direction of the Lily, but that was dealt with easily enough. Levi already had 3 gems, and a Chaffee just yoinks Power Tech in. So Tiger gets the nest egg set up. It doesn't feel that powerful here because if Levi eats one... Oh, okay, there it is. The mark came through. Suzuki, though, was hitting so hard, and they're showing no signs of slowing down.
Wow, he hit every single one of his shots, like for 4 shots in a row, all 3 ammo, and then the super. Nice defense here from a Choppy as well to shrug off Snapdragon. We'll see him get this pull as well. He can combo with Levi if he wants, and they're just going to go for it. Snapdragon now into the Shadow Realm, but a Choppy is trying to use his intuition to track him down. Wow, knew exactly where he was going to be. That is game sense at work, my friends. 10 seconds left for Na'Vi to keep up this defense. Only 1 gem belongs to Gohan Omoshiroi at the moment. You see a big kill. Choppy pops the hypercharge. He has shield. He has that has speed as well. No shot. Gohan Moshiroi can come back now. That is 3 consecutive games, 1 in a row for Navi.
So we've seen this strategy from from Snapdragon here, from other brawlers, right? We've seen it with the Buzz on occasion, right? Push up. We've seen it from BB. We've seen it even from Sam on this map. It's pretty straightforward. To dive, just dive on them. And of course, being able to use that gadget to hide your presence is pretty important. Grouping up with a Surge, who I guess wants to be a little aggressive to get that super online early. But it's a little telegraph from Snapdragon. Ready, set, if I'm honest with you.
I think that they can just tell. I mean, they don't see Snapdragon yet, so they
Choppy has vision gear.
He's on the right side. Yes, and of course, if you're Gene, you want to run vision gear. He's just one of the best brawlers to scout things out. It's just one of the reasons why Gene's such a good brawler. Choppy is denying him at every turn. Oh, only a single shot for Lily. Yep, that's all you're getting, buddy.
Oh, but the offensive lamp blowout to me is just the cherry on top of that.
Seriously.
Choppy. Yeah, Gene obviously not really known as being a consummate duelist, but poked Snapdragon down low enough and went in for the kill there. Again, you have upwards of 2k damage for like a direct hit of the Gene shot before it splits. So that is like a non-negligible amount of damage. It's just quite short-ranged. Snapdragon to the Shadow Realm. I wonder if they know. Ready, set. There's the dive. Levi able to phase shift away, though, so Snapdragon gets no damage off that super that really is supposed to form part of it. Your nuke package and Power Tech has 2 chevrons. The worst brawler, the weakest brawler in the game now with 1 chevron. I mean, the only thing that I'm enjoying about it is that the team tag is goo. Everything else, not doing it for me. It's just not doing it for me at all. It's ugly stuff. Navi. Yeah, look very, very good there at Hard Rock Mine. It's a comfortable win.
Did you see that they denied the Surge a single super until like the last 5 seconds of the game? To iterate to those of you who are newer to Brawl Stars, Surge only needs to hit 3 shots to get a super.
3!
Played an entire game where he only hit 3 shots total. An entire like 2 minutes where Surge was only able to hit an enemy 3 times because that's the level of control that Navi was offering him. And yeah, he's like quite weak at first.
He starts
try to work together with Snapdragon at first, but then when they didn't win, they're like, well, crap, our strategy didn't work. Let's try something new. And it not worked even harder than
Yeah, it was extremely high on the not working scale, I would say. I really enjoyed, look, I was really happy to see Lily here. You can see she's very powerful. If you can land that dash, you're going to get like a damage nuke on your opponent, so it does make it easy enough to find that elimination. But bear in mind, Lily has only 1 shot. Her fire rate is pretty low. So she sometimes needs a little bit of help in like insta-killing these targets. It's her durability, I think, that makes it so desirable here. But when you're getting 1v1 by a Gene, like, you probably should rethink your priorities a little bit. I think a Sharpie just goes as far as 5k health, by the way, a non-negligible amount. A Sharpie steps up, lamp blowouts, gets like multiple direct hits and bobs your ankle. And you kind of called it. That Bell never ended up really being truly relevant.
Because, I mean, what is she here for? What is she good into on the enemy side? I see 0 brawlers where Belle actually makes an impact. Now, given she was picked earlier in the draft, she was picked 4-5, and 2-3, so not like a first pick, but not a last pick either. She could have played reactively into things. Look how hard Power Tech and Snapdragon were denied here. 79 damage, 54 damage. It pales in comparison to what Tiger was capable of, because he was the only brawler that was able to do anything. The other 2 got countered so hard that there was nothing. You see, off the beginning of the game, if Charlie ends up, now it's like kind of a 50-50. If Charlie ends up on the same lane as Surge, she's going to pop spiders. And what does Surge do? He fires 3 shots. He has no way of reloading them unless like an enemy hits him. He's running the right gadget.
And was he using, because he's using the promotion gadget. Like, he's using the rank up gadget, I think.
Exactly,
there.
exactly.
Yeah, so like,
just nothing for him.
Oof, that's rough. That is so rough. And you have the Goldarm Gulch here, speaking of Belle. Again, like, she's powerful if your opponent has recently stepped on a nest egg, which requires you to have enough map control to set them up. So there's a lot of ifs, a lot of conditionals there for Belle to have that level of impact that you need her to. Still, solid play from Tiger. This is the kind of map here where, that is an option, but Knockout, really lends itself to maybe Nani, seeing that on multiple occasions here. You can play some more of those sharpshooter style brawlers. You can also, simply play Buster and run at people. That's very fun and very commonly done. Grey, also a good option here. Draco being banned out consistently here for Na'Vi, and there's the Angelo pick. Gohana Mushiroi, who, by the way, I respect it. Taiwanese squad, taking a Japanese name. I'm a weeb, so I get it. It's for the culture. But it confused me to begin with. Jean going to be picked up for Na'Vi. So, again, going for these really robust calls are Na'Vi, and they're not probably too bothered about the Angelo pick.
I don't think so either. I think also, though, this is quite telling of just where Brawl Stars is at the moment, where 3 bans is not enough to get rid of all of, the best brawlers that are objectively the best, because Na'Vi, they've gotten rid of, Kit, Melody, Draco, also, some of the strongest brawlers at the moment. Yes, they could have opted for Angelo, but Kit would have actually been too troublesome, I think. I definitely agree with this decision-making from Na'Vi. They're just going to, I think, try and diff Gohana Mushiroi here with their Angelo. We'll see the roughs in Tick. I think the strategy now from Gohana Mushiroi is a bit of a cheese strat where they're going to run field
play for the late round.
And and try and get this Tick leveled up quite high. Let Angelo do most of the dirty work. Angelo and Tick keep things at range. Now, Sprout once upon a time would have been the best thing to play into Tick, but that was when Tick didn't have a hypercharge. So now I think it's actually a bit more tilted in Tick's favor. However, mind the geography here on Goldarm Gulch, where you can place down a wall to keep your opponent out of mid, and Gohana Mushiroi want to stay on the rear ranks of sort of this mid fight. Obviously, also that's Dueling Beetles, not Goldarm Gulch. Everything. So denying them entry in the later stage of the game is actually going to be crucial in shifting how Gohana Mushiroi have to approach this.
See how they play it out here. Angelo, of course, very powerful sharpshooter. Shizuku can't really match Tiger's potential at range, but when that gas starts to close in, RT takes on a bit of a different complexion, being able to separate from legs and have that double jacky effect when that fighting gets hot and heavy. Very, very powerful here. And like you mentioned, Levi really only has to throw one wall to lock mid away from this Gohana Mushiroi team, and again, they do need these open sight lines for Angelo to get value.
So far, we haven't seen this devolve into East versus West just yet. Nice tank there as well from PowerTech. He got dangerously low. Excellent pick there on the right as well with Suzuku getting that pinch alongside Levi. PowerTech and Tiger are basically writing this out, just trying to get a super. We'll see Levi throw down a wall as well. Tiger no longer has that sight line and cannot seem to land that shot. If he could just get a super, then he would actually be pretty all right for this round. Same for PowerTech. PowerTech, however, is taking damage from the poison. He's not entirely sure what he wants to do here. It's a 2v2, and PowerTech is the last member remaining from Gohana Mushiroi. Nicely done from Suzuku and Levi to lock this one down. Now, did we see supers? Yes, Gohana Mushiroi start off here with a couple of supers, so it wasn't entirely a loss. They made what they could have of that round, following the untimely death, we could say, of Snapdragon.
Yeah, who I think just fell down because Levi decided to play a little bit more aggressively. Just flattened the Tick there. The roughs as well. It's not able to really get that field promotion strategy working. Now, though, Tick is looking pretty robust. Picked up a supply drop from the roughs and also is working with over 6k health. So that's quite a few ticks of that field promotion. You can see here, that health is not permanent. You take damage, you will go back down to your original max HP and you'll need to be promoted again.
We'll see what Levi can do. He has his hypercharge, so they're equipped for the late game. Suzuku also is trying to maintain the control. Choppy looking for the pinches from the top side. If he can, wow, that was actually a pretty hefty hit there from Tiger. Damage gear really does accent that Angelo shot quite well. We'll see the super pop down by Tiger in this crucial moment. Levi blocking off the Tick super, but he's only delayed the inevitable. It's going to come for him and Suzuku. Only Suzuku remains. Choppy still looks for the kill, but 3 members of Gohana Mushiroi remain strong, and Na'Vi will have to try again in the next round.
Well, the Tick end of the round, not to mention the fact there's a shield gadget, or rather shield gear, but end of the round with over 6.4k HP, which is over 1,000 more than you start with. Very, very potent star power is that field promotion. Tiger here lingering close to the buffs as well. Colonel buffs in this case. Levi. All right.
Just Colonel buffs over here.
Yeah, okay, we got there. I'm really glad we got there in the end. Levi again, good pressure here on Tiger, who doesn't have the best sight lines to work with, but is so fast, so freakishly fast, able to traverse those bodies of water like they were solid ground. Really difficult to deal with. Obviously, we do have the hypercharge up for, Sprout. We talked about how, that tick hypercharge is a big difference maker. For Sprout, it's a little more nuanced. That wall now does damage. It's very good if you can encircle like a heist safe with that super, but here maybe not as potent.
Agreed, is basically the only place where it's useful, but Levi is still going to get the typical hypercharge buffs. He's going to have to pop it, not drop it. Tiger looks for the kill. 1, 2, fall one after the other. And Gohan and Moshiroi have turned what honestly could have been a match point incoming into their first game victory of this match.
Okay, I mean, we like the draft, right? We think the composition is very powerful. Tick, always very potent on this kind of map and in knockout in general, especially if it's not too open. Ruffs is just, a pain to deal with. The field promotion that he offers is good, and we know why Angelo is powerful already. We talked about it many times. Really sustainable, got extremely good damage and high mobility, just a very good sharpshooter. It's kind of why I feel like you weren't a huge fan of seeing Bell earlier on when, there's potential for Angelo on sort of any map.
Well, he's here and he's been tapping from Gohan and Moshiroi. Though it seems like their priority is more on Snapdragon and getting him the supply drop. That's who we saw PowerTech hand it to at the beginning of round 2 last game. Though Tiger is equipped with his super. Also note that he's running the star power that allows him to move faster on water. I think he was hoping for the fight to be brought over here more often, but it looks like a Choppy's just going to refuse to engage whenever he's on that water. We see PowerTech also powering him up. It looks like this fight isn't really going to ensue until the poison begins to close in and force people to fight, which is honestly precisely what Gohan and Moshiroi wanted. The only round that they lost was when Snapdragon died too early. First kill onto Levi, next one going to Suzuku, and finally a Choppy, who has his super, so he's actually quite pleased. Got the kill onto PowerTech as well. Not that it really mattered, but he's closer to his super now.
I mean, the amount of healing that Angelo super gives him is disgusting. Tiger just ignored all of the poke damage, all of the thrower damage coming into him there because he was sat on top of his super. Such insane healing. Makes you basically unkittable. So there was a head first thrown down by Snapdragon on the tick. Also the sandbags to block off some of these RT single shots. A little frustrating for Na'Vi now, who've been forced away from the middle part of the map here. And this is where the Angelo becomes a little more oppressive as Levi is finding out firsthand.
They're getting pinched in. Oh, down goes a Choppy, but possibly. That was quite rough. That was disrespectful there.
With super too.
With the ticking damage, I mean, there's just not much you can do. It got nerfed, by the way, but it's still good. Strong. This is looking pretty grim for Na'Vi.
Oh, they're 100% losing this set. Already said. I don't see them bouncing back from this. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel early either. Just get absolutely rolled over there. Again, very, very good draft. I've got to say, from Gohan and Moshiroi, they really had a solid plan out of the gates. After a little bit of a dodgy first round, where they kind of allowed Levi to walk up and style on them with the space carrots, they managed to solidify. And again, show why the Angelo is very, very good. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Levi. He's like, someone in this room is at fault. It's not me, though. No. Not me. Again, Na'Vi, again, look like they're in a hotel room. Quite a few teams, for those who are new to APAC, they will head out to Hong Kong, get themselves a nice little hotel room, enjoy the high life. You might have a Na'Vi room, which is a pretty standard one, or you might have, a Crazy Raccoon room, which is basically, looks like by the Riviera. It may as well be. Who are we looking at? One of the Crazy Raccoon players last month, it sat inside a hotel lobby with someone just, chilling behind them, looked beautiful. He had a glass of juice there, so... You know what I mean? There's levels to this kind of stuff, but all of our players are living it up here each month out to Hong Kong if they make finals.
It's been quite a destination, honestly, for APAC this year. We've seen everyone making the great monthly finals migration every single month. To
pilgrimage.
Yeah, pilgrimage. Yeah, this is a great way of putting it. It's like it's an entire experience. This is your everything. This is what you eat, sleep, and breathe is Brawl Stars, so you make your pilgrimage every single month.
Like,
Hong Kong.
Can we just get them in the same hotel? If you're traveling out to Hong Kong, guys, just do what everyone does with Ready Set's house in NA. Just go to the same place. Talk some smack, get us some content. There's so much can be done. I mean, there's definitely classes of Brawl Stars teams in APAC. You've got the Crazy Raccoons of the world, and then you've got the more budget hotels. I'm not judging, I'm just saying there's so many opportunities there for great content. Either way, Na'Vi struggle here. I think that's pretty safe to say. Angelo gets picked. Angelo, very good. Thumbs up. Powerful brawler. Tiger, with that star power that allows him to gain that speed boost, essentially had the speed boost for the entire round. So Angelo, with already a very high speed for a sharpshooter, insane mobility for someone that hits so hard, just, is even more zippy. Very, very hard for Suzuku to shoot out. Achapi's just not going to bother trying to magic hand him when he's playing around those bodies of water. Good looks for Gohan and Moshiroi, and hey, against Na'Vi, these guys are no slouches. They've won a monthly final before, so good to take a set.
Look, comp worked for Gohan and Moshiroi. They first pick the Angelo, then they get to roam free with whatever they want for their second and third picks, and then they managed to lock in yet another super strong combo. Now, we didn't see Ruffs making the huge waves. It was more that he created sort of the foundation for Tick to do what Tick does best, more effectively now with more health. We'll head into Beach Ball for our fourth set. So this was not an entire sweep from Na'Vi. They actually did have quite a challenge in set number 3. With what I honestly thought was quite straightforward. Angelo super strong. Surely we get rid of him, but they had their priorities elsewhere, and it ended up costing them the set.
All right, Beach Ball coming up next, folks. So a chance here still for Na'Vi to close the series out after what I think was maybe a little bit of a hiccup. Kind of got outdrafted there. Sandy, look, an immensely powerful brawler. We've actually had multiple maps in which Sandy is just kind of banned out straight away. I think Sweet Dreams is just a little too powerful to deal with, especially on maps like Beach Ball, where you can close the gap on your opponents there and take them by surprise. Larry and Laurie still making their appearances here. Gohan and Moshiro snap them up first.
This feels like a bit of an early throw selection, given that some powerful brawlers that can do well into him are still available. Surge is picked here as well. Now, Surge is just strong right now, but the other thing is, anytime I personally see a thrower pick early, I think, okay, well, surely they Carl. Now, Na'Vi already have one of the primary Carl counters. They have Sandy, who's equipped with a stun at all times. However, Surge also is going to be basically the antithesis to Carl here. And given that we are on Beach Ball, where players are actually going to have to move up the field, it's not about control, we will see Surge get levels here. There's basically no other way around it. So Na'Vi are going to have to think about how they're going to get to this Larry and Laurie while also facing a Surge. They could pick a thrower of their own, but they also want to be mindful of that, given that Gohan and Moshiroi can deal with it. Kit is going to be here to act as a thrower sometimes, but also like Draco has been banned. You can pair it up with a different tank. It doesn't have to be the Draco. And Kit can also jump over walls to deal with the Larry, but it's going to take some team coordination to really execute on it.
Yeah, again, and obviously Kit has the ability to close the gap, invisibly, with that box gadget, but there are limited uses for that, and generally Achapi needs to be pretty judicious about where they're positioned, because as we know, Kit on their own is, not exactly the most powerful brawler. Pretty short range, pretty low HP in general. The super, though, is definitely a force to be reckoned with. So Buzz is going to be the Kit delivery system for Na'Vi. Great brawler here. Obviously, can play on the other side of these boxes to generate those supers. Hypercharge means that you can basically cover the map in seconds, because if you hit your super on a obstacle, it gets reset instantly. So you can go from coast to coast there. Very powerful. And Gohan and Moshiro say, we'd like something to keep that Buzz at arm's length. How about a Gale?
I like this draft, honestly. Something that we've seen just in the trend of Gale popping up more recently is Gale's quite good into Sandy. Gale outranges Sandy. Gale can get the slow on Sandy. One of the best things about Sandy is his speed that he has to offer. And suddenly, yeah, you're not so fast anymore once I slow you down as Gale with my default attack. So Gale also is going to be running Twister here 100%. That'll be good into the Buzz, and it should also be quite effective into the Kit as well, if he wants to pop it down right if he gets jumped on, I suppose. And he has the knockback that is going to keep this from being majorly effective. Just a good all-around tank counter, great into Sandy. I like this final selection from Gohan and Moshiroi. We'll see, however, Power Tech here. Suzuku's trying to deny it. There around the left, stun on the Power Tech. It's good for Achapi, but still they have to fight through this Larry to stay alive.
Okay, nicely done. Suzuku able to finish Tiger off there, and arguably the most important target to get first, the Surge. So no super built up yet for that Surge. Levi more than happy to precipitate a trade and lock Snapdragon down now. Solo able to pick them off, and yeah, Chapi's looking terrifying here. Super's on in, stun affecting Tiger, which meant no one was there to block the ball.
Check out how effective the Buzz is actually capable of being into that Surge. The stun lasts almost long enough to get the kill on the Surge, And what did Choppy do? He literally just walked away when PowerTech tapped his Choppy now go for the hypercharge. A mid gadget. A kill.
Okay, he gets it back.
The Tiger and another stun ready, but he just used it on the wall. PowerTech remains alive on the right side. Snapdragon gets that pushback, but Suzuku and Levi have now merged into one. The heals are here, and so are the kills. Tiger passes this ball away, but it's a walk-in. It has to be. Snapdragon denies with the twister, and the defense continues to develop.
Yeah, just a Gale Gadget bailing Gohan and Mushiro out there, but Buzz has come calling once more. Gadget popped there just for the extra gap close, and yeah, we walk this one right on in. Great start here for Na'Vi on Brawl Ball. The Buzz looked like the perfect pick, and you can see a Buzz can charge his super while playing safely in the middle part of the map. That lends itself to a lot of easy engage potential where the Buzz doesn't have to expose himself to damage to try and trade and, you know, get damage of their own to build those supers. You can do them right from the comfort of your own home, virtually.
We all knew the risks of picking an early thrower. It is how it always goes. Generally, throwers are weak on Brawl Ball for this precise reason, is that this mode favors aggressive brawlers. In general, that's what throwers are really weak into, especially when they get it for free, like a Choppy over here charging up the super without having to do any damage. He actually has a beeline all the way to the goal, but he doesn't go for it because he knew that PowerTech would just use a super. Now PowerTech's going to try and use it for a kill on Levi. Wouldn't have got it anyway, but he did jump directly on that ball, preventing him from doing any damage.
It's so dumb!
Excellent denial from Snapdragon, and they actually get to push this forward. PowerTech also has the necessary upgrade for level 3 to get some additional range and shut down Na'Vi more effectively.
PowerTech also has a shield gadget on them right now here, so can take you by surprise if you're not expecting to see that from a Surge. Now level 3, so starting to become a little bit more of a threat, but it's still a gold deficit, or rather a round deficit that Gohan and Moshiroi are facing. Levi with the cardboard box on, closes the gap on PowerTech, able to build super. Now we're throwing a couple of those yarn balls out. Suzuku taking down a Choppy's in a bit of trouble here. Can't really be using a super at all. Eventually going to be overrun. The entirety of Gohan and Moshiro. Oh, you can't be serious. Walk it up, my guy. Oh, devastating. PowerTech there, able to use the invulnerability frames of the super to try and go for the ball, but a Choppy will be forced back from Snapdragon by that twisted. Levi surely intentionally steps into that one. And here is a sandstorm. Gohan and Moshiroi got to be kicking themselves.
Surely the mental has to be in the pits right now. They can come back from the
they're
not versus Choppy. Oh, the filthy team wipe. It looked so possible, but Na'Vi are going to run down this clock. 40 seconds left. Na'Vi are up by 1 goal. Gohan and Moshiroi. Gosh, if they just had that goal, they would be tied right now, but now they're down by a goal, and they only have 30 seconds to tie.
All right, Laurie's on the field. Snapdragon locked up initially. Levi actually able to complete that kill and then go for yet another one. That is dirty. Kit there getting a heck of a lot of work done, and Tiger at least has his wingman on the battlefield, but that's not enough to save them. They're going to be brought down, and Na'Vi happy with aggressive positioning here as we are heading into our countdown. Suzuki trying to avoid PowerTech. Again, that Surge is strong, but not strong enough here to walk the ball in. Levi can't complete the kill on Snapdragon alone, but well, the Sands will do their job. Na'Vi take the series here, 2-1, dropping that set against Gohan and Moshiroi, but in general, looking ready to advance here through this bracket.
Brilliant stuff. Hello, Levi. How are you, man? Congratulations on your win. That is going to send them into the semifinals now. This is not a good feeling for Gohan and Moshiroi. They could have tied that up. They could have had at least another chance at this, but that goal right there, I think, was basically evidence of everything that was happening wrong in that last one. The mental just had to be so poor after that moment.
Yeah, look, obviously you're in like a 3 versus 1. You've taken a shot, you've just mistimed it slightly. We know that teams want to try and burn a little bit of clock before they shoot the goal, especially if they have a lead. Unfortunately, that was just their nerves failing them at a critical moment. Na'Vi, over the course of this map, right, they pick a very powerful composition. They have a really good, hard engaged tank and kit to back them up. Really, Levi showing most of Kit's value when it came to just the disable capacity of that Kit super, and less about the throwing balls of yarn, because they hit very hard, but they're short range and they can be a little slow. You can see there Choppy able to find super after super. There's a hypercharge as he crossed the map there. Buzz is still terrifying, and this map allows him to gain super without having to move out into the open.
So we look at these drafts. Honestly, the Buzz last pick was so brilliant, and there couldn't have been someone better to play it than Choppy. Look what he's able to do here right now. Get an entire team wipe all by himself using a hypercharge. But that wasn't even the first thing that really brought this Buzz gameplay to my attention. We saw him grapple a Surge and then kill the Surge. Surge is supposed to be good into tanks. You're telling me if he gets stunned by a Buzz, then he can still be countered? Yes, precisely. And I think this is actually a good moment to point out that these drafts are being aided by the help of Ace. If you're familiar with Ace, the analyst, maybe if you're an NA head like me, you know that Ace is an analyst for, and has long time been the analyst for Stamina. He's now working with Na'Vi, so you have him to thank, at least in part, for these drafts.
Was he trying to, like, you know, match Philip for the most teams simultaneously, like, coach? Is that what's going on here? But
well, you can't outdo Snapdragon for most teams played on in a single season.
That's true. Yeah, Snapdragon is, yeah, what is he, 5th or 6th? I don't know. Homie be busy. He's a man about town, you know what I mean? Knocking on doors, selling himself. It's what we like to see here. Go ahead and watch Roy. Decent home for them so far, but unfortunately they will be stopped here at the quarterfinals. And Levi, the one, of course, on your screen with the blonde hair, giving us a little wave at the end of that set. As Na'Vi, look, I think this is fine. You know, a little bit of a stumble, I think, in that second to last set. Probably something that, like, doesn't make them look amazing if you're wanting to see Na'Vi go all the way this month. But sometimes you just have a bad draft. Like you said, I think yourself, you cannot ban out all the most powerful brawlers right now. There are always going to be some nasty, busted ones that get through, and I'm fine with that because I don't want to see the same comps every single game. It's totally fine. If everyone's powerful, then no one is particularly powerful. So Na'Vi, little stumble, they'll be okay. We've got more coming at you on the other side of this break. The quarterfinal number 3 is around the corner. It'll be Crazy Raccoon versus Angelic, so hold on to your hats and stick to your seat. We'll be back shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
That's right. That's the only amount of break time that us casters are allotted here at the Brawl Stars Championship. Powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are back. We have piped Arc back into the action, mate. How's it going? You went over to the B stream. How's Wiggly Spill and Nighttime Clash doing? What was the result of their match?
It's super exciting. It's still ongoing. I believe we're going to the 5th and final set now. Like, it was very, very close. I mean, It was a good start from Coco Loco, but then we started to see a bit of a drawback in the second set. And now it looks like we're going all the way to the 5th and final. Literally, the scoreline on the bracket isn't even quite there yet because it's just happened. So this one could go either way, genuinely. I mean, for Coco Loco, who were like last month's monthly final champions, now it's looking a little bit scary actually for them, as FA Nidog really are looking to prove themselves in what is their first monthly final. We've yet to really see much from them, but this could be a great way to start. It's a little bit too late, I would say, maybe for them, unless they're able to do something miraculous in the months to follow. But Crazy Raccoon and Angelic, what a match realistically here for the quarterfinals, the grand finals match that we saw, you know, all the way back in March. So very excited for this next one, and then Rival Esports EA versus Revenant Esports as well. That's set to be a banger.
Oh, Angelic, did they win that 3-2? Or am I imagining things?
It was 3-2 scoreline. It was in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but it was very close, very, very close.
That was a game. That was a great game. Yeah, look, FA Nidog, I mean, it's kind of wild that we haven't seen much of them in these monthly finals because they have a literal world champion on their roster. Like Kuru, for those that remember, was of course on that Zeta Division 0 team. And again, you know, alongside Ryohei, who's also been a fixture of, you know, back at the time, East Asian Brawl Stars here. So good to see them make it here into the top 8. They have very difficult opposition in last year's champions. So we'll see how they go. We'll keep up to date with that one. Again, event.brawlstars.com. You want to know what's going on the B stream? You want to go hang out with Wiggly Spoo and Night? You can head up in the top left corner, click the drop-down menu, change the stream that you're watching, come back and forth. It's really easy to bounce back and forth, which is a huge bonus. But we do have a very telling and a very important game coming up. Angelic lost in the upper bracket, I think, of the qualifiers, right, to Na'Vi. They were knocked down and had to make it, you know, a second time through. They got there, that's fine. They kind of always make it to the monthly finals. But I think, Ready, Set, we should return to discussing this Crazy Raccoon roster because they basically breathe and they've qualified for Worlds.
I would say one of the things for Crazy Raccoon, first of all, they are remarkably consistent, I would say. Tensai, Moya, Stetampo, I think they've made the pilgrimage. Yeah, it's quite obvious. They have made the pilgrimage out once again, though this is not them.
Okay.
Yeah,
yo.
At the moment.
They got a couch in the hotel room. Like, it's a proper couch. It's not one of them dinky ones that you sit in. So I'm vibing that. It's
went
good.
All out.
I think so, but I don't get to see the view. So they could be looking down on a car park or on the beach. I don't know. I'm not sold. But again, they got lots of room to play Brawl Stars. So I mean, big ups to them. You definitely don't want to be going outside with this. So totally understand it. Tensai has said no. I'm not on camera this time because every time I lose a set, Mitch makes fun of me because he says I look really angry. It's true though. You do. The angry face, Tensai. Terrifying. Terrifying. Let's talk about Angelic right now, who are currently in 3rd place, 3 points behind Rival Esports. This team are genuinely part of the conversation to be heading directly to the World Finals. The top 2 teams from this region go straight to Worlds. These guys are legit, and they are also, as Ready Set we're pointing out, are very consistent.
I've got to be honest, this team have really impressed me this year. They just came in flying in that first month of March and went to the grand finals. Came just shy to Crazy Raccoon, but I mean, what other teams can really make that kind of stance when they come into the year of a season, right? I mean, Crazy Raccoon are Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they've always qualified for monthly final. Probably their worst performance was probably back in April against Revenant Esports in that quarterfinal stage, taking that sweep of a loss there. But they've been building up momentum since then. They reached the semifinals last month, and I feel like they are getting better. I think that first month definitely taught them a lot. I mean, there's many learnings that they had as an opportunity there, but Kanga, Geki, Sago, they're such great players and they work so well as a unit. I think their drafts are really solid as well, and certainly a really tough prediction here. I mean, simply because of Crazy Raccoon, last month there was kind of question marks really for me, but it was the first grand final which they didn't make. So are they starting to sort of tremble a little bit along the way? They might be slipping slightly. We need to see Crazy Raccoon really come out of the gate swinging, because Angelic are a team you just cannot trifle with.
No doubt about it. We're going to head here over to Bounty. It'll be Hideout to start the series off. And I'm curious to see if Angelic have that same amount of energy that they showed us in that first monthly final, because again, they haven't really seen too much of Crazy Raccoon since then. Ready, set, we'll let you take a break. Let the old farts jump on in and give us a cast. The last time I got to be in the booth with Ark was the grand final last year in Jönköping. So good to have you back, buddy. Let's jump into this, because we do want to see Crazy Raccoon, if they are that consistent team, if they are going to be a shoo-in for Worlds, they need a strong start in this quarterfinal.
It's exactly what happened, Uber. I just had to force my way into APAC just to be able to cast alongside you, mate. It's been a long time coming. Evidently, first pick for Crazy Raccoon is a very, very scary one. Can't lie about that. Kit ban like that as well. Laren, Lurie, and Jean banned on the side of Crazy Raccoon for Hideout Bounty. Kit as well banned by Angelic, as well as the Jean. And good to see the Angelo ban there as well for me. But both sides really united in getting rid of that Kit, getting rid of that Jean. I think it's kind of wise. A lot of people still feel like Byron's not quite there yet. I think Byron is a really solid brawler, a bit underrated actually. I think in terms of his strength and Buster to add to that.
It's the combo.
Tanky hill comp. Yeah, love it.
Yeah, and again, you don't have to go aggressive on these kind of maps. You can really try and play around building that Buster super, which will generate, as long as Buster is within proximity to his teammates. So there's a lot you can do with that. A super that doesn't actually require you to do any damage is extremely potent. And again, if you have these brawlers that are firing discrete projectiles, they'll be sent back at you with montage. Also, slow-mo replay, very important for generating these picks. If any enemy wanders too close, you can suck them on in and blow them up here. I do think, though, that Crazy Raccoon have managed to pick these very strong individual brawlers. Charlie's so aggressive. The Spiderlings are very potent against single-shot brawlers, Byron being one of them. And again, it makes Angelic think a little bit about, okay, if we want to lane against this Charlie, it probably needs to be a brawler that can actually clear those. Otherwise, they're giving up space to give them time to kill Spiderlings. And that's a problem, I think, in a map like this, where you want to be in your opponent's face and you want to be stepping forward.
Carl is the aggressive choice then from Crazy Raccoon. A nice pairing to be had on that side of things. You don't want to be running Carl into Charlie, so I like that they've gone and tried to pair those things together. I mean, the entire comp, honestly, is very aggressive for Crazy Raccoon at the moment. I'm a little bit scared for Angelic, let's be honest. I mean, for Crazy Raccoon as well, if they win this, they lock in LCQ. So there's so much on the line here for them. They've really got to make sure that they land the mark, and this is a winning draft for me right now. Max, though, coming in might change things slightly. It's going to provide a bit more maneuverability, obviously a lot more speed speed for Angelic, and against a lot of what they're facing into, that might help considerably. Crazy Raccoon have got to be a bit cautious here actually, because if they're forced into a corner with that kind of like big tanky kind of buster comp there with the Byron to back it and the max speed to really force that aggression, I think we've got a relatively even draft there. I'm going to start with Crazy Raccoon simply because, I mean, Melody, Charlie, we know what these brawlers can do, but let's give Angelic the chance here. They can definitely make this work.
Flying Hook gets Tensai to the blue star first though, Ark, which puts Crazy Raccoon on a really positive footing early on. Moya more than happy to duel it out with Geki, who is not a particularly high health brawler, but still a real nuisance as they will outrange Charlie for the most part. And of course that Byron super is going to be incredible to dump on a Buster's head, and if you can land hits on your opponents with it, it turns the fight around instantly. Chitapo though, surrounded by a large number of notes, means that those shots are being hit, and I'd be afraid to deal with Melody when she's at full power.
It's been doing a great job on the right-hand side lane, honestly, but now there's a lot of utility on the side of Angelic, and if Geki can just heal at the right time and just really force his push through, and now with the montage made up by Megu as well, bring that montage in to really force the hand. But I mean, look at CR already positioning themselves in quite a cautious way in that top left-hand side, just giving themselves that escape route if they need to get out of that corner here, but still, scrutiny is there. Speed now coming in as well. Angelic going to go for this push. Tampa's weak here. That forced the dash away into the corner, but for the most part, CR looking pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, Angelica looking for a window when those notes aren't up for Chitampo. This would be one of them. He's able to build them up pretty quickly, but again, in the aftermath of that gadget, there's a window where you can actually punish that Melody, and she can't get extra tanky, but they can't find it. And eventually Tensai and Moya can hold their ground. Chitampo doesn't even have to get that aggressive 7 stars to 0 as Crazy Raccoon. We're almost halfway.
A really nice methodical defense there, really, from Crazy Raccoon. But Angelic have got time for one more push here, but not much more than that. Montage coming in now to try to deter the shots from Tensai, and Moya, the 4 stars, has got the cocoon to hand, and he's going to have to use it soon, I think, just to try to deflate some of this. Tensai coming to the right-hand side now, just using that flying hook to try to get some value, but low HP forced back away now. Still 7 stars to the 0. Angelic need to find some kills, and they need to find them now. It's not going to happen. The way that CR just disbanded themselves was perfect. A really nice, clean start for Crazy Raccoon there.
I mean, mobility is a sword that cuts both directions, Ark. It means you can engage. You can get aggressive with this Crazy Raccoon comp. Flying Hook is there. Melody is unbelievably maneuverable in general. But you can also use that to disengage if you have a star lead. Even with the Buster moving into the middle part of the map with that montage to take the space, Crazy Raccoon said, you know what, we're going to back up. We have a star lead. We're not going to let you touch us.
The approach is there, though, for Angelic. That's the thing, but the implementation is just not quite on point, and CR do not look deterred by it whatsoever. They're looking very calm and collected, as to expect from a team that are looking to, land themselves at least a qualifying LCQ. Look at Shatap on that right-hand side, clearing up house. Moya from the left as well. 7 stars already in faster fashion than we saw in the previous game.
Same issue again. How are Angelic going to hold Crazy Raccoon in place long enough to get these stars back? Megu can move into the middle part of the map with a montage. That's all well and good. But Tensai is Flying Hook. Chitampo can dash away. Moya is, well, Charlie, and doesn't really care about someone walking up on them. And again, Chitampo can quickly apply this pressure, gain those notes, and at that point, you cannot kill the Melody. She has 10k HP with the shield and 3 music notes up. This is tough for Angelic to break through. They're going to have a crack at it, though, as Megu steps up and is taking damage from around the edges of that montage cone.
Megu really depending upon these Byron Hills. Look at the flank here as well. Shataba just going in now, and it's the most susceptible time for it, and still not a single star for Angelic. They've got to start to make this comp work, and CR just shutting it down at every single turn now. They're forcing them to the left, and that's not really where Angelic needs to be right now, because they're just lining up everything. It's a hypercharge there for Moya. Megu gonna fall here as well. There's 4 stars now finally for Angelic, but it's just too little too late.
Man, I remember when walls protected you against non-thrower brawlers. That's not the case when Melody is on the field. Chitampo steps up and lets the music note swing through the masonry and find a huge amount of damage. 16 stars for Crazy Raccoon, and Tensai knows only holding 2. He can go aggressive. Chitampo, though, should have looked to capitalize there as Geki turned the fight around with a super. But with 7 seconds left in the round, let's go there from Sago. Tensai is diving on Geki. Another super used by the Byron, and Chitampo had all the stars to his name. That Melody, so unkillable, so tanky, and a lot of unexpected avenues to come in and get these assassinations from that same brawler.
Really solid stuff. You know, I feel like Crazy Raccoon just played it that bit safer, you know, going with some really, really strong brawlers, but brawlers also had a bit more to kind of see through in terms of the strategy. They had options available to them. We had to try to you know, evade the situation. Obviously, that was the plan from Angelic. They wanted to try and run things down with the bus to get the Byron Hills behind it and just really force their hand. And CR were just having none of it. I think that's the key realistically on the map like Hideout, where you're faced up against that kind of comp. You've got to have that escape route. And CR were just very cautious to always land themselves just a little bit towards that mid area when they're going to that far left-hand side. Really, really smart from them. It just meant that they were never going to get fully cornered. And look at the way that they just pinched things out. And in their first game, I mean, every single push that Angelic had was just shut down constantly by Crazy Raccoon. And learnings weren't really there for the second game either.
I mean, you can't learn anything if you're bloody unconscious. I mean, anybody that slept through class knows that is true. Shitapo there is, I think he's demonstrating to us just why high mobility brawlers are so favored by pro players, because the skill ceiling is often much higher than you would otherwise imagine. Shitapo knows exactly how much damage he can afford to take with that gadget. He knows just how powerful he is relative to those other brawlers. The fact you can step up and take a 2v1 against a Byron and a Buster, a tank who can block projectiles, and someone who can heal and has a healing nuke that also does damage. That is, you know, a huge ask to be able to 1v2 against that very powerful combination. But Shitampo finds the window. And early arc we talked about, okay, we could see Angelic, we're looking for Shitampo to like have no notes up and maybe throw a montage up and prevent any more of those from being gained, because it doesn't take long for, you know, Melody to get there. But they just couldn't exploit any of those opportunities. Shitampo is too good. And they're going to move on a hot zone with a bloody headache after that first map.
Yeah, what a tough one to really come back from, because it just wasn't really there for Angelic. The scoreline said it all for me. I mean, I wanted to see more from the Max as well. Sogo had a really terrible game in that respect, and kind of rare to see that kind of aggressive brawler not come back with much to show in terms of the KD. But nonetheless, hot zone can be very unforgiving as well. So if Angelic get a good start, they might be able to make something work here on open business. Bans are in, Sandy, Larry and Laurie, as well as the Melody for Crazy Raccoon, taking no chances with that Melody. I think that's wise. Larry and Laurie again by Angelic, as well as the Amber there as the Nita first pick comes in. Of course, now the hypercharge, bringing Nita into a better spot. The rough span there as well for Angelic. But it's kind of unusual to see Larry and Laurie kind of valued this highly. I think there's kind of better options potentially here. Willow coming in for Crazy Raccoon.
Sorry?
Certainly the mind control can get you off the zone. It's not my favorite kind of throw it in this circumstance, but it's not a bad pick to be said.
I do think that a thrower with an invulnerability window, like Willow has with that dive, is pretty handy on a map like this, because it means you're just harder to shift off the point in general. Combine that with a very powerful long-range healing brawler that can penetrate targets is kind of important when Nita walks up at you behind the Bruce to sort of block that damage. But Rosa here, the tank is going to be picked up now, and Angelic, taking tank a little early here, but feel like Crazy Raccoon don't really have the agency to counter it.
Great follow-up as well. I can understand the strat for sure. I mean, just continuously placing Rosa onto the mid with using the portals. It's very difficult.
Zulan loves this too.
Yeah, it's a bit cheesy for me, a little bit, but it works. And whatever gets you the results that you need, right? That's all that matters. And CR are going to be a bit cautious now. They can obviously use a lot of the mind control and Geki to get him out the zone already. Actually, a really, really solid start. A lot of these shots landing from Moy just to keep everyone low. Follow-ups from the Byron as well. That poison tick down over time. That combination between the Byron and the Willow is going to be quite devastating, I feel.
Yeah, and the M's last pick is very powerful, because Shitampo will always have info about who's moving up through those extra grow light bushes. And you have a good way of slowing the Rosa down, right? With that caustic charisma. Friend Zoner also peels the tank off you if you need to. It also will knock Grey back if they try to hard engage. It's a powerful brawler here. Geki going to try and step up, but there's a lot of damage. Strong stuff being popped, though. You have to outrange that. But Shitampo's been here before. Moya's been getting percentage this whole time.
Lovely walking cane.
It's a shark!
Just to secure the kill. Shark coming in, Shark Bruce just chasing down Moira and actually doing a pretty good job of it as well. Geki the low HP though, Shitama Shishila, and another beautiful walking cane from Sargo. Actually, Angelica now bringing this back, and at the beginning it was all Crazy Raccoon. Now that they've got mid control, now the Rose can really make those marks and just place down more bush. It could be quite good, but a lovely time to be there from Shitama just to be able to turn that situation. That might be enough to open up some space here, bring a bit of a sigh of relief actually and get some control back.
Yeah, Moya has super up as well, so the next time that Geki tries to walk up on them, they can mind control the Rosa and walk her away or keep her in a Caustic Charisma. You know, just keep her outside of that range. She'll be slowed down if she tries to step in and after that mind control expires. Geki is just running it down, baby. And again, legitimate strategy, it may be, but Crazy Raccoon had 3 players that are being healed up by the Byron, and eventually they're able to stave off this somewhat cheesy, but, you know, a popular strategy in multiple regions. I'm looking at you, Tribe. You guys do this, you know it.
We do it all the time in EMEA as well, honestly. It's like one of those...
No one expects honest play from your region, Arc, bro. Don't even get me started.
One of those very strong ladder comps. I like to call it that, because it gets you just flying results, you know, continuously so. Pros tend to know how to go up against it the best, and I think Crazy Raccoon really demonstrated that. It was a close game, though. Let's not deny that. And now, Angelic already getting a much better start, already on the zone. He just almost got some value there onto Shitampo. Boasts over to Moya. Going to burn down now, though. 3 versus 1. Saga's got nowhere to go but out.
I mean, Shitampo, that's 2 walking canes. The first one, Shitampo is able to use a friend zoner to knock themselves away from Geki and vice versa. And the mind control on Geki, again, you're guaranteed to hit the Rosa, which just walks at you like that with that Willow Super. Great value gain from that, but you still need to deal with the Rosa. Tensai even committing to, or willing to commit the Super there. With that gadget, can also hit like a virtual AoE shot with Byron. That is quite powerful here, but CR, they need to regain this control, and Caustic Charisma going to be the key.
It really is. Tensai tapping now, but Smash not going to find a connection either. That's not the result he was looking for. Tried to find as well a connection onto Geki then, just didn't happen. Hypercharge now is going to be disastrous here. The Crazy Raccoon Moya just dives into the ground.
Dive!
Oh, lovely stuff. 2 versus 1, and Shitampo just has to wait now for his team, and they're falling behind.
And Tiger will always have a dimensional door up now. Their Super's been rebuilt once more. Geki could just walk up time and time again. Here's Bruce doing his job, creating enough space here for Angelic to get a comfortable lead. And there's no chance of them losing this round at this rate. They're going to close it out, and we're going to go to a decider here on Hot Zone.
And this can really go either way now, honestly. I mean, if Angelic get that good start like they had in that previous game and just get that mid-control early on, no, it's the recyclability of the spawns that's the key really here for Angelic. They can just get back into the mid so quickly, and if they just coordinate that correctly and ensure that they're always there to support each other to be able to provide that objective power, then CR are going to fall behind. The only thing that CR can realistically do here is get continuously quick takedowns, and now the map's a bit more open. That might actually go in favor of CR here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while for Growlight to, put a relevant amount of cover on that hot zone, which means Geki has to expose themselves if they want to contest. Easy damage for Crazy Raccoon here. And also, there's no Grey Super to set up a dimensional door, so Geki has to do this the old-fashioned way. 2 legs and a heartbeat, baby.
I really feel like that might have been a bit of an error early on here from Angelic, because you can just see now how much...
Tago, no!
Over 50% already for CR.
Tago dives in, tries to get the kill on the Byron, actually can't hit the last shot. Tensai dukes it out, it makes him look like a clown. And Crazy Raccoon are at 68. Nice number. They are climbing here, 75%. Geki going to be brought down. Again, those bushes still aren't really encroaching onto the point itself. Tago does at least get a dimensional door down. Faux fur on the Bruce means that Mega can create a lot of space, even without that hyper-bearing, hyper-charge. But eventually they get picked off. Moya gets that long-range thrower damage. Walking Cane, though, connects on Shitampo. But Tensai and Moya are more than happy to at least feign a position of strength, moving up to 87%.
Oh, Hypercharge coming in again for Geki. He's getting so much value, but surely to get taken care of now. No, he's still alive. 329 HP and stays in the mix. Mega as well with a nice pickup. Has now Hypercharge as well, and that's going to provide more time for Angelic to keep the control to gain back this deficit. CR are running a really risky game here. They only need 13%, but time is not on their side right now. There's too many bodies for them to deal with. Too much HP.
But Geki just walked off the point because they got no choice. Mind controlled and having to walk away. Taken out of the game by Willow for a number of seconds, and that's enough of a window there for Crazy Raccoon to secure the win on that map. Some good gameplay, enjoyable to watch here. I think that the Nita and the Rosa composition is very powerful. You know, whether it's Rosa just being unkillable with Grasping Vines and Nita having like a 10k power Bruce with the damage reduction of Faux Fur. So that is a ridiculous amount of health, you know, larger than almost any brawler outside of, I guess, Frank. But yeah, you don't want to be messing with that. It makes sense, but that Ems comp is really good. It's damage, it's over a wide area. The Grow Light never really got far enough onto the point to allow these Angelic guys to get ahead.
Yeah, I think the Ems was the best answer that CR could have hoped for. And that might have been something which Angelic could have maybe, you know, foreseen within the bans. I mean, it really is ideally the brawler you want to have on your team against this very comp. So, I mean, instead of maybe banning the Larry and Laurie that I wasn't massively a fan of, that might have been a shout. I like the draft style though from Angelic there. It was quite smart by going with the Nita first pick. It didn't really give away much and give CR much of a head start as to what their strategy might have been in that regard. But ultimately, it was these swift takedowns that CR were able to really capitalize on, certainly in games 1 and 3. Game 2 was a much more convincing one for Angelic, but I think that Ems really did wonders. Shitambo played it perfectly, just provided the space that the team needed to have. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected to see, because 14 kills, 432 DPS. I mean, he is the best answer to Rosa, and that was the thorn in Angelic's side.
But Tensai is also healing arc. And they have 402 DPS. Yeah. What is that about, mate? That is absolutely disgusting. Moira as well, some really clutch mind controls being used to walk Geki backwards off the point and basically use the Rosa against Angelic to go and blow Sago up, because quite often the Grey's playing pretty close to the Rosa, making sure the dimensional door is always available to get her into the fight. But when Geki decides to start punching his teammates, that is where Saga really struggles. And there was like a dive. Remember that dive that Saga uses with all? I think they get Tensai low and they're like, I've got to go for this. I've got to jump in. They dive in with the dimensional door. They miss a bunch of shots. They don't get the kill. That's where it all seems to go wrong. So, composure for Angelic must be regained heading into last stop.
It really must. I mean, they're definitely itching closer towards getting a set win, though. It's got to be said, they're not looking like they're making big blunders or errors. I mean, it's very close games for the most part, and CR just have that ice in their veins today. I mean, if they get through to the semis, they then lock themselves in with a guaranteed LCQ spot. You can sense that. There is a definite feeling that I'm sort of seeing with the gameplay that I'm witnessing, that they are locked in, very much so. The drafts have been really, really solid. Been seeing through some of the strategy along the way as well and dealing with it accordingly. Jean coming in as well now for Angelic as their first brawler pick. Bans being the Draco ban as well, and the Amber and the Max. The Melody, the Charlie, and the Angelo. All good bans for me, actually. Nice to see Sandy, though, has scaped through those bans, and that is a very, very strong brawler. And you can see with the ban rates there as well, the second highest. So no surprises there. Crow as well. We see that a lot in North America. It can get some great value on this map specifically, and the hypercharge is devastating.
Yeah, that amount of damage that Crow can put out with that sort of the knives from that super returning. We've seen it on a heist, for example. It's unbelievable. There are a lot of brawlers there that just can deliver a huge amount of burst damage in a pinch. Jean feels very good here on last stop, right? A generally very safe mid, very self-sufficient. Only a 40% win rate on last stop. So I think anybody worth their salt would say, yeah, seems good here, but the stats haven't really supported the case for Jean in general. So getting Sandy, obviously very powerful pick here. Byron comes in. So you have multiple candidates for mids. You have multiple healers as well between Magic Puffs and Byron being Byron. We'll see Otis locked in here for Angelic. So really powerful side laner, consummate duelist, and Fat Spider can be pretty clutch here, especially with those indestructible boxes on either side of the map.
Otis is a weird pick, though, honestly. It kind of senses to me like that Angelic are seeing something within the scrims and the data that Crazy Raccoon like to run. They're kind of a bit prepared for having that tank counter, really. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad map for Buster, to be honest. I really like that brawler and how it can operate.
8-bit. 8-bit.
It's definitely a worthy mid. I think that the Crazy Raccoon have got the Crow already, so they might be opting to have that as their mid, but it can certainly go on the aggressive, and you don't really want that with the gems. Mega to come in for Crazy Raccoon, and that's probably going to be their mid choice then. And
that's such a Shitapo pick. These guys cannot help themselves. I don't know if I've seen any team pick Miss Meg more often than Crazy Raccoon. They were doing it in Paris, bro. Like, every time they possibly could. And that was when Meg used to like decay. Her health would decay down inside the Meg constantly. She wouldn't start with it here. So they've always been a huge fan of this pick here. And you've got a very powerful mid with two side laners that are really terrifying to go up against Arc. This is a pretty nasty comp for CR.
Certainly a winning one, but that Gene might be able to bring something to the table. It does have that low win rate, which does make me a little bit concerned and does tend to struggle a bit against the tankier brawlers. But one pull is all it takes to get those gems back into your side of the map. But it is 4 gems in the pocket of Crazy Raccoon so far, and doing a pretty good job of keeping that control as well. So I'm pushing the right-hand side. Moya very low here as well, so be cautious here to heal up and does so accordingly now. But yeah, not really a showing so far from Angelic. They've got to get more control, got to get some taps in, lower HP.
Who steps up to this Meg? Tensai, I believe, can just do whatever he wants. Oh, that double stun is beautiful. I mean, look, you can't argue with that. A Magic Hand got used and you still secure a trade. Now Tensai can collapse onto the right, get rid of that very annoying Otis, which lets Moya play forward and be a real nuisance with his ticking poison damage.
Standstill at the perfect moment in time as well. The gems are dropping and that pull needs to be now, but now Tensai's back in mech and that might be the worst time to pull. It was really, oh, he's gonna go for it, but there's by the toolbox. Beautiful timing, really, wasn't it, from CR there? And now running away with the gems. Tensai is safe and sound. Moya's got 2 for safe measure and can just go on the aggressive regardless. It'll be very tough to reset this for Angelic now.
Shitaba's living his best life. He has permission to int now that Tensai is sat on 10 gems. We even get a super swing there from Meg. Oh, that's how you know that CR are absolutely chilling. They picked a mid that is not only safe, but also terrifying, devastating in close quarters. And neither the Byron nor Gene can even step up to contest for these gems. Even when the gems fall on their side of the map, they're like, nope, can't walk up against that Meg. That pick has absolutely gutted them.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling the synergy between the Byron and the Gene either on the side of Angelic. Let's see that they can start to bring a bit more to the table. They are making some adaptations a little bit here, just really forcing that left-hand side lane, bringing the Otis into the equation. Tensai already low and have forced out a gadget early on. They need to do that. They need to put pressure on Tensai, force out these gadgets, as that's going to be the very thing that's going to be able to allow the Gene to come into motion. Now out of mech as well, much earlier stage in the game, with the low HP is forcing them back, and the control really is still in that mid with CR.
Tama's pushed up here. Got to be an absolute nuisance. Whether it's gadget activation or just constant spam. Oh, okay. That is very rude use of super, if you'll excuse the pun there. Shitampa better throw the Sandstorm on Angelic's side of the map. Deny them basically all that space, and they don't really have anywhere else to go. Their Otis is carrying the gems. Not exactly where you want them in general. Magic Hand and Mute both used in order to get Shitampa, who wasn't carrying any gems. That were just being an aggressive laner. Tensai wants to walk away from this. This is a little ugly. Moya those are to dive in and able to find 2 easily. Crazy Raccoon are on a different level.
It's just looking so straightforward, isn't it? CR looking so comfortable, and you wouldn't believe it. This match will secure them an LCQ spot, and they've done it. There's not getting any time for Angelic to bring this one back. Crazy Raccoon proceeds to the semis, and they guarantee themselves a spot at the last chance qualifier.
And let's be real, Ark, they aren't going to LCQ. They don't need to be there. With a win in the semi-finals, they're going to qualify for Worlds. And with how they've gone over the last few months, that is very much on the cards for this team. It's a dynasty in Asia and the APAC region in general. Crazy Raccoon, they know just as well as we do, it wouldn't be Worlds without them.
100%, and the way they're playing today, they deserve to go to Worlds. I mean, you can tell that they are genuinely just so locked in. Last month they slipped in the semis, so there's that just in the back of their minds, I'd imagine, but they are really eyes on the prize. They know that today can just lock themselves in and just take the edge off. They don't want to go to the next monthly final, the final one of this season, with any question marks. They want to be able to just ensure it today. And I mean, when you look back at this very matchup in March in the grand finals, when it was a 3-2, victory in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but nonetheless a very close match. It's looked a night and day difference as Crazy Raccoon today. They're looking like the team to beat so far.
Talk to me about this, this last pick Meg in mid for Tensai, because I don't see how Angelic was supposed to do anything about this.
It's definitely always a very solid mid. I think the Otis wasn't really the answer. I think the Gene kind of always gave them that a little bit of an issue, to be completely honest, because it just was an early pick. It meant that there's not really much that they could do with it when the Meg showed its face, and I think that there's better options. Like you mentioned, the 8-bit. I think the 8-bit here is a really, really viable brawler. It would have absolutely shredded through the Meg. I mean, we've kind of passed the days of Nanny mid, I feel, despite me really liking Nanny as a mid, and that would have played in amazingly well into the Meg. It would have been obviously counter-drafted along the way, as the Meg was that final pick from Crazy Raccoon, but you know, realistically, that was the nail in the coffin, and Angelic just kind of just committed to an idea too soon that just didn't prevail in the end.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but I think half the issue as well is Shitampo playing very aggressively on that Sandy, giving very little room to both Megu and Geki, who are playing close together. So not only are you dealing with a Meg mid who is constantly spamming you down, you have a Sandy walking up on you, supering in your spawn, throwing up the pins, getting double stuns with the gadget. It's an absolute nightmare for Angelic, and their run, perhaps somewhat predictably, will end here. I think the consolation, though, is that they are currently sitting third in circuit points. They get, obviously, 35 points by default for making it to monthly finals. You know, like, that is going to be decent. It's going to take them, to like 250, 260. They do need to worry about Coco Loco, but, you know, I would say that an LCQ spot for Angelic is very much on the cards here still. Even if they haven't secured that yet, as we know Crazy Raccoon have done so, they're looking okay. They've had a pretty good year so far with 70 points in March and I think 50 in May. So can't be too upset about that. You're going up against the Juggernauts in the first match. It's going to get ugly.
Yeah, you mentioned Coco Loco as well. We got some Stream B stuff we'll get into in a bit. That might actually help them out a little bit. I feel like Angelic are a team which deserve an LCQ spot. That I will say, and I really hope for them that they're able to really, bring out that last monthly final with a bang and get back to those grand finals where they were at the very beginning of this season. But for newer faces to the region, I feel like they've done a fantastic job of demonstrating that they can go the distance with the big dogs. And despite today not being that day, I feel like they can absolutely still secure LCQ as long as they can just kind of work on some things in the meantime.
They're a remarkably consistent team. It's been a pleasure to see them so far. Folks, we're going to go to a break, but before we do, event.brawlstars.com. You head over to the B stream because there is definitely some action still going as there are quarterfinals that still need to be resolved. Wiggly Spoo is covering those matches. And we're going to be back here, of course, as we look towards our semi-finals. Remember, for Crazy Raccoon, a win in the semis guarantees them a slot out Worlds. There's a lot to play for today. It's not even the last bloody monthly final. It's all happening here at APAC. We'll see you on the other side of this break for more.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
こんにちは、ナビのあちゃくです。今日は皆さんに初心者の方がプロになるためのアドバイスを3人でやっていきます。よろしくお願いします。
Achapi, how to choose teammates for the game?
仲のいい友達だったり、あとはクラブとかで人を探すのが一番早いかもしれません。
Levi, how to learn to pick brawlers, ultimates, and gadgets correctly?
強いキャラクター、自分が全てキャラクターを使って、どのキャラにも対応できるような一番強いなって感じるキャラクターを選ぶのと、アルティメットとガジェットは実際に複数あるものを使ってみて、自分が使いやすい方だったり強いと思った方を使うべきだと思います。
Shizuku, where can you gain experience for playing in tournaments?
いや、マンスリーファイナル、マンスリー予選は誰でも出場できるので毎月あるんで、それに出るべきだと思います。あとは他の小さな大会が、多分 Twitter、X とかで開催されていると思うので、それを見つけたら出るぐらいですね。
Achapi, how can you find tournaments?
はい、X で、ブロスターのことについて調べたらその大会とかちょくちょく出てくるのと、あとは多分ブロスターのゲーム内でゲーム内のニュースみたいなとこ開いたら開催されてる情報とか知れるかもしれないんで、そことかも見るといいと思います。
Levi, how much time should be devoted to the game to become an esports player?
個人差はあると思うんですけど、1日本当に数時間以上はしないとダメだと思います。で、 合計は本当にわかんないです。
Shizuku, how do you think what should be done to get noticed and invited to a strong roster? Because as practice shows, many talents remain unnoticed.
X を入れて、その X とかで自分がうまくいったスーパープレーとかをガンガン載せることによって、その X も伸び出したら有名選手とかともつながれて、そこから DM で誘われたりじゃないですか。あとは有名人とフレンドになって一緒にブロスターをプレイする。
Achapi, there is an opinion that to start a career, one should not play for the team, but for oneself, be selfish and stand out as much as possible. Do you agree with that?
はい、最初の頃はチームの連携というよりも自分がやるべきことだったり、自分が目立つようなポジションをやる方が、その後強い人に誘われたりだとかする可能性もあると思うので、まずは最初の頃は自分のプレーを最優先というか目立つようなプレーをするといいと思います。
How do you think? Is it important to develop media content?
はい、多くの自分のファンをつけるためにも必要かなとは思っています。
What type of content and on which platforms did you watch when you started to play?
YouTube だったり Twitch、あとは X を利用して見てます。はい、プロの人がYouTube で動画を出してる解説動画、キャラの解説動画だったりをよく見てました。
Levi, what difficulties arise in the work of an esportsman?
大変なことはないんですけど、楽しいってよりかは頭を使ってゲームをするってことが主になってくるので、そういう面では大変かもしれません。
Shizuku, why do esportsmen have health problems and how to deal with them?
睡眠は別に全然取れるんで大丈夫なんですけど、ご飯が自炊しないとダメなんで、野菜とか栄養が取れないんで、そういう時はコンビニで野菜のあれを買います。野菜パックみたいなとか、R1 を毎日飲むようにします。
Achapi, if you can't get into esports but you really want to and work hard, what should you do in such cases? How to rethink your goals and dreams?
まずは諦めずにブロスターをひたすらやり続けて、困った時は YouTube を使って、プロの方とかの動画をひたすら見たら、少しは何か見つかるかなと思うんで、そういう方法もあると思います。
What are your best and worst moments in esports?
はい、まず最高だった瞬間は大会で勝つことです。勝った時が一番最高でした。で、最悪なことは、練習をあまりしないで大会に臨んで負けた時がとても最悪な気分でした。以上です。
最高な瞬間は知名度が上がったなって思う時で、最悪な瞬間は長い飛行機です。
はい、嬉しいのは、友達が増えました。で、ちょっと待ってくださいね。悪いことは、知名度がやっぱり増えると、変なコメントされるので、それがダメですね。
One thing that motivates you to work on yourself every day.
はい、自分は毎月大会があるので、そのために頑張ってます。
昔、お前弱いなって言われた人を見返すために頑張ってます。
ナビに入ったのと、仲いい人たちには負けたくないっていうのがあるので、頑張ってます。
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, everybody, to to the Brawl Stars Championship 2024, powered by Snapdragon Pro Series. That's right, we are back. And we are bigger than ever because everything's bitter and threatened, baby. That's right, we love our food bland, we love our king, and we love some good brawl. Good to be here with you, of course. Uber Arc ready, set now, heading into our semi-finals. We've just seen, we saw Na'Vi make it through that first quarter-final. Just brush off, guys. Just pretend like it didn't happen. Just lie back and think it didn't. We just saw Crazy Raccoon.
Cyberbullying going on here.
It's just not easy. Listen, I'm just trying to relate to my mate because I've not talked to him for months. Absolute bloody months. And here he is talking to me about fish chips in the break. It made me hungry. What else do you expect me to do? FA Nidug takes on Na'Vi in our first semi-final. They went the distance against Coco Loco 3-2. That is your last month's champions getting eliminated in the quarterfinals. So very APAC of them, if I'm honest. So FA Nidug, with a previous world champion, definitely a scary prospect, going up against a Na'Vi who, I don't know, guys, looked a little shaky arc in that first. I say that because they dropped the set with a dodgy draft. It happens, but it shook my faith a little bit, Arc. I'm going to be honest.
I think that's a valid point, to be honest. And FA Nidug coming in really wants to prove a point, and they did just that. I mean, Coco Loco had a match point in the fourth set, also, just to say, and it was very back and forth. You'd expect that Coco Loco would have been able to secure that based on last month, but they had some close games last month as well. Prior to the grand finals, they went 3-2 every step of the way. So it's very similar to what they've been like in previous games, but today was not their day. And for FA Nidug, of course, very accomplished players. You've got Kuru, a world champion of 2022. I mean, that comes with a great amount of experience to the table. But for the predictions, it's a tough one to call. It really is, and I agree. Na'Vi should have been a bit cleaner, I feel, in that quarterfinal stage.
All right, ready, set. How about you and your bloody keep, lad? Talk me through your predictions, fam. Na'Vi, you have taken down Nidug. Now, that's fair, right? I have gone for a little bit of a flyer.
Yeah.
But after Rival just dismantled that Revenant Esports team, made them look like clowns, turned them into the Brawl Stars equivalent of a salted pretzel fresh out the oven. Do you think they're going to take down Crazy Raccoon in the second semi-final? That is audacious.
Goodness. Is that what I predicted? Oh, you know what? I guess.
Did you black out?
That is what I predicted. Oh, that's so insane. And this whole time I've said, oh, Crazy Raccoon are going to take it. No, I'm going to stick with it.
But you're such a quirky free spirit. I love that for you.
I know. Here's what I will say about Rival. They have the potential to play upset here. We already discussed that Crazy Raccoon are locked in for LCQ. The only thing that stands in their way now, if they want to go to Worlds, is Rival, because of a weird interaction where Coco Loco actually lost, which means that Crazy Raccoon just needs to beat Rival to lock in World Finals. They don't even have to play in quals next month. They can lock World Finals here and now if they beat Rival. And yeah, I suppose I said Rival are gonna beat them, so let's see it.
Okay, all right. That is kind of crazy, right? How often in Brawl history, maybe once or twice, have we had a team go, you know what, let's just have a holiday. Let's just not play one of the 5 monthly finals because we've already guaranteed a world final spot. That is absurd. Knowing them, they're probably still going to play because, I mean, come on, the Org's paying for them to go to
Who doesn't like money?
Hong Kong. Yeah, yeah, money's great. And money's pretty bloody good. Like, honestly, even I think you get $2.5 grand. I think if you even lose in that first game here, so pretty significant incentive to continue playing, even if you have enough circuit points to be going on with. But I want to zero in a little bit on this upcoming match, guys, because FA Nidug have not been in the picture so far. I think we kind of talked to Ark about it earlier, so I want to get you to weigh in on this ready set. Is there, I can't remember calling it this, but is there upset potential here? Kuru X Zeta Zero going up against members from that same very organization. Is there upset potential here for FA Nidug?
I mean, honestly, I would certainly say so. There's a lot of hype surrounding this roster. Obviously, like world champion, people of Ryohei in particular who played in LCQ for Team Flash last year. But Ghost T is really kind of the new hotness here. A lot of discourse actually on the Japanese side of things, not in the English-speaking world, about Ghost T, who's supposedly like a prodigy player, but this is his first monthly final that we've seen him in this year. Now, we already saw them get off to a good start by taking down Coco Loco. I think Coco Loco may have underestimated what FA Nidog was ready to bring to the table, given that they won a monthly final last month. Now, obviously, they're coming into this with preparation, but I'm still pretty flabbergasted personally by the fact that FA Nidog managed to shut these guys down and played upset enough to potentially lock in Worlds for Crazy Raccoon today.
So that is what we're dealing with here. FA Nidog, at this point, I think, don't really have the... okay, I love the energy. Keep that coming, Kuru. FA Nidog are not in a position really to contend for a world final spot right now. They have a total of, checking, 75 total circuit points, I think. That is including what they would get, you know, maybe even more because they made it to the semis, but they had 75 coming into today. Let's talk about Na'Vi, who coming into this tournament today were in 6th place in APAC with 180 circuit points. Now, that is only 50 points away from an LCQ spot. But let's be real. They need to basically win this monthly final to be in that top 4 before we go into next month's monthly final for this region.
And one thing we can say is that they have. They've won in April. That was the only multi-final that they qualified for, but they won the whole thing. And that's more than we can say, realistically, for their opposition. For FA Nidog, they haven't qualified for a single monthly final until this month. For Navi, it's definitely been not the performance that I was expecting from them. I was expecting more consistency. And I think that they've made some adaptations along the way that kind of reflect that they had to make some changes along the way. But certainly, you know, this is quite a close matchup in that regard. I mean, FA Nidog they haven't really had much of the performance. They've had some tough qualifying stages as well, but they should really have made more monthly finals. But the same could be said for Navi as well. You know, certainly though, you know, Navi did topple Crazy Raccoon in April in that grand finals. That is a huge feat for them. Along the way as well, Revenant Esports, 3R Gaming, they've had some good results. I think this one is actually quite close for all intents and purposes. I'm siding still with Navi, but there's every possibility that FA Nidog might be bringing the fire here today.
There it is, the stage is set. Looks like Na'Vi have relocated to get a little bit of vitamin D, which I cannot recommend more highly. Very important now is, again, it can be a long day. Shout out as well. We do have the what do you call the thumb things, guys? You know,
thumb socks.
I'm not a broad native. Thumb socks? For real?
Claw socks on the left side. And I see one's branded with reject from last year on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously, you know, Levy, right? His previous roster. But we digress. We'll talk about that a little bit later as LCQ becomes relevant. Right now, it's all about Arc and Ready Set taking you into FA Nidog versus Na'Vi. Take it away.
Beach ball. Brawl Ball, then always the tough one in terms of those drafts is to ensure that you get the right bans ready. As you were saying earlier, Ready Set, like about how like there's just so many prevalent brawlers now in the meta that can be very viable and very scary to be had that you can't ban them all.
This is an interesting draft map as well. In my notes, I have written down Mr. P as a potential ban here, which is kind of unthinkable. What are you doing picking Mr. P here? Now, the things have changed up a little bit now with the introduction of like Draco and Lily. I don't really expect to see Lily. Draco, yes, gotta see that in the bans 100%. Though I will remark that we saw a Draco in the B stream, and it did not do so hot. I think the reason it wasn't banned is because it was safe zone. Nonetheless, over here on Beach Ball, we see this early berry selection, which actually also did not work out well. Last time we saw it picked early on in the draft, it got run down quite quickly with a Buzz in particular. Now that the speed is available for Navi, I really do trust in the mobility of Navi's composition to deal quite well into the Larry.
Yeah, Drake is certainly a brawler that is a bit map dependent, and this is certainly a map where he does warrant the ban in my opinion. Yeah, maybe not in safe zone, pretty wide open map. Not sure kind of what they were thinking about in that regard. Maybe just try and overthrow with some heals, but certainly, you know, this is a brawler which is very, very strong, especially with combination of various other healing ideas, hence the kit ban as well on the side of FA Nidog. Definitely Larry and Laurie getting a lot more play than I was expecting to see today, to be completely honest, and very much highly considered in the picks and ban stage. Buster, a very, very solid pick coming in now for FA Nidug as well. The slow-mo replay to be able to really suck in your opposition, to be able to ensure those goals. Such a key component. The montage as well, of course, be able to push forwards and really assert your authority, and the tankiness. But it is being played into a Cordelius. That's my concern there. And clearly, FA Nidug feel very confident in doing so, otherwise they wouldn't be picking it into that Cordelius. But I'm liking what Navi have got so far. The Max, obviously, you know, brawler that's really shone a lot since the introduction of a hypercharge, and Cordelius on this map has a great amount of advantage points too. So Surge coming in for now. I gotta say, Surge is a very good brawler right now. We saw it continuously banned all monthly final long last month in prevalent regions such as North America and EMEA, and now it's being left open a little bit. As like you say, there's too many brawlers to consider highly on those ban sides, that Surge has got a very good place in the meta.
Yeah, I wonder, this last selection honestly could be the buzz again, low-key. I do fear... Okay, Jackie. I was also thinking Jackie could cook, but then I saw the Surge and I began to question it. No, Jackie absolutely runs this down 100%. Once you have the max speed, Jackie has a hypercharge, as well as a gadget that literally just makes you faster. The only thing that could really be good into Jackie here is the Surge. He's not going to be like super dominant until overtime, should we go there, because these walls are not breaking down. No one has any form of wall break. So the Jackie's going to run basically straight at the Larry and the Buster. Buster does not have the damage to kill this Jackie if she runs straight forward. The reason for that is, I mean, also tip in general for Buster, he's just pretty bad into stuff that he can't three-shot, so enemy tanks can be a huge issue for him. We'll see how a choppy, Levi over here on this Jackie on the bottom right navigates this. Looks like people are trying to avoid him for the time being, but once he gets in position, he's going to be absolutely monstrous. Ghosty picks up quite an easy kill there on the top left versus a Cordelius. Sort of an unlikely interaction for him to win so effectively. Ryohi also trying to get that combo. Might have been better pass to Ghost T instead of forward, but it looks like they'll still get this goal if they can get past Levi.
Lovely super there, and the ball just passed away. That's such a great defense. Phase shift as well, just to stay in the mix a little bit longer, but pressure is still on. FA Nidug are on a very, very good spot. Navi just coming out now, though. And, you know, I've got to say that was looking like a surefire goal, so it was massive credit to Levy to be able to ensure that defense stood. And just trying to get this ball clear now. I'm kind of curious as to what the gadget might be for Rio here as well. I'm assuming maybe Power Shield, just simply because we haven't really seen him utilize that additional SPAC early on. He was very slow and sluggish for the early moments there. Whoa! Suzuki coming in. Whoa! 2, and now with a surefire shot on the goal as well. Beautiful from him.
My God, man smelled blood in the water. He sees an enemy on 1 HP and he's like, nah, that's gonna be me. Phase shifter in. We'll see the hypercharge popped once again here from Levi. Actually, good defense from Ryohi, who's gonna stymie this charge forward. Choppy's left alone all the way on aggro. Potential pinch in between Ghost T and Ryohi here on the bottom right. We'll see Kuru also throw down the super, but Levi prepares for a push in from the left side. Complete denial. He didn't get a single shot off of that. Now Ryohi is on ball duty. We'll see Larry actually get the kill on Suzuki, which is not quite that frequent that you see the Larry clone get a kill. Nonetheless, a 3v1 over here. Unfortunately, they're facing into Jackie, but they can still manage to make it through. They just have to tank Suzuki, and he snipes the ball. Oh, he's going to run it to the other side.
That is absolutely disgusting. You can't be letting that happen. Suzuki with a beautiful takedown, steals the ball. Oh my word. What a game from that boy.
It's not often that you see the goalie make a kick across the entire field for a goal. But my friends, that is what we just witnessed. Suzuki is on a rampage right now. He will go after an enemy that is one tap. He'll phase shift her in, just not a second thought. Man is seeing just red right now. He sees a goal from a mile away, and he went for it. Levi now pushes in for a goal. We'll see excellent gadget from Ghost T, who actually gets taken down from the right flank by Suzuki, where he also diffs things in the Shadow Realm. Choppy was quite hasty with that one. See Suzuki now try to retreat to the backlines once more to charge up a super and provide the defense that his team needs. Or perhaps he'll stay on aggro. This man is a lone ranger on the right side, and he's going for the kills.
Honestly, Suzuki playing out of his mind, but even he will not be enough to ensure that goal does not go through. So putting one on the board now for FA Nidug. I'm just still curious what this gadget is for Ryohi. I haven't seen him use a single one on this Surge pick in any of the moments that we've seen so far. But I mean, Surge is going to play really well into Jackie. So I mean, they can just keep this ball back and just keep that range advantage going. But they want to try to secure things, bring it forwards a bit more, and I don't mind that either. Just try and get this game locked and shopped. Let's see now. Buster on the right-hand side. Not going to find much value there from the montage, but the ball in a precarious position. There's a slow-mo replay, the takedown as well. But Suzuki again, base shift, hypercharge, and that man's still going. Super as well, but couldn't quite get away. There was a moment there, a world where he could have passed the wall and used the super to get more of a distance from Ryohi. But nonetheless, I mean, he is so dangerous on this max pick. He can't turn it back.
He's not just playing defense or like control or anything either. I mean, getting supers onto his team can seem at times to be the least of his worries. He's going for the aggro plays, pass up to Levi, but the denial from Kuru. Choppy's still gonna go for it, but nonetheless, a kill from Kuru. Navi are keeping up this unrelenting aggression, but it's costing them their gadgets. They still seem to have a couple brawlers with gadgets remaining, and Choppy doesn't have one personally. We'll see Levi snag this ball. Excellent defense from Ryohi. Ghost T pushes around the right side for a big pinch onto a Choppy. And it's just Suzuki on defense. He's only one tap. One goal already for FA Nidug. They walk this one in. That aggression from Navi did not pay off this time. They got to be ready to play more as a team on defense.
Yeah, you just can't leave it up to Suzuki all alone. I mean, that's the thing there, really, isn't it? Because, I mean, he's everywhere at the moment. He's going the aggressive, he's there for the defenses, but certainly, you know, Navi just forcing themselves forwards there. But, I mean, it just wasn't quite enough. I mean, all tied up now, and very tense game realistically here, but I just feel like if FA Nidug just, you know, turn their back a little bit, then Suzuki's just going to follow up and ensure that goal. It's a good start so far, pushing the ball slowly forwards, but it's Ryohi that got my eye on realistically here. He does need to get that stack up quickly, get that additional range, get this additional speed as well. That's such a key, vital component to the Surge pick.
Oh, nice goal there from Ghost T with the use of the gadget. And we saw also Levi rush to reposition himself to snag himself on an obstacle so that he was able to pick up the ball, shorten the duration of that stun, but it didn't work out. Levi still tries to go for it, sucked in once again by that gadget. Suzuki, this time he's gonna get the ball yoinked from his clutches from Kuru, who still seeks to complete the kill on the backlines. We'll see Suzuki fall. And a Choppy still hanging on to his super. Who's going to put in the Shadow Realm? Well, not Ghost T. Catches him lacking around the left side. Navi seem to be struggling on the defense as they're constantly playing aggro, and it's like 1 versus 3 every single time they go for a push.
Well, Chappie has got the Realm to hand, as that might prove to be valuable in these defensive moments. Didn't quite catch the speed, though, there from Suzuki, but pushing forwards nonetheless. But Levi is getting absolutely tapped here by Ryohi, and now Chappie forced into the Realm. Both sides quite low here. Ball being pushed forwards, gradually sown. Again, Suzuki always there for the defense, but low HP now might be in a bit of trouble here, actually. So Levi coming into helping hand things and does find some value, but not really enough. 3 versus 1 now, and this could be a set going the way here. It's a pass through, and it is there. FA Nidug have just stolen it from the clutches of Navi.
That was an absolute theft. Yes, the celebration is warranted, and you got to keep that blood pumping for the next ones. That's stellar from FA Nidug. It looked so clean for Navi through game number 1. They absolutely ran away with it. Unbelievable. Suzuki was a monster as well on this max. He was able to run it across the entire field, but I think really, yes, they're cool plays, but there's one crucial thing that underlies all of them, which is that they require your enemy to make a mistake in those moments. And once we saw Nidug hammer out those mistakes, we saw Navi actually start to spam things that kept not working, basically. They had their offense completely scattered all over the place. Usually you'll have, like, okay, we'll play along the line of scrimmage, but Navi are just all over the place, and it got them pretty close to the goal proximity-wise, but it didn't get them close to scoring a goal objective-wise.
Yeah, you raised a really valid point there, honestly. But I mean, just because of the plays that Suzuki made, I feel like, you know, Navi deserved the win almost. It was just beautiful. I mean, play of the day material right there, honestly, because he just did it time and time again. But like you say, rightly so, that's kind of more to say about Navi and how they were letting things slide a bit too much until they started to knuckle down and realize that they just couldn't keep letting that kind of thing happen. There's some great defensive moments as well from Suzuki, but just not enough of a team effort really from me. He really was the shining star, but that's that's not enough. You've got to really all come together, and we saw this time and time again, right? That 3 versus 1 scenario, which just ensured the goal, and without those members still standing for those defenses, it's only a matter of time before they're going to seal the deal.
I think we saw like tiny mistakes from Navi at times as well. One that stuck out to me was Levi was trying to defend a goal versus Ghost T, and he was not able to get around an obstacle in time to keep himself from being stunned by the Buster gadget for an extended duration. If he had made it around that little barrel in front of the goal, he would have stopped that entire goal from happening, and we would have probably been having a different discussion right now. That said, stellar stats here for Nidug. What a turnaround. We saw this all-out aggression from Navi, and really that was the only asset that they had was speed, because they weren't working with a lot of range or DPS at a respectable range. Nidug were able to play this control. Check out Ryohi over here with 376 DPS. I also looked to Kuru for some impressive stuff, and Ghost T, of course, with a bunch of kills. Though they weren't able to do much into this Larry and the Surge once they started going. Once they were out of speed, they had no play.
Yeah, you mentioned coming into the match about Ghost T being that kind of prodigy, player in the region coming through as the age of 16 now, able to compete on this level. And I mean, those stats do say that kind of similar story. I was a bit on the fence really, and still am, because simply, when you look at the roster, Ryohi as well, Kuru, they're just so established in the scene and have been for many years. So it's so unusual to see the team really struggle this year to get a monthly final, qualification. I mean, that's why I just have my reservations, because that was the play that I wasn't really aware of. But so far, if they keep this up, we could be seeing potentially a huge upset here occurring. Again, as we mentioned, the FA Nidug really below on the points, not really able to achieve too much now, unless things go drastically wrong for others and everything right for them. And let's see. I mean, crazier things have happened in the BSC over the years. We know that. Bans are in for Hot Potato Crow, the Amber, the Carl pick now coming in for FA Nidug as well is a very, very aggressive idea, but no truck ban, and it is banned 74% of the time. That's a concern for me right now, and Navi should absolutely be considering it. They're going to be going with Buzz, which I guess achieves a similar idea. I still prefer the Chuck myself, but Melody, Crow, and Colette are good bans from FA Nidug to the Crow, Amber, and Ruffs of Navi.
Okay, here's the Nita for Navi. So it looks like the approach is basically going to be for, of course, Chuck is absolutely still in this conversation. It can still be picked. Navi can play defense and farm bears off of it. A hypercharged bear is an absolute sight to behold. Rico can deal with it. Carl is going to have a bit of a tougher time dealing with it, I believe. See what Nidug go for. They want to also have some kind of reaction to the Buzz that pretty much hard counters Carl, since he has stun on lock so frequently and can still compete at the range that Carl would like to operate at if he is countered in close range. Last selection, do they go for something that's going to be good into the Nita? A thrower is a possible option because there's no wall break here. They're going to go for Barley as their final one. So I agree with this. I think that Barley can still find some weakness into Buzz, though.
I don't understand why no one picked Chuck, honestly. It blows my mind, especially when you consider that statistic of 74% of a ban rate. It's there for a reason. I mean, it's kind of a weird one in APAC that I've seen in the past, where in previous months, when Chuck wasn't picked, and then it just... I don't know. It's a weird one for me, but nonetheless, both sides clearly feel competent, with what they've got going on, and let's see how it fares. I mean, I've seen that Chuck brings so much to the table in terms of that aggressiveness, that ability just to keep going on the offense. But both sides maybe want to play a bit more defense. I like the aggressiveness of this Buzz though from Navi, so let's see what that can do from the side of Levy.
Okay, Levy getting taken down, and he went for another one on Kuru. Managed to get his super off of that one. He's creating the control around these bushes, but honestly, I don't think Suzuku and Choppy were going to be able to push into those anyways. We'll see Levy around the left, also equipped with the super. Doesn't really have a good angle on Kuru, who's making good use of these walls. No wall break as well, which makes Barley even stronger here. Levi from downtown goes for the kill on Ryohi. It ends up ringing true for Suzuku and locks in some damage on the safe. Kuru also low on health. We'll see Suzuku go for the kill and some damage on the safe. This is actually a pretty good Imps pick, it looks like.
Ems can get so much value, and it's always been a staple diet in this region as well. Oh, double stun inbound from Levy. Oh my word! The barrage from the Rico there just seals it, but that was disgusting, and he's not done yet. Hypercharge now in and doing the Spider-Man around the map. Going to find Ghost T as well now. Gets the kill on him and continues to push forwards as Chappie has Hyper Bear on the safe as well. This could be good for FA Nidug here. I think the last shred of damage not going to be done. There is a world of possibility for defense.
Uh-oh, they got to be careful. Suzuku just tried to run that down. He didn't even think about going to the side, strafing, backstepping at all. And kind of a blind pull there, or torpedo there from Levy. He does have another super that he can use, might not even need it. Tried to find that angle versus Ryohi, which he did for a moment. If you sit in a specific angle versus the Rico gadget, that you can't avoid it. But it's no matter. Ryohi doesn't even have any left anymore. This is a lot of damage to chew through that I don't think FA Nidug are going to be capable of, because Levi has this gadget available to reposition to get on the safe. Ryohi tries to go for the block, but one little projectile slips through, and Na'Vi take the game.
Lovely stuff. I was kind of rooting for a defense there, to be honest. There's nothing more exciting than seeing a match go from 1% and then that comeback potential, which was there, but ultimately that buzz pick is just too difficult to defend against. And you know, despite even the Rico gadget, the multiple launcher, just getting so much value for Ryohi there, just not enough to really deter it for as long as they could. And there's not much damage, let's be said, on the side of FA Nidug. They need to get a bit more of an aggressive stance here, play a little bit less defense, try and find that better balance. And Kuri now doing just that on that right-hand side, getting a couple of shreds on the safe.
This is what we needed to see, the kind of positioning from Kuru, but thankfully for Na'Vi, Levy is always on the case. The deal with Barley is he's going to be a great answer to Nita here, and so as long as he can get on the Nita, then he's going to be absolutely cooking. Okay, no stun here for Levi. Kuru barely wins this interaction, but Suzuku is left unchecked on the safe. Locks in 15% and possibly counting if he can keep dodging Ryohi, which he does. But meanwhile, on the side of Na'Vi, we've seen Kuru get a super onto the safe and more bottles still crashing in. A hypercharge pop by Levy, an easy kill for him on a Kuru, but that's all he's going to have time for before the hypercharge expires. Ryohi looks for the kill. Bit of a whiff on a Levy. Nearly got the kill. As long as he keeps the mid control, though, Rico's still doing his job.
A nice pickup there from Ghost T, plays at the left-hand side, but Chappie still remains, has the Hyper Bear as well, going in. David just needs to heal up a little bit now as well. Has now super, might use it. Oh, cancels the, beautiful cancellation there onto Ghost T. Just takes away that protective pirouette. But now, let's see, can Rico just try and defend this? I've got to be honest, I feel like we've kind of got a bit past Rico being too prevalent in this map. It pains me to say it, I love Rico, he's my favorite brawler. He used to be my favorite brawler on this very map. I'm just not too convinced now. Nonetheless, though, it will be the brawler that just deals the final bit of damage. Now, tied up in this set, this is still dangerous territory here for Na'Vi.
I see the Rico fire the beam down mid. I'm like, what do you have to say now? And I know. there's more nuance to it than, okay, the team that Rico was on won, therefore he's good. I've seen Rico be forced to actually play in more open situations and get taken down by Levy in particular. We'll see if Ryohi can hold on to this angle at mid. It's probably going to be one of the best areas on the map for him to lurk for as long as possible. Note also that Kuru is kind of on the, quote, wrong side because he'd much rather be versus a Choppy on the left.
Yeah, able to keep his distance from the bars and just try to whistle things down. And Chappie now low on the left-hand side as well. Nice connection there from Ryohi. He finds a lovely little angle there to ensure the value from the star power. And now a lot of splash cut damage coming from Kuru. The heals as well, just keep everyone very much alive in the mid. And this is a very dangerous position. Now we've got to start defending better than this.
See Levy over there on the right side miss a torpedo. Heavy punishment. Ghost T actually snags the kill. And this is tons of damage on the safe. We're down to just 13 and still plummeting as Kuru deposits the final bottles on the safe and takes this one back.
What was that game? I mean, it's blink and you miss it. Na'Vi were nowhere to be seen. And I mean, this is what I'm kind of seeing as a bit of a pattern from FA Nidug. They make some mistakes along the way, no doubt about that. But when they do make those mistakes, they rectify them in the same game and just turn things around, gain the set. And I mean, that was a Na'Vi set for me. And they looked so convincing. And they just threw it all away. And this is now potentially a position where they might not be able to come back from. That's a scary prospect here for me.
We just saw some careless mistakes in there, I think, that are, you know, you can move past them, but at this level of play, those mistakes are incredibly costly. One of them that stood out to me in particular that I kind of reacted to was Buzz torpedoing into a wall when he clearly meant to hit the barley. Tried to save it, popping I think it's called like reserve torpedo. Anyway, it's a gadget that gives you a torpedo back without giving you the stun on it. And still did not secure the kill there, simply because didn't have the stun available. Check out Levi though, he's cooking over here. That was actually a great trade for him. Once again, on the right, this guy was going absolutely insane on game number 1, but things started to shift by game number 2, where we saw Nidug be permitted a good barley matchup. We see the barley left unchecked on the right. Levi still cleaned it up there. However, in game number 3, I also looked to that one in particular where Kuru was allowed to exist over here. Levi, of course, is going to hard counter this Carl, but Kuru is much bigger of an issue when you're playing Heist.
Solid stuff from FA Nidug. I mean, look at those stats.
Yeah.
Levy did great on that Buzz pick. I feel like he really did try to keep the whole thing alive. But I mean, very much even across the board for FA Nidug, every single player doing their bit. 10 kills for Kuro, 10 for Ryohei, 9 for Ghost T. And look at the world of DPS there from Ryohei. 432 is outstanding in terms of that DPS. I mean, really, really amazing from him. Struggled a bit sometimes on that defense, and that's why I've got some reservations still on Rico a little bit now on this particular map, because unless you're able to really control that mid, push forwards and get that damage on the safe, it's quite difficult to be in a defensive position with that brawler, but he played it fantastically well regardless. And I mean, this is now the point where you've got to feel like FA Nidug can just try to tie this up now. Navi have got to really battle their heads now, because like mentally they've got to be all over the place. 2 sets down, and you know, in the semifinals, and this is their second monthly final appearance. They need to be doing better to represent this org, and it's a real tough thing to see. You want to see more back and forth than this.
They stand to benefit also from sort of, we can call them the pack, right? Number 2 through number 4 on the leaderboard, 2 of them going down quite early today. Only rivals really remain. So now Navi has the opportunity to close in on their point counts and possibly lock an LCQ for themselves next month. This month is simply the positioning for that. But if Nidug shut them down here, they can practically kiss those chances goodbye.
It's a bit of a sorry statistic, isn't it, there for a chappie? Just the 1 kill, 92 DPS. You know, it really isn't. I mean, not a great thing to see. I mean, obviously, of course, the idea again, just Bruce onto the safe, and that's kind of what, you know, gave Navi that win, wasn't it, really? We saw the amount of value which Bruce was able to attain, but that's the problem with Nita. It's really like all or nothing. And, you know, some of the drafts kind of, we already questioned a little bit there why Chuck wasn't kind of utilized a bit more. We see a lot more buzz though in Hot Potato since the hypercharge really coming into full effect, and it is kind of one of those brawlers that could be worth even banning. I mean, North America play it beautifully well on this map as well. It's such a joy to watch. You know, many of the players in North America really champion Buzz recently and just bring that brawler into like a whole new world of technical display. And I feel like it did get a really good amount of play there from Levy as well there, and just I think that it's very viable. But I still think Chuck's better. I mean, it does a similar thing, but I feel like Chuck is that brawler which really forces your hand to have to decide about the offensive versus defensive, and there wasn't really that kind of pressure except for like the Buzz pick, I guess. But for Navi now, definitely got to reconsider something. Some adaptations are a must going into Hideout and Bounty, because it's not working right now. I mean, they're making some good plays, and that reminder, 93% are siding with Navi here. I mean, Navi Nation, as we know, come out in their numbers, but nonetheless, that is, you know, a poll that is just not being reflected right now in the gameplay, and the gameplay is where it counts.
Man, we were making fun of Uber for locking in Nidug, but he might just have been right. That all said, Navi can still make it happen in this do or die moment. The next 3 consecutive sets, they need to win. They need to be absolutely perfect. We'll start things off with the Melody selection here on Hideout. So they're affording themselves some aggro plays, but check out the brawlers that they've banned. They've gotten rid of that Byron that would, in many situations, enable the Melody. They're going to have to find some way to get the Melody to the other side. Now, Kit is still available. Maybe that's what they decide the math is, to heal up the Melody, keep her alive. Nidug are firing back with a max of their own, so they will be able to crank up the momentum themselves if necessary, but they need some kind of response to Melody. They have the last pick in their back pocket, so if they wanted to go for literally the Melody hard counter, they could pick Cordelius, but it would be a little bit soon to pick him, given that he could be weak in the things that are longer range than him.
Felt like you're cooking there, ready. Honestly, I think the kit with that Melody pick would be really solid. It kind of forces the hand for FA Nidug to have to consider even just taking it off the table. They don't do that. They go with Charlie, and I think that's a very solid choice to have as a counter into that very idea. So, I mean, let's see. I mean, the Byron is banned, and the healing kind of has to come from the kit and nothing else aside from that. Because if that wasn't banned, it'd be looking like a really tasty kind of thing to combine with it. But Carl gonna come in. We're seeing a bit more of Carl recently now in terms of the meta. It's certainly in this APAC region for sure, probably taking a lot of those play rates away from the others as well. But as we've seen across the years, many other regions do look to APAC to kind of sort of see brawlers that they maybe kind of left forgotten about. Last year that was Lola, for example. We saw like a big rise in Lola towards the end of the year, but at the beginning that was all APAC running it. For the moment though, I'm just kind of wondering what they're going to be thinking on the side of Navi here, because I was pretty sold on that kit idea as well. Taking the time for the pick as well coming in. They might just go for some more like long-ranged ideas, something to maybe wall break as well, or a thrower to keep. Gus was not the play for me. I'll be honest, straight up. That was not what I expected to see nor wanted to see from Navi. Has had a few tweaks a little bit now. We saw a recent, I say recent balance change, probably about a few months ago now, where knockback was kind of introduced, but it didn't really do enough to certainly warrant it in this scenario. And already, you know, Kuru cheering. I can see it. I can understand why.
So let's talk about this, Gus. Honestly, I don't really hate it. Gus got like a slight buff. Now he's able to knock enemies back. I don't think that's necessarily why he's being selected here. Oh no! How did Draco sneak in? Oh, he's gonna run these guys down 100%. Now, there is, of course, the hazard that FA Nidug faced with this selection, which is that he's gonna actually be pretty weak in the early game. He's outranged by every single member of Navi, and the only way that they can get him forward basically is with this max. However, the blue star's gonna go to Carl for free, so that's part of Navi's math, is that they'll have the defensive capabilities. They'll be in the lead right off rip. That said, though, they are falling back quite quickly. Levi's in a position where he could get pinched quite easily. Choppy's taking a ton of damage, really also contributing someone to Levi. We've yet to see the first kill. Suzuka has all the mobility in the world. Looks like he's going to put Kuru in his sights. This is honestly quite prudent. He also has a gadget to help himself get out alive. That was a good move to go for that in the early game, because there's no way that Charlie's going to have a gadget early game. Takes her 7 shots to get her super, but Suzuka's going to be careful from here on out, because Kuru could be getting close to a super, probably just 2 or 3 shots off.
I'm just not convinced it's the map for Draco. I mean, there's got to be a really strong push coming in from FA Nidug to make it work. Kuru now just keeping the cocoon there for Suzuki, who's been playing a wondrous Melody so far, I've got to be honest, but shielded over his Levo. They want to combine that Gus with the Carl. I get it, but is it going to be enough? That's the question. As now Ghosty trying to come in, and once he is in dragon form, that might be a bit more of a decision maker. Levo going in is very aggressive here, coming back out again with the super of the protective pirouette too. Gets a heal along the way. Navi is playing this very defensively. I don't mind it. It's a very good strategy, but when the clock ticks down, when the pressure rises, now the speed comes in. Will they be able to defend this? Ghosty goes in, finds something maybe onto Levo, gets it as well. Now everyone low on that right-hand side. There could be more stars coming in, ready.
Well, here it comes. Ghosty tries to attack an enemy that's in a cocoon. We'll see them pop out. No kills over here for FA Nidug, but they are in the lead by 1 star. Oh, they could have compounded that lead so much more, but it only barely slipped through their fingers. 15-second countdown active, and the clock is vanishing before our very eyes. Suzuki and Atrapi attempt to approach from the right, but they only lack mobility. Suzuki has it. He's going to have to push in. Rio, he's the only brawler that they can take down, but this pickaxe is not connecting. FA Nidug stays in the lead, and they're at match point.
Like, I get it, you know, I do get it. They really value the Carl. They want to combine it with the Gus, go on the aggressive, have that additional shielding, and come out with the goods. But I mean, that's a bit of an old school meta idea, which doesn't necessarily, it does work. But you're in a meta now where Kit plus Melody is as strong as it is. You know, I'm just kind of wondering why they just didn't kind of opt for that. It wasn't bad. We saw that as being the strategy which would be one to work. And it just takes one push, one good push from FA Nidug, and they pretty could have got even more stars off the back of that push. There was a player that was very, very low at the end, and they might have been able to secure that. Thought better of it. Obviously, the protective shielding coming in off the spawn is there as well to consider, so they didn't want to outstay their welcome. But we're looking at now a match point for FA Nidug, and Navi have yet to show. And that's, you know, pretty worrisome.
Let's see what they're capable of. Suzuku has mobility once again, but they're basically playing against a ticking time bomb. Once Ghosty has his super and Ryohi has his, their days are numbered. Levi is going to receive this super. We'll see also a takedown. Excellent. Chowed right through the cocoon with absolutely no issues. But this is an eerily similar start. We see the aggression from Na'Vi generate them a 3-0 lead. FA Nidug are still counting down the clock until they can get Ghosty in an aggressive position. They deliberately put him on the highest execution brawler, and it's not working.
Beautiful.
Oh, did he pop his super as well? It looked like Draco lost his super in that as well. 0 to 9, no Draco super. Almost a death sentence for FA Nidug.
Timing was beautiful. It really, really was. And just to ensure the Ghosty was low, and that was what we wanted to see more from Na'Vi. If they're going to have this commitment between this Gus and this Carl, they've got to make plays like that happen more. Ryohi very low here. Suzuki has got the notes as well to hand and can dance around this situation. If you go on the aggressive, goes back there. Not too sure. Could have probably secured that kill. The patient is concerned there, and he's able to stay alive for it. Lever going in, though, finds 2 as well, and that's 13 stars to 0. Much more we wanted to see here from Na'Vi.
But would it be a set between these two if we didn't see it go all the way to Game 3? Nonetheless, it is Na'Vi taking the win in this game. And our match point continues to a Game 3. FA Nidug were not able to get what they wanted this time. However, I would say that it was due to sort of an error when it came to the game-winning play. The one that won them game number 1. We saw Draco pop his super as he was dying to this Carl in his super. Now, in those moments, we typically see a Draco just pop the gadget that literally makes him invincible for a short period, keeps him at 1 health, but at least you're not dead. That's not what we saw from Ghost T, however. So now we see Na'Vi get the same start as last time. They have this blue star. FA Nidug might want to crank up the momentum. Once they get rolling, they really get rolling. Ghost T got back-to-back dragons. Oh no. Okay, force pop the gadget over here on the left. Levi's in hot pursuit. Kuru will fall maybe in this interaction. Nice super as well from the Charlie, but I think that Na'Vi wins this one.
Well, I think there's a world where FA Nidug, from looking at previous sets, will learn from the mistakes and bring this one back potentially. But you're right about the Draco. I mean, they are running that last stand gadget, which you're referring to, that 2 seconds of invulnerability, basically. But I think the reason why he went down during the super was because of the shredding star power. That gives you, sort of more healing when you get your super activated. Just shy of 3,000. It's quite a lot of healing. I mean, it does do a lot, but I said coming in, I wonder whether this is the map for Draco realistically here. It worked well in that first game, but they're struggling now, especially with a substantial lead here for Na'Vi. They've got to try to get some takedowns early here on the clock, and they're trying to escape this. Suzuki going in the aggressive here as well, comes out with some stars for himself. That Chappie boxed in as well. Ghost T coming back around, but Suzuki still escapes. 6 stars, so it's not bad, but Ghost T is very low here. He might go down, surviving just an 86 HP, but still more work to be done.
Oh, Suzuku might be slippery, but can he dash away from all of this opposition? 20 seconds remain. Suzuku is enemy number 1 for FA Nidug. They close in on the right. Hypercharge and super available for Kuru. Not used just yet. Counting down the clock, 10 seconds remain. Kuru, the last one alive. Na'Vi go to 19 stars. They'll take this set. They are not going down in set number 3.
That's what we wanted to see. We want to see a back and forth, and this is what we're going to get now as Na'Vi just wake up finally. I mean, I'm still not convinced on the draft. I've said it before, I'll say it again, but they made it work, and that to me is all I want to see. If they're going to play something risky, a kind of off-meta idea, it's got to be something which works. And they started to then work on those mistakes. And I think that key point that I'll bring it back around to, said it a little bit already, was when that Draco was trying to cycle it into super. Ghost T went down, and there was a bit of, we might even see it in the replay, the Kooky Popper gadget there from the Gust did do a great deal in just whistling down that HP to make him low enough for that Carl to come in to get that kill, to ensure it and just effectively waste that utility. Because for Draco to get super on a map like this, it's so difficult, and Ghost T was really struggling in those early moments to really have much to use. We might see it, let's see, but ultimately for the Na'Vi, that was a very important set to win, but they are far from out of the woods.
Just look how dominant this is, though. Once Draco gets super, they basically spawn. It's reminiscent, low-key, of when Rosa was first released and she had 80% damage reduction with her super, where you just exist in their spawn, they respawn. Thanks, buddy. You know, thanks for the stars. What changed for FA Nidug was once they got that ball rolling, really all that had to happen for this momentum to stop. I mean, look at this. Ghosty gets 2 kills, and then what does Suzuki do? He dashes all the way to the right side, where Ghosty cannot touch him at all. Now, it would not have gotten FA Nidug the lead, but to keep this streak going, to keep the chain supers going, you have to be dealing damage. It's not a struggle for Draco to do that. He heals himself, and he gets his super back quite quickly. He just needs enemies to feed his super. And once Suzuki removed himself from that, he stopped the streak.
I was going to say it. I think it was a mistake to pick Draco, honestly. I mean, I say that, but Kuro actually is the least of the takedowns with 0. You know, the most in terms of DPS, but you know, 140 is not really much to write home about, let's be honest. But I mean, Ghosty did get the most kills, but it's just not a Draco map. And I think that's something that I think teams need to realize quite quickly. And we're seeing it obviously for the first time in this region, being the first of the month. But I mean, I want to see, you know, teams and players really consider the best use of Draco for the map. You know, we saw it a little bit on the stream B, just kind of using safe zone, like you say, and it doesn't work in these environments, really. We saw a couple of moments for Ghosty, but I mean, realistically, they kind of gave Navi a bit of a helping hand. Still not sold in that Gus pick, but it makes sense with that Carl combination, and they were able to provide the value. I mean, 5 kills apiece amongst the team in a game mode like Bounty is what you want to see, really, isn't it? I mean, that regardless of the comp, is all that matters is that objective. And 402 for Levi, again, having a really, really good day so far. But Suzuki, for me, he's a bit of a shining star. I mean, he's always playing those aggressive, flashy brawlers, and that can sometimes take the spotlight. But nonetheless, he's making it count. He's bringing home the goods, and he's not getting overly aggressive in that role either. That's what I really like to see.
Okay, we're heading into the next set and changing up the environment for our players, both in-game and quite literally, as Navi are back in the hotel room. They're no longer in the lobby. That's kind of a cool TV in the background. It's framed like a painting, except, you know, a painting isn't an arrangement of like millions of pixels. Okay, let's talk Dueling Beetles, the real environment that matters here. Though I think it's also worth discussion that a change of scenery, but also just, you know, not having the people around you in a hotel lobby might be the thing that has helped out Navi quite a bit. I mean, they won the last set, which is also the first set that they played from the hotel room instead of the hotel lobby.
The choices of the best teams around the world. Which room is going to give me the best advantage here? But Dueling Beetles, certainly, I want to see an Angelo ban for me. I mean, we've seen it scathe through before. It's not going to do so this time around, as FA Nidug really just solidified that. This is a Draco map, so I get the ban here. I really, really do. Byron is the first pick for Navi, a very underrated one as well, but there's certainly the Grey open here as well, and that possibility of that kind of Rosa or the Jackie kind of combo with it. The Ems ban is there for Navi. Let's not deny that, and that's a great argument to really counter out against it. Sandio coming in for FA Nidug. Really love that brawler. So much value to be obtained on this map as well. Red Sand Star Power really just, you know, whistling down the DPS, can just show up everyone in the bush. And there is the Grey. I really like this starting hand from FA Nidug. It gives them opportunities, options as well. They can choose to see the entire comp before deciding, do they, okay, Navi snapping up the Rosa, I think is probably the best thing for them to do, because they can't run the risk. All they could have done, they could have gone with a Shelly or something just to have as an insurance policy, but it's not always the best choice to kind of preempt something which may not even come.
I see the Rosa, and I'm like, oh, for sure they go Poco, because they know what they're going to fight against. It's going to be Grey Jackie. There's not, if they pick a Jackie themselves, then they're going to have to go for it. But now the Shelly comes through. Holy bait from Nidug. So it's Shelly profiting against, you could say, guys, once upon a time we talked about Poco double tank. This is like double Poco tank, so sort of the opposite, the converse in a sort of way. I'm looking forward to seeing how this Shelly operates. This is going to be wonderful. Complete run it down from Navi. Nidug are lacking the DPS in Grey, but honestly, a Shelly coming through the TP might be more terrifying than a Jackie, considering the comp that Navi are playing.
Yeah, a bit of a disastrous draft here for Navi, to be completely honest. I mean, they took away the Rosa from the hands of what it could have easily been a bait. Gray's a great brawler to have. You don't have to combine it with these cheesy kind of comp ideas. I mean, they work. They're not cheesy for that intense, but like they work really, really well. And so far, Navi on the zone though, getting some good taps. Ghost, he should fall here as well, and that's a very, very, very strong start from them. And Levo is not even done yet on that right-hand side. Goes in super on the aggressive, and they're just all on the zone, laying down the grass along the way. We need to see Ryohi really bring his team forwards here, because he is the person who can get so much value, but so far it's just all Navi.
Okay, we got to see Ryohi get through here with the super. Maybe TP on a choppy. He's just going for it. There's one kill, a second cycle through with the use of Clay Pigeons. Excellent kill. Kuru also with the hook on a Levi. So these hooks could be used if they wanted to break open some of the bushes, though I think Shelly is going to be better suited for that purpose. So Kuru's more focused on getting the kills in here. Levi also, he's got his hypercharge ready, just needs the super to really cap it off.
Nice.
We saw him pop the hypercharge and it immediately vanishes. Navi are now in a tough position.
There's no doubt in my mind that this is a FA No-Dug set, but it's down to Ryohi really here, and he is making it work spectacularly well, but there, overran, not great positioning. These are the moments that can be really, really costly and allow Navi to continue forwards here. Nice sandstorm, but I think it's probably going to be a little bit too late. Ghosty just working around this right-hand side, trying to make a play here as Kuri gets forced in there for the TP, but 92% now and climbing. Navi should have this on lockdown now, and you know, at the moment, FA No-Dug really struggling to combat this comp.
Dude, just what do you do into this? You have 2 healers and a tank with a hypercharge, and all you really have for it is a Shelly, maybe? And the Gray, sure, you get the TP up, but is Shelly really like the power player that you want to be TPing in? The entire idea is that you get Jackie in here. The other deal here is also like, okay, Sandy, we talk about Sandy. Oh, well, Sandy's good in the tanks. Yeah, because they charge his super and he gets control. But when you have heals like this from Navi, they're not even concerned really with Rude Sands. It's not forcing them out of here. On top of that, Ghost T, now really the limitation of getting his super is becoming his reload speed, because the Rosa is still pushing into him all the time. Excellent kill here for Suzuku. An early take for FA No-Dug, but it is quite ephemeral, as we'll have to see Kuru abandon ship. Though Ryohi is in a position to TP through, we'll see him and Ghost T both go through, but Levi's practically invincible in that super with 2 healers on his back.
I feel like Ryohi's just going a bit too overly aggressive. I mean, he's got a really straightforward game. He's playing Shelly into Rosa, but you've got to be around to secure these kills. And now, just behind enemy lines, I like this better from FA No-Dug. But Ryohi's just got to stay on that Rosa. And that's what the Byron's really there for, is to try to whistle him down to get him out of the mix early, to allow Levi then to go on the tear that he's going to be on. And he's got the hypercharge as well, so dangerous. Great walking canes, by the way, this entire game here from Kuru. The map is completely open now, allowing them to be able to do more. Nice mute cancellation there from the hypercharge Ghost, but nonetheless, Navi are all still on this mid. All 3 members, Ghost is doing his best, but I don't think he's going to come out alive. Did pretty well to get 2, to be completely honest. And now Ryohi comes in. A great way to be able to bring back the objective.
That might be the most extended team fight I've ever seen in competitive Brawl Stars. With Ryohi getting some value early on, the persistence earned by the combo of Levi on this Rosa and the 2 healers, Ryohi had enough time to die and then respawn to come in for the kill on Levi. But folks, this one has still gotta be Navi. FA No-Dug do not have a horse in this race. The undying Rosa. It doesn't matter. 2 healers, Rosa. Your moves are useless. It doesn't even matter. Excellent draft. Amazing intuition here from Navi. Once again, I'll remind everyone, they have the power of Ace Analyst on their side. And I would say that this is not a very APAC draft. This is not very characteristic of them. So what up, Ace? You know, big shout out to you, at least you're pretending I'm Navi here, because that was wonderful. No issues with the great Jackie. Jackie could not have been picked at all. The double healer Rosa was phenomenal.
But for me, I think a bit of a miss from FA No-Dug. I mean, you know, Rosa's like the Superman, right? But they've got the kryptonite. They've got Shelly. I mean, like, that to me is like a one and done deal. I mean, you can't really do much with a Rosa in a map that's that open, and Kuru did a great job of opening the map with those walking canes. That's really kind of all part of their strategy. But I mean, yeah, they've got a lot of heals on the side of Navi, but they've also got range on the side of FA No-Dug as well to be able to utilize, and they just was really struggling. I mean, credit to Levi. I mean, he was getting the right angles. He was using the coverage to his advantage, and just those Byron Hills as well really kept him in the mix a lot, allowing him to go on those tears. And Suzuki, 10 kills on that Byron, which is very unusual to see a Byron be really that high up in the kills. The EPS very solid throughout, but it was a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Ryohei there, realistically there, to really kind of bring the team forwards in that regard. But Navi just bringing this back so well. You got to remember, they were 2 sets down against a match point, no less. And now we're all level going into the 5th and final set, and this one's turning incredibly quickly.
I see just many places where this could have been better for FA Nidug. I think that this is a rejuvenated Navi that they're playing against here. Navi have basically nothing to lose at the moment because they're not even on the scoreboard in that top 4 that is going to go to LCQ or Worlds, and they're just fighting for their way in there. In order to make it, they need to make almost a flawless run through all of this. Now, taking down FA Nidug this way, or rather, let's talk what FA Nidug's strategy was into that. They thought they could get the Great Jackie. It was visible from a mile away, and typically when you see that happening, if you try and counter it, then you are going to get countered yourselves. And Navi, I think, have engineered a way to make sure that they can not only counter it, but they can counter the counter to their counter. Are you picking up what I'm putting down, Ark?
Bro, honestly, I'm British, you're American. A lot of the time, I just kind of smile.
Okay, dude.
I always get what you mean, ready. Like, you know, even if it comes across in the way that it does, I'll see through it. I'll see the logic. But yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like we were discussing this behind the scenes as well. I feel like APAC have always been a region that have struggled a little bit when it comes to draft. You know, but prior to draft, very few teams could really go up against the might of APAC and what it has to offer. But since draft, they're just a little bit behind some of the other regions, in my opinion. And I think that's where, like, bringing in some drafters from other regions would go such a long way for them. And obviously, it is doing just that as well, as you rightly mentioned with Ace. But now Max, first pick coming in for Hard Rock Mine. Definitely a very good brawler. Not necessarily my first starting brawler to hand on this map, but let's see what they're cooking. They got the Byron, they got the Draco Ban as well. Ruff's pick for FA Nidug coming in, a very safe starting hand. The Draco Ban as well there, as well as the Gene and the Melody from FA Nidug on that side of things. Some good bans all around for sure. Crow, I don't know. I mean, it definitely is always a good brawler to have in mid, and has been very much champion last year in North America, in particular for Hard Rock Mine. The Hypercharge definitely has elevated Crow. I just think there's kind of more aggressive ideas to be had here, as Navi seems to be going down that line. So I'm kind of more curious what Navi are thinking to combine with its Max now.
Well, I see this Crow as reactive to the Max. Once upon a time, we were like, okay, so if they pick Max, you pick Crow, and that's how it always goes. It's not necessarily that cut and dry anymore, but FA Nidug have bought into that sort of ideology with the Crow because his slowing Toxin can be decently effective for slowing down a Max. Now that Max has a Hypercharge, and honestly, I will confess, I don't even know how long the Hypercharge super lasts, but it might as well last forever because it has a remarkable duration. We'll see this Charlie as a final selection here from Navi following a Crow. And I think this keeps them fairly safe. It looks like they're going to be playing this Max mid. I'm concerned for how this Carl lane is going to look if FA Nidug go for something pretty aggro. Of course, that's what the Charlie's here for, but pay attention to the geography of Hard Rock Mine. The left and right lanes are really far away from mid, so you can get some pinches in here if you're a fairly long-range brawler, but a lane swap is not like a big consideration. It's one of the reasons that like there is actually counterplay to Surge here, because he can't lane swap. Now, he hasn't been picked or banned just yet. I see Surge as a fairly good option into Carl, but we will see the Buster selected by FA Nidug. So as long as he can, honestly, actually, I think he can do fairly well on both of these lanes. He has a stun for Carl, and he also shoots right through the Charlie Spider. So I will actually praise this last selection from FA Nidug.
But it blows my mind that no one's picked Sandy. I mean, you got a Max, okay, on the side of Navi. Max Sandy, you know, is, you know, only missing Gene from the glory days of Brawl Esports meta. I mean, and it's just such a great brawler to have. I'm just really surprised that that wasn't combined with the Max, and then further surprised that it wasn't picked up on the side of FA Nidug. I mean, I'm not too convinced on the FA No Dog comp. I mean, not to say it can't be a winning one, but I feel like the Charlie, can basically eradicate Buster, in the right time, as long as he hasn't got the montage. And the Spiderling's really, really good for seeking out in these bushy areas. Crow, I mean, it's difficult, especially if you can play as gem carrier. You can't really go on the aggressive as you'd like to do with that hypercharge where it's at, with the Crow. Curious will be very cautious on this Crow pick and utilizing that super and that hypercharge at the right times to do so.
I'll look at this mid lane as well as the right lane, and I just see a pretty even matchup. Okay, Levi has the speed, Crew is able to chip him down. Now Levi's actually doing a good job of poking out here. We'll see Ryohei try and generate a push through. It allows Suzuku into their backlines, but it doesn't quite trap him. We even see the gem topple to the ground as Suzuku locks in a kill on Ryohei. Another one! Levi's gonna pop the speed to go for it. He only needs one more. Only a kill on a Ghost T could further lock this one. And Navi are running this back with 10 gems. Not a single in the clutches of FA Nidug. Ghost T still trying his best. Even has that stun onto Choppy there, but it doesn't matter in the end. Suzuku continues to go for the defense. Levi is safe and sound. Nothing that Ryohei can do, and Navi are at match point.
We are looking at the full potential reverse sweep, Brody. I mean, I've got to be honest, going into set 3, I was just convinced it was just over for Navi. We even talked about it. I said that coming into the next set, how do they even reset their mental? It turns out the mental just lied in a different room. They literally relocated to a different room, and since then, it's been smooth sailing. But I don't think it's just simply that. I think that their decision-making has been far better. They're looking much more confident, but I mean, how we got to this stage?
Uh-oh. Levi went completely idle for a moment there.
Yeah.
Hope everything's going all right.
I jinxed it!
Uh-oh, yeah, you gotta beware of your caster's curse, bro. Remember who and where you are. Let's see on the left side, mutually assured destruction, just a trade. Levi goes in for the kill on Crew. Whoa, this guy is insane. The close range kill versus Crow. Yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense, but you haven't seen this interaction just yet. They were playing control. Maybe this is taught something to Levi and he'll try and force the close range interaction again. Didn't really have any flag to worry about from the lanes of Ghosty and Ryohei, given that they were completely absent. This gives a 6 gem lead to Navi, which now narrows to a 4 and then 2, as we see Crew pick up 3 gems. Spider's in on the left side, but it doesn't get a lane win for Suzuku. We also see Ryohei win the right side into the Carl. I think that's actually a good matchup for Ryohei. I think he has good matchups into both lanes, so now that we've seen an adaptation, there is a possibility that FA Nidug can swing the momentum.
Levi's very, very much in a precarious position there, and Ryohei's playing fantastically well, getting to that aggressive spot, provided so much of an ability to push forwards there for FA Nidug. And I would like to have seen maybe that Cocoon land on the Buster rather than the Crow, but I like the idea. It was different. It wasn't what I was expecting to see from Suzuku. Now, though, 7 gems apiece. There's a hypercharge available to Levi as well, so that might come into play in just a moment, but he needs to get super as well to really combine with it. Phase shift away just to keep that HP in check as well. Really like that from him. A nice little micro play from that Max.
Crew has this hypercharge Crow available. We saw Levi go completely idle.
Stunning again.
It's a tactic.
Yep.
Maybe he's getting in their head.
I don't know.
They're at 9 and 8 at the moment. We'll see if anything fishy happens. Blue countdown. Nidug just have to keep the control of mid and get another gem. Well, they have it. Now they dash for the back left. Reflected shots.
Cocoon can reset.
Nice pickaxe swing in from the left side. Navi still trying to stay alive here. Kuru around the right side keeps up the control on the left side. Takedown for FA Nidug. We have a double match point on our hands, my friends.
All we needed to see there was a Cocoon land, and it would have been a reset. And the shot, the Cocoon was so far off the mark. I mean, he had so many options as well there on that bottom left-hand side. Just one brawler landing in that super was enough just to buy some time. And you can't miss moments like that. You really cannot. And that was a bit of a miss for me there. I wanted to see a bit more there from Suzuku.
Well, it all comes down to this one game now. So far, FA Nidug have the gym lead. See Kuru trying to scout out Levi on the right side. Also Ryohei is actually doing really well on this lane versus Suzuku. He has the super as well to reflect a few shots. Ooh, Levi taken down quite early with an errant bullet from Ghost T. And Ryohei is still devouring these spiders from Charlie. She's not on a lane where these lend themselves to success. Ryohei's a monster. Everyone on this team is going to have the imprint of his fist planted on their forehead.
Well, now Suzuki's just pushing around, but Kuru's aware to it. Spiderling's come out now as well, but I'm really concerned for Levi, bro. Like, he keeps standing still in spots where he shouldn't be, like, showing himself. He got the whole of the bush and then went down with the gems, and I'm a bit concerned about his connection issues potentially here. It might come back to bite them. The gems are tied here at the moment. It's a pretty close game for all intents and purposes. Chappie will fall, though, to Ryohi, and that's going to allow them to push forwards more aggressively. So, and there's a supply drop going down now as well to Kuru. That's going to be a nice helping hand, but yeah, Navi looking a little bit shaky now, and this is the final game. Whoever takes this goes to the grand final.
Kuru has a gem at number 7 for himself, number 8 for the team. They boast the lead over Navi at the moment. Levi still running in circles. He needs to get this super available. Suzuki's going to pop the hypercharge slow immediately as a reaction from Kuru. On the right side, takedown for a Choppy. Kuru is in danger around here. If he gets pinched, takedown onto a Choppy. It's just a 2v2, but it'll soon become a 3v2. Now the gem's on the ground. Levi tries to run away, but FA Nidug are going all the way to spawn. Kuru's got the hyper, but he's more importantly got the super to escape. Navi have to accept their fate. Just a few seconds left. A Choppy with the super forward takedown on a Suzuku. 5 seconds left. The speed for Levi, but everything is so well defended for FA Nidug. They take it, and they're going to the grand finals.
What a blunder. What a blunder. You know, like, you do all that work. You get almost a full reverse sweep, and then you just kind of hand over the gems like that at the end. Like, it didn't need to happen. They just overly aggressed it and tried to force it too quickly. Just, you can't do that. You can't do that. Certainly some big question marks for me on that final game, you know. Potentially connection issues, we have no idea, but Levi did not look like the same player as we saw in previous installments. But that could have been a much different ending there for me. I mean, they just really felt they had it. There was some good aggressive moments onto Ghost T. Could have even gone down, to be fair, with the pairing that was going on there. But I mean, I just don't think it was necessary to go in like they did towards the end, and they just kind of handed it over. It's just a shame, you know, to go for all that motion of that reverse sweep potential and then making big mistakes like that in the final moments. You can't do that, and FA Nidug deserved the win.
But for Navi, there was so much at stake here. I mean, FA Nidug is really their first monthly final. They played every single month, and they've gotten some upsets in there as well. However, they don't have a possibility of going to LCQ. Even if they executed absolutely perfectly, it's just not even in their cards. It was, for Navi, note the past tense, I don't want to call it too early, but I'm not really certain whether that is possible for them to go to LCQ anymore. I think if anything, it is aided by the fact that Coco Loco went down quite early, and so did Angelic, so maybe it's still possible for them, but it's going to require some like really Mickey Mouse scenario depending on the outcomes from other teams in order for them to do it. So maybe they get lucky with the bracket next month and they win it all. Maybe that's what gets them to LCQ, but for now, I mean, they're taken down by FA Nidug, who are doing well. Let's not forget that they already shut down Coco Loco in that first quarterfinal, but this close match against FA Nidug, I don't think really puts them as, you know, #1 in APAC next month material.
Yes, certainly. I mean, FA Nidug have just come in this month and just decided to tear up the region of upsets. I mean, they are that team that have just caused massive upsets today in that first quarterfinal stage. You know, knocking down last month's champions of Coco Loco, now Navi as well, after just being able to make it back into monthly finals after, you know, a pretty disastrous run and cutting them short. I mean, this is the team which, you know, Navi won the monthly finals. You know, they have had great results despite the lackluster elsewhere. Back in April, they were the champions. I mean, it's just one of those things that we expected to see more from them. We saw some great potential of that comeback that it was brewing up, and they started to look far more like themselves, and that's where I was kind of convinced. Going into the 5th and final set, I was convinced we were going to see like them go all the way. The MVP is not even on the winning side, really.
Yeah, y'all ever get star player on the losing team and you're like, yeah, that's right, I was the MVP. I think this is quite telling also of, I think literally 97% of the audience voted for Navi, and it could not be more obvious now. Oh, poor Levi, because the race to LCQ at this point, it's not possible for them to go directly to Worlds. Just got that much more difficult, and also reliant on the outcomes of other teams. We don't have the exact math, okay? Like, don't quote me on this. But FA Nidug, however, have played supreme upset here. Not only do they take a down a team in the top 4, but now they've taken down a team that was in the top 6. They were in the running for making their entry to the top 4 based on the outcomes of other teams today. So now the only thing left for them is to go for gold in the grand finals, but I think we're still waiting on an opponent for them, Mark.
Yeah, you know, this is what I was saying before the show. Like, you know, where have we got to talk about this team? I said, like, where has FA Nidug been? Because there's no reason why they haven't made a monthly final, really. They've had some tough qualifiers, but clearly there's a bit more to be seen than just that alone, because, like, the roster is so accomplished. You'd expect to see more from them. And they just come into their first monthly final, go straight to the grand finals like it's nothing. But crazy results here today. I hope you guys are doing better on your predictions over at event.brawlstars.com. Head there right now. Make sure that you get yours ready for the next match, of course. But, you know, today's definitely not going the way that we thought it was going to go ready.
I'm not looking forward to hearing Uber gloat about he predicted FA Nidug to win and we went for the safe option of Navi, and he might diff us on the predictions desk today.
Hey, we'll let him have one. You know, every now and again, we got to give a little bit to those that are struggling, you know. But so who's not struggling so far is Crazy Raccoon. We're going to be seeing their matchup very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
know what, guys? It's nothing personal. It's just business. It's just business, boys. Oosha! You know what time it is? It's time for the regularly scheduled Ubershard's Gloat Hour. Don't worry about that first spread. No one got that one right anyway. How about this one, boys? A little bit of FA9 Doug for you. Going all the way to the grand finals. This is their time. Well, I made the correct spread. That's always nice to do. A little bit of a shot in the dark. Arc, of course, was wavering. Very close to thinking about it. But, guys, Arc especially, that was looking like it could be a sweep for FA9 Doug. The question was, where have these guys been? Great question. Love that from you. Keep it up. Na'Vi, though, almost took it all the way to, a reverse sweep. Nothing worse than a fake comeback, though, Arc. That's gut-wrenching stuff.
Just want to say, little bro gets one prediction right and thinks he's the man.
Oh, listen, I told you, mate, it's nothing personal, isn't it? All right? There's got to be a winner and there's got to be a loser. Somehow, Arc, you came fourth in a three-person competition. Don't ask me how that happened, mate. That's just the way
it is. We should have ganged up on the American. We really should have done that.
Honestly, golden opportunity missed, mate. Next time. Next time. No one is safe. No one is safe. Not even Na'Vi. Event.brawlstars.com, by the way. I hope you tuned in there. And I hope your Preds have held up as well. It's yours truly. It's because FA9 like made their way into the grand final. Ready, set. I want to reset a little bit here because we haven't got to see Rival Esports on the mainstream yet tonight, right? We saw them absolutely demolish Revenant Esports, right? Who we know are going through some ping issues, right? That's, something that they're dealing with here, minor things. But it was a pretty convincing win. And this team, this Rival Esports roster, absolutely a known quantity here in APAC. They are sick, nasty gamers.
I want to see Milkry on the cams first and foremost, but also you can see from the predictions that I put them winning over Crazy Raccoon today. Look at how this was for Rival Esports. Like, yes, okay, we'll mention it another time, but the ping is absolutely worth the discussion. But Revenant Esports, it's like they weren't even there. In set number 1, we saw them lock in the Draco on Safe Zone. It didn't work at all. It went 0-7. Rival Esports just kept on racking up the wins over these guys. And with them defeating Revenant Esports, there's just no way that Revenant Esports can make it to LCQ anymore. I believe it's pretty much chalked for them. So their journey ends here.
That is... can you believe that we're going to be dealing with the... wait, what's going on? Hey, Milkry. Yo, my guy.
No, he's alive.
Games? You want to play some games? All right, yeah, let's play. Oh, he's seen us.
Hey,
okay,
oh gosh.
All right. All right.
That was perfect timing. So weird.
I mean, I was be still my beating heart. Milkry here, of course. Rival Esports, look, definitely have been a tour de force in this region so far, right? Ever since, I think, that second monthly final, the April monthly final, they've been in the mix. Let's look at the other side, though. Let's talk about Crazy Raccoon, because tonight they've been pretty darn flawless. This is a team that have already locked in a spot at LCQ at minimum. A win in this game, though, locks them as one of the World Finals delegates from the APAC region. And there's still another monthly final after this to go.
It would be a fantastic achievement to do just that, wouldn't it? Let's be honest. I've got to say, though, we haven't really seen this clash happen that often. Only once, actually, in the monthly finals of March, where it was a 3-2 scoreline, in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but it was very, very close. For certainly, for Rival Esports, last month was their shining moment, really. They just came short in the grand finals, didn't get a set either along the way, and I expected that they would have done a bit more of a closer matchup there. But certainly, for me, Rival Esports are a team that have been, increasing with the competition. They've never looked better. They often qualify for the upper bracket as well, except only back in March. Other than that, April, May, and June qualified straight for the upper bracket. So really convincing stuff for me. I think this might be a little bit closer than it might seem at first. I mean, for me, Crazy Raccoon, though, with what's at stake, what's on the line here for them, for the stakes that are, and the way that teams like this, their experience, they really do not tend to miss a trick when it comes to those moments of, we can lock this in right now, let's get it right. After today, we can relax a little bit more, but certainly security in Brawl Esports is a must for many across the regions.
I think that this matchup is so interesting because, by and large, these two teams have dodged each other. Crazy Raccoon get knocked out by Coco Loco in last month's semis, Ready Set, so they don't get a chance to take Rival on. We'll let Arc take a break here while we jump into this game. But I don't think that Crazy Raccoon have actually played a match against Rival in any monthly final outside of qualifiers. We won't cut that. And they are 1-2 right now in circuit points.
It is, yes, quite unfortunate, honestly, for the guys that we have not gotten to see them face head-to-head just yet. It's unfortunate for me, too, because I didn't want to have to make a decision between either of these teams. You have the very lovable Milkrio on the cams of Rival. Then you have CR, the winners of Worlds on their team as well, performing well at Worlds from this region last year. In fact, the only team from the APAC region to have been present at Worlds last year. We'll get it all started here with an RT selection on Goldarm Gulch. Response coming in from Rival Esports EA. This is not something that's like super easy to answer. Piper is a selection from Rival Esports EA. So I don't love that, but I think maybe Rival Esports know that CR want to get a Piper for themselves because of the interaction between RT and Piper, where literally you can just two-shot Piper and then pop a gadget to kill her, which makes RT actually quite a good Piper counter, considering also that it takes 3 shots to kill him instead of 2 shots from Piper.
Yeah, being able to detonate the mark, I think instantly pretty darn important. Assuming that's the gadget you pick up and not the one that lets you return to your legs after you go aggressive, which would make sense on a map like this. So 2 sharpshooters already locked in, though, for Rival Esports. They really want to work this diagonal. At this point, you might be thinking about Sprout. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen that brawler this evening. Can really turn off a lot of those sharpshooter lanes, even though, yes, Dimensional Door can let you circumvent a hedge, for example. So Great does offer you that all-in potential. And Crazy Raccoon should be expecting a brawler that really, you know, is adept both up close and at range to join Grey on those forays forward. So Nani going to be locked in here. 2 sharpshooters from both sides already getting locked in. So we are going to be poking each other down pretty extensively here. And Eve, of course, being picked up. And already that tells us that, I mean, in lieu of Angelo being available, Shitampo might want to play towards the top and bottom of the map across those water zones.
But here's a Sprout.
There it is.
So Sprout will be good into the Eve babies. It'll be quite easy to take them down. I think Sprout actually can also be a good counter to Nanny if you throw down your wall to block one of the Nanny supers. Though with Crazy Raccoon, what they have here, I think they have really good answers for what's supposed to be kind of the most, I wouldn't say pivotal, but the most consistent brawler on the side of Rival Esports EA. Sprout, Grey are situational. Piper has a long range and the damage. This is sort of the foundation of their composition. And there are 2 counters for her. Nanny is like a hilariously good counter to Piper. What is going to be holding back Tensai here is that he's only able to effectively fire down this diagonal. So Milkrio will be taking the top side. If he has to play the diagonal, it does give a leg up to Tensai because his shot is able to fan out and come back together and converge on that bush where Piper would be standing.
Shu not exactly well equipped to fight Tensai at Nani's optimal range here. But Tensai's not exactly been given any easy shots. We have a line drawn straight through the diagonal here on the map that's being operated on. Shu has to be careful. Okay, going to catch Milkrio. So Rival able. Oh, that's dirty. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. Gadget use there, of course, from Marty. Very powerful. Shu already marked up. And that is a panic hedge here from Melty to try and shut down some of this sharpshooter pressure and hope to do some damage. Shitampo getting poked a little bit low, and the gas is starting to converge.
Well, this one's going to go sort of predictably with Crazy Raccoon having a one-man advantage, which is more of like a 33% advantage if you think about it, manpower-wise. Though it was quite prudent from Melty to throw down that super. He actually hit every single shot into Stetampo. But since RT has so much health, there was only so much he could do. We'll see him break open the bushes on the left side. He's got to be wary about how quickly he's burning through these gadgets, because he's probably going to recover it. He does it just now. We'll see him also occupy this right side. Different dynamic from what we saw in round number 1, where now things are spread out even.
What? Why did you do that?
Tensai with the return to Cinder. This is why Nanny's so good into Piper. This is like part 1 of why it's such a hard counter. Is
he saw the shield.
Will always kill you.
He saw the shield. That is wild to me. Okay, firing willingly into a return to sender, getting himself killed. Crazy Raccoon going to take this one away. Now, just to double back, these 2 teams have played before. It was a 5-set game back in March when Rival were called Never Back Down. So make that correction really quickly. These 2 haven't met since then, though. Who is out there shooting Nani's with return to sender up as Piper? That is literally why it's a hilarious counter.
It's just that strong. Oh, I feel so bad.
To shoot the Nani. Oh my god. That is so wild to me. Oh, okay. Strong draft for Crazy Raccoon, though, here. You can really start to see it play out.
Just waiting for something to happen, pretty much. Such is characteristic of Knockout. Goldarm Gulch is no exception to that rule. Then we'll see Melty actually take the bush breaking route a bit earlier than last time. He didn't get around to that till round 2. Now it's the beginning of round 1. And he's already divided that leftmost bush into 2 independent sections. He'll try and establish the control over here. Much better matchup for Milkrio versus Moya. Oh, just out of reach with a return to Cinder. Melty needed to hit that shot. Moya is still just barely alive. Need to see the final shot. Overgrowth comes in clutch. Let's not also forget that Nanny fell quite early. So now all there is to do for Stetampo is go into the poison. Doesn't even really matter that he gets his super, but he got it anyway. Shoes looking for the shots, and he died in the poison in pursuit of RT and didn't get any closer to his super. So it could have been capitalized on a little bit more. I think this is more owing to Stetampo making a beeline for that poison and making sure that he ends around as quickly as possible. For the time being, Rival Esports has the advantage, and they keep on breaking up these bushes with Melty, making it even easier for them to keep the control.
All right. Gonna be harder now to choke up the map here of your Sprout. Meaning the Crazy Raccoon will maintain some of these powerful sight lines. Hypercharge Hedge. Moya needs to steer clear of that one. That is going to allow Melty to force Crazy Raccoon back for long enough for them to all top that health back up. But this line for Tensai is still very powerful. Outranging Shu drastically here, although they don't want to dodge these shots and actually get within striking distance of the Nani.
I keep seeing moments where we could see Milkrio lock in a kill on an enemy. Oh, actually, if he gets this next tap on his Stetampo, he could just pop home, or he doesn't have any left. I suppose that's the other consideration. Big hook on a Tensai. Need to see the follow-up shots. Only one from Melty makes a connection. Now Shu comes in from the left. Jump from Moya actually goes south. We'll see also Piper die in the smoke. Stetampo just 2 shots to be taken down. No hits, only misses. But still, the TP from Sprout was kind of shrewd. It got him the heal, but it didn't get him the round win.
Yeah, I like the idea. I mean, you have to hit that space carrot, you know what I'm saying? you gotta nail them. Exactly. Okay, take a breath here. Map's still very much broken up, though, so that's something that favors Crazy Raccoon as Pete goes in and continues to bust up some of these walls. Piper already dead, but I don't know what happened there. Terrible start for Rival now in the 2 versus 3. Crazy Raccoon here threatening to take away the set.
Well, we might as well be commentating the slow funeral of Rival Esports in the set at the moment. She was tapped up on the left side. Melty, the last hope. Can't even get damage on Moya there.
Go, Moya!
Use of the hypercharge. Bye-bye. It's set 1 for Crazy Raccoon.
Good looks there for CR. A little bit of an awkward round, I think, when we saw Rival get a Piper versus Eve matchup, and they were able to abuse that, lean into a little bit more there, but Rival, I mean, I don't know who's winning in the hotel room comparison here. I kind of like the Rival digs, you know what I'm saying? They got a TV on the wall, that's always good. Milkrio looks extremely comfortable, well blanketed.
Yeah, duvet.
Yeah, look, I don't know really, but again, Crazy Raccoon have the size of the room plus the couch. It's fitting 2 brawl players. Like, that's just extremely efficient use of seating space, honestly. Oof. Crazy Raccoon, though, again, to comp, we see 4 sharpshooters in total and a Sprout picked by Rival Esports ready to try and counter it, to choke up the map and break these sight lines up. But Tensai starts using those peeps to open it wide. Milkrio, why did you do? Oh, I'm so triggered, dude. Again, using those peeps to actually break the map open and make it much harder for Sprout to close those sight lines.
I think they probably aren't even that broken up over the set loss because it was so clear why they lost. They got a round win in there, for sure. However, that was an early kill onto one of the main things that shut them down here. I looked at this as sort of a 2-part combo. Tensai and Stetampo, first of all, you know, remarkable players, but also on the main things that shut down the Piper that Milkrio was on. The Piper reaction to the RT, I think, was just not the right decision. Consider also that it was followed up by a Nanny. You have 2 hard counters for Piper, basically. And I'm not just saying that they are counters. We don't often say hard counters, especially not this early on in the draft. So I think, all in all, it is clear why Rival Esports EA lost this first set. Surely mental is still, you know, quite decent for Rival Esports, considering it was so clear why they fell. All
right, hopefully, yeah, they can regain their composure. They definitely feels like they lost that set in the draft, which is, again, tough when you kind of realize what's happened and you have to play out the entire set knowing that you're at such a huge disadvantage. Meters banned on both sides here. Neither team wants to deal with that. Cordelius Buster and, of course, Melody being banned here. Buzz going to be the pick. We've already seen that on Brawl Ball earlier today with a kit, and that is available here. So Crazy Raccoon have to consider picking it up in one of these first two picks, but Draco gets through it. Oh, buddy, yeah, can be very powerful, but exploitable on some maps. I feel like on Brawl Ball, though, that's a far better arena to take Draco to than, let's say, Bounty.
Oh man, do we? I thought for a moment maybe we see the kit Draco, but Max is just too good not to pick up in the draft earlier if you can. I think honestly that Buzz is more versatile than people are willing to give him credit for. Okay, let's talk Charlie. Charlie is possible to play into Draco. At first, Draco is going to have to take care of those spiders, of which Charlie is most certainly going to be bringing 4 to the battle, but once he's in that dragon form, the spiders are completely useless. He pierces directly through them, and they lose all value. So what is the last selection from Rival Esports EA going to be? They could decide to further try and counter this Draco, and honestly, I don't think they'd be that far off for it. I think also Buzz might want to consider what star power he's running here, honestly, like low-key. Okay, Otis is very unconventional. It is very clear why this has been selected. However, ever since he was nerfed to take longer to charge his super, he's been off meta basically. Whoa, talk about off meta. Janet is here to get instant scouting of all of these bushes with the use of drop the base, which she's also probably going to be bringing 4 of.
It's extremely obnoxious. And when we say 4 of, right, where we are saying that, both the Charlie and the Gadget are bringing the Gadget gear that gives them an extra charge of that Gadget. So they're 4 uses as opposed to just 3. And yeah, drop the base. Obviously, as a Gadget, as many of those deployable Gadgets do, their health ticks down over time. But basically, acting like a sandstorm, like a rude sands, wherever you place it down. Very powerful on a map that has a lot of bushes where, Buzz might want to sneak up on you and get some easy supercharge or maybe try and engage. So here's that first one. Melty spotted out, very quickly clears it out.
Rival Esports EA push up. Shu has the vision. So it seems like that's the approach that he's going for. We're not able to see whether he's running Eye Sharper, Tougher Torpedo. Whoa, what positioning from Shu. What a blunder from Crazy Raccoon as well. They had some critics in previous months, how they drafted and performed on this map.
Us, we're critics.
Yes, us, but also I think more vocally the viewership, because they selected Squeak here, and they lost the monthly final because of it. It was the final set. So now they have this Janet, this off-meta Janet selection. So far, Rival Esports EA have gotten a goal. They're looking to make it a second. A pass up to Shu guarantees this goal in a game win.
What is Janet doing here? Like, she's like confused Travolta. She's just turned up like, hey gang, oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm in a cocoon. Oh, we lost.
Oh no.
Oh, that's crazy, man. Look, we saw what happened to Draco there. Stunned up by the Buzz super and then immediately cocooned by the Charlie. Absolutely no mercy for bringing that brawler here into center stage.
It's the targeted CC, really. And the CC might actually be an abbreviation for cocoon, low-key, just because of how powerful it is at keeping someone completely vulnerable in a position for an extended period of time. So we'll see Moy and Stetampo actually quite low on health here, but no positioning from Rival just yet. We want to see Buzz actually get the stun. There it is. Easy kill for Tensai. Shu slipped around the projectile, but wow. No! Straight projectile still got him. But it's a stalemate here at mid, as long as Stetampo can hold on to his ground. Another Gadget popped down, and look how quickly it loses health. Fat Splatter is here to get rid of it too. Nice counterplay.
All right, Moya, going for it. Don't let him walk it in that. It would be illegal. Thank you. Stetampo here takes to the skies and is there to score a goal, and Crazy Raccoon on the board here. Can the Tensai Max save Crazy Raccoon in an otherwise pretty awkward draft?
Oh, that's so funny you mentioned that, because my attention was so stolen by the Janet that I didn't even notice that Tensai is on his single.
Oh,
it doesn't even matter anyway. Shu all the way from downtown. A minute 15 on the clock, but Tensai is ready to up the momentum with such short time remaining till OT. And all the walls break down. Milkrio's got that silence on Amoya. Piece combo. and this ball is ready to be pushed up the Tampos to take to the skies, however. The kill on a Shu, perhaps he barely dodged it. Kill on Demelty around the right side, but it bounces off the wall. Missed for Milk Rio. Shu is gotta be the lifeblood. Actually, everyone's too timid to go for the ball. Boy, complete stalemate over there on the top right.
Boy, we kept firing at 60 HP. Okay, yeah, fair enough. There it is. Rival snatched one back here. The buzz. So, I mean, there's a lot. Honestly, you want to pick, you first pick Draco, right? Every month, we go, oh, you know what? Crazy Raccoon's drafts, actually, they've gotten so much better, honestly. Like, wow, really evolved there. You first pick Draco, very powerful brawler, but extremely exploitable. You have Otis Speed, you have Buzz Stun, you have Charlie Cocoon, you have the kitchen sink, and all the little random bottles of cleaning fluid on there you haven't used in years to throw at this Draco. They could not play the game. There's like old steel wool, fluff, like bin bags. It's all being thrown at the Draco, and really very impossible to. Yeah, and even then, it still had some impact. I will grant, but very, very hard for Moya to play the game.
It's honestly, I just look at this. It's so disrespectful, honestly, what this Draco was put through. He was absolutely abused. As soon as he's like, oh, thank God, I'm out of the cocoon. Here comes Milk Rio with a mute, or, you know, maybe it goes in the opposite order. And then the Buzz first pick. Let's remind ourselves that this was legitimately the first brawler picked in the draft, something we usually see reserved for the last or maybe like 4 or 5 in the draft because it will get countered. And it straight up wasn't countered by Crazy Raccoon. They basically said, well,
they picked Janet!
we got a strong combo, and then I guess we go Janet. When that role is fulfilled by Buzz using Eyes Sharp, I mean, clearly, Rival just had this one up their sleeve. They had some concealed information, and they brought it out at the most crucial moment to take a set off Crazy Raccoon.
So far, in the BSC Ready Set, Draco has a 0% win rate, a fat goose egg. Wow. Every time he's been picked, he has been counted quite comfortably. You know, guys, it's okay to, I mean, the problem for CR is that they see it get through bans and they're like, oh, if we don't pick it now, we might have to fight against it. And that might completely change our draft strategy. So this is what we've been talking about. You mentioned it yourself already. You can't ban out all of the extremely strong game warping brawlers right now. You need to make use of them when you can. Look, we saw Draco, we saw Match. I think, oh, it's very powerful. Kit was up, you know, available. That would have been an option. I think it's very easy to interrupt Kit based on the composition that we saw Rival come out. Like, Kit's probably not doing a whole lot, so that is fine. But again, you know, the Janet obviously for, you know, decent damage output at medium to longer ranges, having, you know, drop the beat, yeah, very effective, I get it, and a lot of survivability with that super. We're going to move on now, because that's what my therapist would tell me to do if I want to live a happy and healthy life. Kaboom Canyon comes up next. It is going to be Heist.
Okay, let's talk picks and bans here. P's and B's, pretty pleased. What do we have here? The Crow ban from Crazy Raccoon. This one will often get first pick just because of how strong it is on Heist in general. Usually Angelo gets banned out because of how strong he is in general, and yet he's been left open by Crazy Raccoon. Now, see, obviously this is deliberate from Crazy Raccoon, but the last time we saw a team, I don't honestly think it's hubris. I think that they just say it's more important for us to ban out these other brawlers than it is for us to ban out Angelo. But we saw this previously. It straight up didn't work. Angelo being present is a huge issue. He can run that star power that makes him pretty much untouchable whenever he's hovering over the water. That said, it's still challenging for Angelo to win back mid. So taking mid is going to be #1 priority, and you know, generally it is on Kaboom Canyon, but having some brawler that can take mid and hold it is #1 priority for Rival Esports EA. It's made more difficult now by the fact that Crazy Raccoon have Gale who can constantly jump in, and I'm beginning to think that maybe now this is why they left the Angelo open, because they knew that if they just jump in with Gale, then they can keep him occupied basically all the time, and they don't need to worry about Rival Esports EA ever owning mid.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Quite often we see Gale picked up on some maps to, you know, work against hard engage, be an anti-tank brawler. Here, you are literally using the jump pad gadget to circumvent the water and to jump into mid. You may as well all, you know, have Angelo passive at that point. Lola, very powerful brawler. You know, obviously, you know, pretty devastating damage output, especially that safe pressure when you have a ego in play. definitely powerful if Shu can get close enough to that save. And the BB here for Shitampo, presumably, right, to be able to close the gap, comfortably get into mid and start to swing that bat around.
I think it's quite bold still to see the BB selected into something like Lola in Jessie. Jessie in particular, considering that she will be getting this turret, it might take her a little bit longer to get it. But Jessie also has like a double purpose here because she's able to deal with Charlie quite effectively. Whereas Angelo is going to struggle with it. Jessie will be like on spider duty, essentially. She's going to be the team exterminator because as soon as Stetampo pops down the spiders, she's going to be going for it. Now it's possible also that Stetampo decided not to go for the spiders simply because of this. You see Melty and Shu kind of forced to deal with Stetampo on the right, who actually has decided to bring the spiders to the brawl. Milcrio on the right side also is looking to hit some enemies with his poisoned arrows, but they don't have vision on anyone until now. No gadget popped by Jessie either, so she's clearly running recoil. Oh, okay. Well, I'm corrected instantly. No recoil spring for extra safe damage. It was just a latent gadget.
Yeah, just holding on to that a little bit longer. Here comes Tensai, and there goes Tensai. It's a story of BB's existence on this map sometimes. Is yes, Crazy Raccoon can get into mid, but they're getting flattened in order to do so, and that's a heartbreaker. Shu and another brawler there in mid, Milcrio down to less than 200 HP each, but couldn't be cleaned up, and now Crazy Raccoon are giving up ground.
I think we saw a moment there from the Hypercharged Jessie turret. It's actually worse for it to be Hypercharged, considering that it has additional bullet spread to make it so that it hits enemies better, but it was actually straight up missing the save. And ended up being down by the team. And then Tensai's coming around the right side. Oh, wait. Crazy Raccoon might actually have this mid take.
He dodged like 7 shots from 3 different brawlers over and over again. Tensai has unreal moves, man. Here's the Gale Super, Noki Melty, Milcrio back, Tensai also sending Shu safeward. And actually Tampo here with a couple spiders that very quickly get cleared up, and it's only Moya that's able to shut Shu down. Crazy Raccoon had that sick mid take and turned it into a summon total of 0 safe damage.
Oh, well, that's an interesting occurrence. Only managed to knock back the ego, but Melty still throws it back down. Complete convergence here onto Moya. However, Stetampo on the left side has Cocoon. Tensai has an easy kill here, but he decides not to approach. Instead of focus his efforts on this hypercharged Jessie turret. Remains alive and has a hypercharge of his own. Stetampo has to be forced out of this left side. Mind you, Rival Esports EA are only ahead by 1%, and that is quickly going to change as Tensai rampages forward, each swing dealing catastrophic damage to the save. 15 seconds left. Rival Esports EA have a lot of ground to make up. We even see the emergency escape jump pad from Gale on the left side. Melty, Shu on the left side converge on the safe. Milcrio needs to get some shots in. 65, trickling down 62. Last one, down to 58. Rival Esports tie this with Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, that's something you don't see every day. We have a tied game there on Heist to start things off. Very, very chaotic. The Gale giving Crazy Raccoon instant access to mid seems very powerful, but you're dealing with Scrappy Turret, you're dealing with Lola damage that really makes it hard for Tensai to move up. There are a lot of things that make this a very oppressive situation to play into. I will say that the Angelo hasn't felt like it's been a huge factor on account of, like you mentioned, Milcrio not being able to take mid, but even so, Crazy Raccoon are playing some thin margins here.
Let's see Tensai move up the left side. He's waiting for his opportunity, still dodging all of these shots. Maybe he found an opening on the right instead. Rival Esports EA still find themselves on defense. Taking mid is going to be the most difficult part of this for them. It's made a lot easier for Crazy Raccoon because they have the boon of that jump pad. Tensai in with the kills. Additional safe damage as well. Shu taken down with the slowing star power of Moya. But we still see Milcrio fire back. What he lacks, though, is the vision at mid. A great kill from Moya as well with the use of his super. And looks like Crazy Raccoon have locked down the control of mid by now. This could change, however, with Shu coming in also. With the gadget combined with a super. It allows him to storm this mid from the right side to take down onto Moya. And now Rival Esports have the chance to answer on this enemy save.
Crazy Raccoon's comp is just weaker than Rivals. They had mid for 30 seconds straight and turned it into 3% safe damage. That is not enough. Rival, they're just, eventually able to move up. Now, there is a lot of burst damage available, especially with that BB Hypercharge. There's, Crazy Raccoon, if they do get a break onto the safe of Rival, then yeah, they're cooking. So far, though, they've not been able to transition out of this middle part of the map ready set, and it shows on the scoreboard.
Okay, we saw that Angelo gadget pop by Milkrio on the left to fire through all of the spiders. It's going to be a kill on Stetampo on the right side. Shoes pop down the hypercharged Scrappy, which Moya tries to eliminate. Instead, takes a bunch of damage from it and ends up falling to a final shot from Shoes' turret. Tensai on the left side is doing his best to dodge all of these shots. He still has more vitamin boosters in the bank, and Milkrio's on Tensai duty. He's got him on the left side. Shu on the right also throws down yet another super. They have the mid control, 30 seconds left. The only thing that could swing this for Crazy Raccoon is if Tensai does the unthinkable and makes it all the way to the enemy side with his hypercharge in hand. Milkrio and Shu are looking quite low, but Stetampo is going to be responsible for taking them down. 15 seconds remain. Moya still has a gadget to use in case of emergencies. Tensai's going to charge forward. The slow from the Jesse hypercharged turret. This one's cooked for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, this composition, not what Crazy Raccoon need to overcome Rival on this round. I'm honestly astonished that we even had a draw in that first run through here. Look, if I'm Milkrio, I'm feeling pretty darn good about myself as well. There's a chance here, of course, you know, in terms of circuit points, I just want to make it very clear. When we came into this monthly final, the race for circuit points in this region was close. It was only about 60 odd that separated Crazy Raccoon and Rival. You know, Rival here getting a win, they're going to close that gap even further, and also would deny Crazy Raccoon the automatic qualification into Worlds on this monthly final, put a little bit more pressure on them later on. Now, the odds of leapfrogging, you know, like Rival leapfrogging Crazy Raccoon, we wouldn't know that answer until a little bit later on. But here's what happens when Crazy Raccoon can actually get out of mid. That's nasty.
Okay, Rival Esports EA still firing away. Milkrio needs his kill onto Moya, but he needs the assistance of Shu. He shot through those indestructibles, but still couldn't secure the kill on Moya. Still does it in the end. We'll see Tensai now approaching, looking for damage on Milkrio in addition to the safe. Crazy Raccoon are absolutely walloping the safe. Tensai will finally fall, but Rival Esports EA haven't gotten a single shred of damage on CR's safe just yet. Nice shot from Milkrio, actually, in those bushes, still looking for the takedown on Stetampo, which rings true. However, Tensai continues the unrelenting assault from this team, taking more coordination from to eliminate the right side. Tensai might actually have this. He didn't pop the hypercharge, and if he did, he might have gotten closer to felling the safe, but I don't think he would have in the end. That said, it only takes one more solid push in from Crazy Raccoon to eliminate this safe. Tensai thought about just running it forward, but he's facing a 1v3 here.
Now, really difficult for BB there, solo up against the entirety of Rival. Maybe just waiting a little longer for Moya. Things could have turned out very differently. Stetampo here will do 2% damage per safe hit. So that's worth bearing in mind if the Charlie can get over towards the safe. Tensai doesn't have any vitamin boosters left, I would say, as they, again, try to get into mid and again get flattened.
Rival Esports EA have the mid control now. They just have to fire away on Tensai. Jumps in and yeah, that was an execution right there. I think he just jumped straight into his destiny. So maybe Crazy Raccoon have learned from that. Tensai was attempting to bait repositioning from Rival Esports EA when he feigned himself going on to that point. Shu's gonna pop the hypercharge to try and stay alive. Tensai tries to power through. One more swing will do it. No, another, and it does come true. Rival Esports EA and Crazy Raccoon are now tied up 1-1 here on Heist.
That early break off mid for Crazy Raccoon sets them up, essentially. They get a lot of damage from Tensai moving up. It's about 3,000 per swing. That is a huge amount. You are getting like, you know, 3, 4, 5 swings at the safe there at the start of the round. It's huge for Crazy Raccoon. So again, it's about transitioning out of mid with Tensai alive, which is easier said than done, as we've just seen.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit too much to ask of him to live after the first few seconds of the game. Once more running straight over that jump pad, going for Melty on the left side. Milkrio chimes in to secure the kill. Rival Esports EA lead by a 16% margin at the moment. They found that positioning that they got at the end of the last game right off the bat here in game number 3. It's precisely where they want to be. The biggest thing that could happen here for Crazy Raccoon is if Moya starts chaining together those supers in that control like he did in game number 1. You see CR all storm mid and actually get the control once again, but it's short-lived as Stetampo is the first one to fall. All that Crazy Raccoon can do now is try to conceal themselves in this point for their teammate to respawn. And as we see from Moya, he will fall on that left side. So Rival Esports EA could get the retake.
Tensai losing out of value on that vitamin booster, popping it and then not taking very much damage at all. Having to step up and put some pressure down, but eventually Milkrio answers. This Angelo, especially playing from this position, is becoming a real problem for Crazy Raccoon. Again, Tensai steps up, gets only one paltry swing, and once more Rival can just poke the safe down. They don't have to all in. They don't have to commit at all. Play defensively, deny mid away from Crazy Raccoon, and let the round elapse.
Next super that Shu gets is going to be very valuable. Now with the Charlie super down though, it's a free kill from Moya. He does secure it on the right side. Stetampo also providing a distraction for Milkrio, who needs to focus on the left where Tensai tries to power through. It's completely nullified by the fact that Shu had the hypercharge in the super ready to go. They might actually allow Stetampo to exist here for a little bit. They seem to be split on their decision making. I think they decided to let him get on that safe because he didn't have any spiders left, so they're not worried about the DPS. But it's starting to punish them at the moment. Tensai almost sneaks through. Milkrio is looking for the kill on Stetampo. He can tank inside of the high safe. That was actually quite shrewd. And now they have the mid control once again, as well as the advantage still. But it's by a much slimmer margin than before.
Yeah, I mean, there were like 25 hits there on the safe from the Charlie. Moya looking to step up here. Stetampo wants to get a little bit closer. Cocoon connects. There's an opening here now for Crazy Raccoon to secure the victory. They don't have to go forward. They just play defensively here. What an unlikely situation to triumph in for Crazy Raccoon. They have done it. And as all the hard work put in by Stetampo on that Charlie saying, you're going to leave me next to this safe? You are going to lose the round. Respect me.
A misjudgment for what has to be a pretty uncommon occurrence where you make the decision, okay, so there, Charlie, 1 out of 80 brawlers in the game, is out of gadgets. Not very common occurrence. And they are close to the safe. Also, not very common that they're going to be on the safe and you are all a pretty sizable distance away from them. The judgment was just slightly off. To be more specific, it was, what, wasn't it about like 20% off? Because I believe they were already leading on the enemy safe with some sizable damage themselves. So that completely was them shooting themselves in the foot, allowing the Charlie to exist on the safe. I think also credit where credit is due, the remaining members of Crazy Raccoon fended off that 2v3 push actually quite well, long enough at least for Charlie to get more damage on the safe.
And Tensai's mechanics are just astonishing. You see so many, on so many occasions, there's shots coming in from 3 different angles, and they're not easy to dodge, right? The Angelo projectile speed is high. You've got Lola, who has pretty widespread because of that ego. It is really hard. The footwork was next level. It's what you'd expect from a world champion. So, again, not too shocking here, but there were so many things that had Crazy Raccoon at a disadvantage. It felt like the deck was stacked against them. After a bit of a false alarm, or a false start rather, with a draw, we saw Rival just show us why their composition is supposed to be so powerful. But when Bibi gets in, man, oh, she leaves an impression.
Yeah, big old dent on a steel safe despite equipping an aluminum bat. Just insane from Crazy Raccoon. The mechanics that we saw from Tensai there on that BB, all the dodging, as you already put it, was insane. That's what it took to get forward. Okay, so here's Stetampo on the Charlie. Milkrio finally did get rid of him here. However, it was not enough, honestly. Them leaving the Charlie alone did not give them enough...
oh my god.
Dude, look... Wait.
Oh my god.
He's literally gotten 32 kills.
Shu is the only player on Rival. Shu is the only player on Rival who doesn't have more kills than the entirety of Crazy Raccoon combined, and it's only by 2. There's 19 total kills for Crazy Raccoon. 19. Milkrio's 32, bro! I mean, Tensai was like laying out the 3-course meal. Like, the homie was feeding. Homie was putting Oxfam out of business. It was wild. But again, it's about playing the objective. You can die 20, 30 times in mid if you have to. But if you just get one moment alone with that safe, you know, locked door, no police, you can really just win the game there and then.
Well, and they seem to know this, right? Because they allowed Angelo for the enemy side. I don't think that's going to happen on...
They had 70 kills. 70 kills to 19. Oh, it's so tragic. But it really, I think, illustrates a very big difference in composition between these two and what their win conditions were. Let's move on to Canal Grande here. Angelo, even Tick, often looked at to be removed. And Tick is a long way behind in that band rate. So again, Dynamite is powerful here. We've seen a lot of Jackie. Sandy, very, very strong. Rico, of course, powerful on Canal Grande. And yeah, Larry and Laurie, also a decent pick here. Carl gives you that option for the all-in, also allows you to sort of secure that blue star with a flying hook.
So let's see them get that blue star off their early game, sure, but how do they defend it in the later stages? Jean's actually a really good defensive option. If you're going to turtle up in the corner, then you would definitely want Jean there with the magic puffs keeping you alive. Now, I look to this Larry for a selection from Crazy Raccoon. I know that Melty is going to be equipped to deal with it because he has the pull. Now, Laurie can also, throw a wrench in some of those plans. With their next couple of selections, Crazy Raccoon can also come up with a few other ways that they're going to deal with the Jean. I think also a Jean selection for Rival enables that Carl, because typically Jean is such a strong counter for Carl, even though that's something that we haven't talked about too much in, honestly, like almost a year, almost a couple of years. We'll see RT also from Crazy Raccoon. It gives them some good defensive options at mid. Now, Rival Esports EA, though, I want to see what they have for this Larry. They could, honestly, I've seen in the past, Crazy Raccoon's Larry be diffed by a Willow. Now, granted, that was on games, but yeah, probably need another thrower to deal with this. One, at least, that's not at risk of being yanked by that Gray. I think Barley is in a bit of danger against that Gray, but at least he will be a match for Larry. Even so, though, it will be a tight matchup. I think really the main benefit here of Barley is, like, yeah, he's got the ability to throw over walls. Yeah, it would be good at, like, killing an RT base, but more importantly, he has the healing herbal tonic that can keep his team in the game if they start to lose their grip on it.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, you take the heal gadget as Barley. Sticky Syrup makes it not relevant here because it's not really hard engage from that Crazy Raccoon side. It just doesn't make sense to go there. Here's the yoink early. Those magic puffs are going to be puffing overtime on this map here as Melty quickly trying to make sure that poke damage is covered up already. A heal gadget popped by Barley of Milkrio.
So Tampo closes in from the left. He's not quite in range. It's going to take Rival getting a bit more leftward in order for him to actually connect to any of those. For now, though, Crazy Raccoon seemed to have control of this right side. The strat for Rival is basically going to be stick together, and if they see a free kill, then yeah, sure, Carl is going to go in for it. But they're kind of on a timer. Until Milkrio runs out of gadgets, they should be absolutely fine. The more they can stretch out these heals, the better. We also need to see, okay, here's a free kill for Shu. That is sort of what we expected. They're now further ahead in terms of stars. Though, once Milkrio runs out of these gadgets, all they really have to rely on is Melty with this pull in terms of defense.
So they have one gadget use left, unless there, of course, is an additional one brought in via that gear, which wouldn't be shocking for the Barley. Good damage though. Shitampo putting a lot of pressure on Milkrio. Here is another healing tonic deployed. Magic Hand available for Melty here, so might be some more free stars if Rival can really line this up. The only hard to gauge potential Crazy Raccoon boast is, of course, through that dimensional door. Shoes down. Blue star even going over. Crazy Raccoon have a lead now.
Rival Esports are back in the lead with yet another kill around that left side. Milkrio now just playing defense around the left. Big hook here for Tensai. He went actually for the long pull, but he didn't connect the walking cane. Only 5 seconds remain. Moya, Tensai, Stetampo, all combined forces around the right side. Pull and a kill for Shu. Rival Esports EA remain in the lead for a game win. This is wonderful. I think that, honestly, Rival played exactly the game that they set out to play. They had the defense. Their economy with the Barley gadgets was just spot on. And also, we even saw the free kill in from Carl on an out-of-position Larry and Laurie. That said, that could have very easily gone sour had we not seen sort of an unanticipated kill around that left side, because we saw Carl actually fall with 3 stars, one of them being the blue star, and that one kill broke the tie and gave the advantage to Crazy Raccoon.
There was actually a great Vengeful Spirits usage there for Melty. I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth in that order, but just for a little bit of extra DPS that secured like a random kill towards the end of the round there. So Jean can hit hard when they need to. Here goes Shu in with the tail spin, and it's such an easy kill. A freebie on the Larry and Laurie.
I think Crazy Raccoon are quite aware of, like, this is what they are weak into from the enemy side, and yet they have Moya basically playing Recon all by himself, completely undefended. If he goes near Stetampo, though, then there's no play at all for Shu. Ooh, Melty's really low. What gadget is Stetampo running? Apparently not hacks, because he should have gotten the kill for free. How did Shu get a kill on Stetampo when he had his super? what am I watching? Either this
should not have happened.
This is either a Carl masterclass or actually quite a big blunder there from Stetampo.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you have to very quickly throw that, throw that super out and then get that extra damage. I'm still surprised to see that go that way. Finally a kill there. Tensai able to manufacture an opportunity by taking Milkrow out of the game as Milkrow was not quick enough on the heel. Last call here. Oh, you hate to see those. It's going to be a trade of kills, though. 2-star deficit here for Crazy Raccoon, but they're now into the last 24 seconds of the round. What a weird little trade of kill after the Larian Laurie did use the gadget to try and heal up. Blue Star still with Shu. That might be relevant here in these last few moments.
Okay, could be a pull onto Moya. Ideally not Stetampo. Tensai looks for the hook. There's one onto Melty. Follow-up. Shu trying to get out the super from Stetampo. Looks for the kill on the right and gets it, but still falls in return. 9-13 as the clock ticks down. No kill for Tensai. Rival Esports take us to set 5 with an even score of 2-2.
All right, I'm here for it. Last time these two teams played, it was also a 5-set series. Milkrow, sigh of relief here. Rival are not done just yet. Crazy Raccoon, we know what's on the table for them. We know what's at stake. They could essentially win here and take next month off if they didn't care about the money. That is kind of insane to be saying that in our second last monthly final, CR could secure a spot at Worlds. Rival also, with a win here, especially with Angelic dropping out in the first round, going to be in great shape as well, at the very least for an LCQ spot. So, there's a lot to play for in this kind of game, and both these teams, Ready Set, are leaving it all out there for us, and I mean it all. The amount of those heal gadgets thrown out. See, Melty there, that was a Vengeful Spirit kill on Tensai. The Carl looked really good here, just every so often giving you a free elimination on the Larian Laurie, and yeah, that was a rough one there, as Moya can't quite escape. Thought the Grey had some potential here, but never really felt like that was unlocked for CR.
If we had not seen the Larian, like if that were out of the equation, the free kills that Carl was routinely getting, heck yeah, Milkrow. One of my favorite players to watch on cams. We'll get to see him for yet another set, though it's going to be between absolute and complete defeat and one of the biggest celebrations we've seen from the guy yet, as Rival Esports EA have yet to win a monthly final this year. But for Crazy Raccoon, it's just Tuesday. They tend to win things. Someone called them the most winningest. But not in this last set. We'll break down the stats here for Rival Esports EA. So 5 kills for Shu. Not all of them were onto Moya. We actually saw 1 kill onto Stetampo, who sort of got caught lacking there. Had his super equipped, but Shu got enough damage on him before he actually went in with a flying hook to secure a pretty safe kill onto RT, which is usually a brawler that Carl is pretty unable to kill. He's outranged and outgunned even in close range.
Yeah, usually very, very difficult. I remember you remarking about that kill because Stetampo obviously had an opportunity to blow up the Carl when he dove on him. It just didn't happen here. So Crazy Raccoon, with a reasonable draft, I don't think we had any glaring issues. You even felt that the Barley would be in danger and under a great deal of pressure in general, which I think is something that we did see play out on a couple of occasions. But having so many heal gadgets to combine with the magic puffs here, Rival knew they'd be taking poke damage from RT especially. They were all outranged by that brawler. They were able to withstand the pressure and bring a storm of their own. Let's head over to open business here. It will be a hot zone map. Again, Larian Laurie, powerful brawlers on this map, very much on the table. We'll see what the picks and bans yield for us. Specifically the bans, because a couple times here it feels like Crazy Raccoon have let a couple of things slip when it comes to the drafts. I can't believe we're still on this talking point in the current year, but here we are.
As we go down the slide, we talk about the things that have been let slide through the draft. And yes, let's see. Okay, Crazy Raccoon with some pretty typical bans here. Rival Esports EA, nothing super unusual. So brawlers on this map that, well, yeah, there's the Angelo. What up, Milkrow? Milkrow is going to be on this Angelo again 100%. Notice when we look at this map that there are no unbreakables here. Every single one of these obstacles is breakable. So if you come in here with something like a Griff, for instance, okay, Willow selection when wall break is available, I really, really do question. The idea is for them to like out DPS an enemy thrower. Maybe they try and like get themselves a double thrower with Barley or something. I think Barley's still probably the best thrower that you can go for on this map, so I wonder a little bit if they're just trying to keep themselves safe from that. I'm not sure why they wouldn't want to play it themselves, however.
We've seen. What is this? What on earth is this from Rival? The Hank locked in. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
I think they're onto something, though. Like, legitimately, I think this is one of those few maps where you can actually play Hank. It's legitimately possible. Now, he's also actually received a buff since, you know, he was released, and then turned out that after he was emergency nerfed, he was actually pretty bad. So y'all forgot about this. Everyone forgot about Hank. He heals when he uses his super. I want to remind everyone of that. Carl, quite typical of Rival by this point. What do you do into the Hank? I don't think if you're Crazy Raccoon, you have the Hank counter on speed dial.
Ha. Okay. No, okay, El Primo locked in. Is this like a direct answer, do you feel, to this Hank?
Also the Carl.
What is going on? What is APAC? It's a simulator. I'm convinced this is... I'm really asleep in my bed right now. Yeah,
I want you to get up
I'm being
in half 12 times.
I'm being experimented on with psychedelics. I'm certain of it. All right, so tell us a little bit about what the function is for the El Primo here. Another sequence of words I didn't expect to say on this map.
So Primo's kit is basically just stuns, which is the antithesis to Carl. And look how Carl has actually decided to run a much different build. He's going for the heat ejector now, which will be better for the long-range matchups. There's no one that he really wants to get too close to, because even Stetampo is ready with the CC, and it's Charlie. Charlie's just Charlie. Look at Melty over here spinning around. Shu spinning around himself as well, looking for the kill on Stetampo, a kill on a Tensai as well. Rival Esports EA have lockdown control of this mid. Though I'm more curious what exactly this Hank is going to do here. Tensai in close range. Melty obviously falls here. Tensai has so much health to work with, and I thought he was going to feast there, but Milkray remains alive.
Yeah, it's 61 to 10% though. Let me be clear about that. You notice that Melty as well is running the star power that gives him a speed boost when that bubble is fully charged. Also, this skin, the bubble is opaque, which is quite difficult to deal with. Normally, it's somewhat transparent here. Tensai goes on in, trying to fight Melty with a super, almost wins it out, but elsewhere, Shu and Milkray are having a bloody tea party on the point. Tensai needs to get involved here, but it's almost too late already.
Oh, how do you pop a Primo hypercharge and yet you only win
oh
with by a few health? They're gonna do this. Melty's popping heads left, right, and center. Tensai with a final flying elbow drop, but it doesn't even make contact with the earth. The celebration for Milkray after winning just one game, because folks, this might just be a 100-0 draft. What do they even do into this Hank? What does Primo accomplish here? When a Carl is consistently staying out of range of you and just never willing to engage in close range, then Primo does basically nothing. All he can do is take damage, feed supers, and then get his super in the end. But even a hypercharge couldn't win him that interaction versus Hank confident.
You can run from it, you can hide from it, you can try and bargain with it, you can beg it, but APAC drafting comes for it's already set. It's like a police searchlight, and you're running through the streets, dumping the dumpsters, trying to avoid it. This absolutely brutal. Look at that whip on the Tensai, down a half instantly. Melty already has another one on deck here. 22% and counting. Stetampo wants to move up here and fight, has to dive though away. Shu mind control, that interrupts the tail spin, by the way, and Tensai able to flatten Hank.
Nicely done by Stetampo. Remarked about how Willow does have counterplay into this Carl. Actually got the mind control onto Shu and then even made him kill his own teammate. Now Crazy Raccoon have actually taken the advantage here. Milkray is being given a tough time. He's struggling to hit these shots. We need to see Melty get into position on this Hank. Maybe some damage versus Tensai, who's willing to get in close range. Stetampo also forced out here. It's a free kill.
Oh, great timing.
As that pickaxe swings back. Yeah, definitely good presence there. We'll see Tensai also fall. So Rival Esports EA actually, if they can shrug off this next push in, take the advantage over Crazy Raccoon.
Shu a little bit low here. Melty already found Moya. Oh, that super is so powerful. Shu gets involved in Tensai, goes down. Melty looking healthy and has another super available. The heal attached to that is so hard to deal with. Melty needs two good bubbles to really give Tensai any reason to back up here. Now they're going to have to give up the point once more, but we're pretty much even now. Super up. Shu going to go in now with the tailspin. Shitampo with the mind control. Shu having to move forward now, and can he get anything done here? No, he just walks out of the fight. It's close. 78 apiece. Rival able to step up now. It's going to be Shitampo left, able to find at least some purchase on Shu, but Milkrio's been getting extra capture percentage this entire time. And Melty's returning to the fight. They're at 91% and counting.
Oh, almost all the way up to 100%. Shu needs to stay alive. Moya, the last hope. No, they do it! Rival Esports are going to the grand finals, taking down Crazy Raccoon. Entry pass to the world finals denied.
LCQ will have to settle for now for Crazy Raccoon. This is unthinkable for Rival. They've defeated the final boss of APAC. They go to the grand finals. This is insane. I think I half expected not to see Milkrio once we went to the cam, just because whatever he did was obviously going to generate some kind of seismic occurrence that would take the camera off balance.
That's wild. Did you pred Rival, by the way? I think you might have.
Not to brag or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not as it's not as edgy as mine, but it's pretty good. Like I'm fine with that. You know, because there's always a chance that, you know, Crazy Raccoon are just going to absolutely overheat in the drafts and go for something wacky. That happened, not in their last set, I think, but it definitely happened over the course of this series. But you know, it's still good looks. I mean, I just hate to be Ark, really, who I don't think predated them, or you know, that's fine. See, all I do, I just project onto someone else who's less fortunate than me. That's basically how it goes here.
I feel better about myself.
Yeah, let's talk their draft here though, because Hank obviously this might be like one of his first winning sets in a monthly final. Might need a citation on that one, but Tensai that was rough. Tensai picks the El Primo there. Should have gone for the El Primo with a really fat head. That would at least made it like fun to sort of watch him just run across the map here. But yeah, look, doesn't quite work out. Doesn't go to plan, even with multiple good mind controls from Shitampo as well. Rival advanced to our grand finals.
This is insane. I can't wait to see what the stats look like. Let's check it out. Milkrio over here, 11 kills, 495 DPS. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they let it happen, actually, on Kaboom Canyon. They're like, okay, yeah, you know what, whatever, you can pick the Angelo. And then they actually won, but it was by a very slim margin. Had that first game not gone to a tie, had it been like a single extra hit on the save, then they would have lost there, and we'd be talking about a set 4 win rather than a set 5 win for Rival Esports EA. Check out Milkrio over here. Actually did almost as much DPS as Shu. I think really what the primary function of Hank was here was A, to be valuable on this map, but B, look at how much it screwed up Crazy Raccoon's draft, where they were forced to play the Primo, which did actually have some good moments, but for the entire duration of game number 1, and at this point that was half of the entire set, did functionally nothing.
Devastating. Devastating for Crazy Raccoon here. They're still doing fine, and the winner of your popular MVP vote is Milkrio here. No surprise. Obviously great to see on camera. Also incredible on Angelo over the course of the series. You know, getting 32 kills and not being able to win the set on Angelo. Definitely a tough pill to swallow. Then turns around in that last set. It looks incredible. Crazy Raccoon, are they just disrespecting Angelo as a brawler in general? They've let that through so many times.
I think the mentality here is that Angelo is good, and he's so good that you must pick him. Therefore, that actually takes away some of the unpredictability of the draft. If I know that you're going to pick Angelo, presented the choice, then I can actually create a draft where I already know one of the brawlers that you are going to select, and I already know you're not going to ban Angelo because you want him. Anytime you can see anything certain in the future is very reliable in this game. Anytime you already know what those bans are going to be, since they're blind, and also when you're looking at analytics, you can't see the bans. You can only see picks using APIs and stuff. So yes, I think that honestly this was not a bad idea from Crazy Raccoon to try and cook into the Angelo. It completely came back to bite them. I think that really the main character here was the Angelo. But the Hank was able to disturb things enough to where they couldn't find yet another thing that would be good into the Angelo. We're forced to play Primo to counter the Hank as well as the Carl instead.
And yeah, as we know, it didn't pay off. All right, we're going to head to a break and come back with our grand final here. Rival had made it through, and they're going up against FA Night Doug. Crazy stuff. Whichever way you slice it, we are going to be having a new monthly champion here. That would be 4 different monthly champions in 4 different monthly finals. This region's crazy. We love it. We'll be back for more of it after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Oh, it's kind of tough being right, honestly. I think, honestly, the rival prediction was the way to go, guys. So this is a bit of a taste of your own medicine, Uber.
Hold on. Are those kids' glasses? Are those kids' glasses? They are so small.
When I was 14. Okay. I have
Put it back on camera.
What do you have to do?
Put him
and you
back
just
on
clapped all over it. I cannot believe it.
So
I can't believe you.
small.
I was enjoying this moment. And to take it from me, I predict rival to win.
I know.
Imagine milk.
But your glasses are tiny.
I hate you so much right now. You don't even know how much I hate. I have other glasses that fit better. I just wanted the aviators.
Why didn't you grab one of those? Instead of Babby's first shades, mate. I'm
I hate you so much right now.
It's like the son of Neo from The Matrix just tried on his dad's sunglasses today, isn't it?
I was like, oh, okay, all right. Look, listen. You got the pred right, I'll give you that. You've lost your dignity in the process, though, so I guess we'll call that equivalent exchange. And look, and at least they've made the rival logos small like your Sunnies are. We are.
Okay, dude.
Good thing. For those wondering, my prediction is FA Nidog. I'm doing it just for the meme, and I hope I lose, so I get to see this again from your boy Ready Set. I mean, are you sure? Oh, that's such a shame. Well, I hope I win in that case. So, yes, we are, folks, sorry, falling apart at the seams here. We are moments away from our grand final matchup. And who would have thought it? Like I said before the break arc, whichever way the chips fall, we are going to have a new champion here in APAC. Oh, again, that's 4 months in a row. This region it's wild.
It's honestly nuts. I mean, but I love that. You know, it just shows that the competition is increasing. You never know what to expect. You know, last month's champions of Coco Loco going down in the first quarterfinal stage to FA Nidog. You know, it just never stops. And, you know, that keeps everyone on their toes. It's the second month in a row that Crazy Raccoon have exited in the semifinals. That is in itself very unusual for a team that have been consistently always there for the most part. You just never know what's coming next.
So let's talk FA Nidog, right? This is a team that looked like they'd actually, Reddy said, have a clean 3-0. We were thinking, okay, these guys are actually just going to do the thing and roll through against Snavi's squad. It didn't end up being quite so easy, though, as Snavi did mount quite a comeback, threatening reverse sweep that ended up being a very demoralizing fake comeback. But, I mean, they already took down the previous month's champion in Coco Loco in that first matchup.
Even then, though, it was quite close that they managed to do that. It was a narrow margin as well. So now they're going against rival. I've mentioned, I just kind of called it the pack, right? The teams that occupy number 2 through 4 on this leaderboard. They have taken down Coco Loco. Angelic is out of the question. So now really all they have left to do is go for, you know, the home run with a win over rival. And once again, steal the glory of a grand finals victory from rival, as they've already faced this in the past.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, rival have come so close here. And while, you know, the consolation has been there, you know, the prize money's been great, and also what the 70 circuit points you take for making to a grand final and not winning is pretty significant. This FA Nidog team have literally come out of nowhere, in much the same way that Na'Vi did in winning their first monthly final. So there is precedent for this in this region. But every game for FA Nidog has had to be won in a 5th set. They have played maximum Brawl Stars today, Ark. Whereas rival, I mean, they have a very tight game against Crazy Raccoon. Now, we just really don't know how to call it in the beginning. But this team here, Milcrio, Melty, and Shu. Shu, I think, being, you know, like a really I think you even said it, like a really underrated player, getting a lot of respect here in this APAC region, especially from locals in the know.
His technique is honestly astounding, especially in Brawl Ball on the buzz here today, but also last month with the where he was playing an amazing Willow, he was playing an amazing Melody. Like, his Brawl Ball game modes are honestly just insane for Shu. A rising star. He really is astounding me this year. But you know, when you talk about, like, you know, those sets going all the way to the 5th and final, when it comes to FA, you know, sort of, you know, it just, for me, that was very similar to Coco Loco last month. You know, that's how I kind of see FA Nidog this month round. And in that grand finals, you know, Rivals got swept last month. I actually expected Rival to come out on top last month. I was expecting them to be the champions last month. And
they were
in the grand finals, they just got toppled, absolutely toppled. So with FA Nidog this month round having 3-2s all the way until the grand finals, you know, are they going to be able to maintain that? That's my kind of question with them.
Right. It's about energy level. It's about maintaining that composure here, because you saw the celebration from Milcrio. It's like he'd won Worlds. You know, the guy is full of emotion, plenty of energy, but needs to save some for a true dark horse in FA Nidog, a team that is really hard to prepare for, because you might run across them in a monthly qualifier, and that's it. There's very limited footage on them, and you don't have enough time today to prepare for them. I respect the flex. I need more of that in my life. we throwing up the devil horns. I'm about it, man. These guys are not messing about. And Kuru, of course, is a world champion in his own right. Absolutely earned that title, and then fell off the map a little bit, right? This FA Nidog team just skulked in the shadows of monthly qualifiers and couldn't quite make their way in. But every month, there's a changing of the guard somehow. And speaking of which, we are going to give Ready Set some time to find some appropriately sized sunglasses, and we're going to be jumping into this grand final. See you in a moment. Ready, Ark. We're going to start with last stop here. This is a sandy map if I've ever seen it.
I love that he can't even get a word in either. He's already gone. He can't come back. It's
I mean, I'm sorry. It's, you know, also the skins with the massive heads, right? The Line Friends ones. Like, I said it, like, I just think things that are comically small or large is absolutely send me.
How do we notice the sunglasses being small, not Ready Set's head just being overly sized?
Honestly, that is so true and real of you, Ark. You're actually based for that. I didn't even consider that. We'll get it measured for you guys. Either way, here's an amber pick to start off with for Nidog. Very scary in the right hands and a terrifying side lane I'd have to go up against.
Max, as always, a fun one to have, and you know, Rival Esports, they really do play it exceptionally well. They're actually banning the Angelo, which I think is a pretty wise decision on this particular map as well. Melody and Baron banned, Draco banned as well, which I think kind of is warranted here, and the Gene pick as well to add to the Max. It's just a great synergy combo, isn't it, really? Always has been, always will be. You know, when it comes to that Gene mid, though, there is the opportunity here for FA Nidog to kind of come in with something which can kind of counter that out. So let's see what they pick up next.
Pam comes in here for Nidog. Interesting. We know how strong Pam is on maps like Dueling Beetles, for example, but do you have great spots to set up a healing turret here that's like in a relevant location? Are you putting it behind the Indestructibles to help your mid laner, perhaps?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity here as well, and also with the gene pull as well, being able to just have that turret to hand and just use it as a defensive as well. I think can go a long way here as well. Otis again seems to be like a nice sort of fifth pick in APAC for like that kind of idea that if that brawler that's coming next is something tanky to have to deal with, and the Mute can really handle that. But also, it's not too bad if that doesn't happen. It's kind of like a bit of a safety pick, but it's not the ideal hand. I don't think.
Seems fine, but it just skulks in the side lane, right, and then sort of tries to pop out and apply some pressure. We have a Bell here. I think we saw it earlier on tonight, and I think it was in one of our quarterfinal matches. It didn't really look that good, but here you outrange everyone on Night Dog, essentially, and those nest eggs are important. I mean, if you have a gem lead, you can step up and place them down. It just makes it even harder for your opponents to come back.
It's a bit of a weird one. I mean, I can kind of see how like the Gene could go lane potentially here as well, and they can kind of like have that idea to sort of have a secondary gem carry if needed. But I don't know. I mean, we were talking about Sani beforehand. I think Sani would have been a really decent idea to consider here to combine with that kind of like Max Gene. It's just like the perfect three in my opinion, especially now with all the hypercharge going on. But the Bells will play well into the PAM. That's kind of like where they're thinking it on the side of Rival Esports. They want to have something which can really cause a real problem to deter away from that value that Kuru's going to get from that PAM healing station.
Okay, so yeah, not supported mid laner, actually the mid laner here. Heavily outranged by Milkrayo, but healthy enough to step up and take the gems and afford to eat a little bit of poke damage. That is fair. Shu has to phase shift away. Ryohei brightening from that side lane. So two very powerful brawlers, great duelists here for Night Dog, but need to keep these gems flowing. Right now they have a lead, but for how much longer?
Yeah, Melty now has pull as well, and if you can just land it at the right time, needs the heals though to really kind of be able to support it. Goes low HP here as well, goes down as well. That's great value over there to Rival Esports. Kuru knows that he's in a bit of a spot here. He can't land too close to the healing station, trying to use that cover to counteract the bounces between the two. But it's looking bleak so far as Rival Esports really are doing a good job of herding these sheep, and Ryohei very low here, goes down himself. 3 versus 2 yet again. Melty's still holding on to that magic hand and surely going to choose a time to do so. Now might be the time as it shows down the phase shift is there. He's not even going to need it necessarily. You can have it on defense.
Yeah, I mean, how do you come forward on this now? There was a hypercharge mark set off from the Bell, so that is an insta guaranteed hit on Ghost, who has no choice but to come up and try and disrupt these gems, but they are going to explode. Even this like incidental gene damage is going to be devastating, and that'll be that. Good start here for Rival. It's a powerful comp, and we're reminded of why Bell can still be quite desirable on these gem grab maps.
Yeah, I don't think Bell was the original plan. I think they wanted to run Gene mid, and like that's the option with Gene. There, it's a very, very good seeking brawler to have on the lane side. Also, running the vision gear, you can really provide so much of information over to your teammates, and playing the max as well. They can go on the aggressive. Shu can really use that value and that vision to his advantage, and it's just working really well into the PAM. It's causing a big problem for Kuru. I don't think that they were expecting this. It's not a very common brawler to pick, but it makes a lot of sense when you look at the draft.
All right, again, Kuru going to be pressured away briefly. That health, though, will be recovered quite quickly. And remember, of course, with Mama's Hug, Kuru is healing for the damage that they do. It's not a huge amount, but again, it matters. Especially when you want to try and have that staying power in the middle part of the map. There goes. Yeah, nobody go there. Ryohei steps up, sprays some of those shots, and yeah, it's decent damage, but magic puffs mean that Rival don't really care about small, incidental chunks of damage. You have to blow them up instantly. Magic hand, Ghost, yeah, see you later.
Yeah, solid stuff. Speed coming now as well. We're very low here. That healing station just about saved him. He is marked up as well to consider. But yeah, you mentioned the Mama's Hug. I haven't seen that star power for the longest amount of time. I mean, I guess Kuru's concerned that he can't really remain within the healing turret all the time, and they've got to have that maneuverability to hand here. Melty's got yet another super, just absolutely laying down the law here, and you could go for Kuru potentially just a little bit out of range there as well. A bit of a miss.
Yeah, again, like, Max Squeeze not really relevant because that healing turret is so far away on an open map. That's a mark on Kuru here, so this is going to be very easy for Rival to swoop on in, snatch up all the gems, and then slowly start to scale out of the middle part of the map. They don't want to give up entirely this map control lest they get jumped on by this Amber or muted by the Otis, but that's less of an issue as he is out of the picture now, and Rival, comfortable first set take here. Last month they got swept in the grand final. This time, they're not leaving it up to chance.
Yeah, looking comfortable, aren't they? Really. I think that gene pool may have landed. I think they weren't running the Mythic here as well. Took the hand. If they had, it may have been a better fortune, but they didn't even need it. I mean, Melty honestly had like a lot of opportunities towards the end game in defense to be able to use that utility. I think that for me, that was a really solid draft. I would never have seen that sort of Bell idea coming. I think that Pam is also a very strong brawler, actually. I think a bit underplayed for the most part across the regions, but that is the risk. If Bell is available and is left as that third and final pick, it's going to play super well into turrets, and I just don't think that was the plan. But that's what's showing me some great signs in Rival Esports. They're making adaptations on the fly, and looking at the draft for what it is, rather than kind of what they want to play, what they know is going to be good, what the meta says, because ultimately it comes down to that draft and having those matchups. And if you're able to see an opportunity, you've got to seize it and just adapt around it. I think it was a really, really good, smart draft. And some of the drafts we've seen today have been a little bit off here and there, but that was a really great example of why APAC is still really quite up there when it comes to how they, that hand may have missed, but I think Curio was going to dodge it anyway there. But nonetheless, they just had such an advantage that phase shift was there as well, the hypercharge, the speed, everything was there, and I think Rival Esports are looking really, really strong so far.
I love the draft, right? They start with a strong core of the Max and Gene, and then they make a pivot there a little bit later on. Yeah, I mean, Milkrow are really pounding a lot of this damage in, and I don't know, we understand why Nighthawk go for this, right? It's like a very serviceable mid in Pam and two very strong side laners, but Rival don't really go 1-1-1. Right? They actually put Melty and Shu together and have them just like abuse whichever of the Otis and Amber tries to turn up on that left lane. And then the other doesn't have the range to make use of being in the far lane at all. They're sort of like, well, I'm going to try and poke the Bell down, but I'm so far away from them here. So from the draft to the execution, Rival Esports were a cut above on that set, and that's what we're expecting from a team who's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride, getting knocked out in these finals, always getting at least like 50 points per monthly final. These guys are legit. Now it's time for them to get what they deserve. And they want to close out this series in a 3-0. And look, if we continue like that, they take the momentum away from that first set and continue to draft as well, I'm expecting it to happen. Now, Reddy can wear his glasses, from that, that's fine.
They've kind of been building up to this, I feel. Like this is their second grand final appearance this year. This is FA Nightdog's first monthly final. I mean, it's a very, very commendable performance, don't get me wrong, to come into your first monthly final and make the grand finals. But we are in June. We've got one more month after this. It is a little bit late here for FA Nightdog. And I think that for Rival Esports, they have been really showing great growth throughout the competition. A little bit short-changed back in March when they lost to Crazy Raccoon in that semi-finals. It was a 3-2. They could have been in the grand finals. They could have even won it, who knows. But nonetheless, at the moment, it's a good, solid start. But we've seen the resolve, haven't we, of FA Nightdog, throughout today. They are a team that are not afraid to take it all the way to the fifth and final set. And that is something that Rival Esports, have got to be keeping a little bit of a calm head on. They do tend to get a bit carried away sometimes, a bit overly aggressive, maybe feel a bit overconfident, and some of their drafts might reflect that also. So they've got to make sure that they keep that under lock. The Draco bans on both sides, the Melody ban, the Kit ban, I'm liking what I'm seeing for New Horizons and Knockout. Gene as well to add to that, as well as the Max and Angelo first pick. I mean, 32 kills in that last series, for I think it was Milk Brewer who was playing it in Heist. So, I mean, you can't really leave it open, especially not with an 83% ban rate. I mean, I don't know why people keep handing it over on a platter to Rival Esports, because they are clearly very skilled at playing it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess prioritizing some other sort of brawlers here. So Byron is available. So the Buster Grey strat is also on the table here. That is an option. A little cheesy, of course, but with the Byron, the Buster is very powerful on these knockout maps. And again, sharpshooters getting shut down for the duration of that montage is pretty important, and that'll force either of these teams to pick up some wall break in order to deal with that. So here's the Grey, part of that one component at least of that composition will give that all-in ability, and that third brawl, that last brawl, is where sort of Rival need to be careful of now, because someone's getting sent through those dimensional doors.
We often see a lot of Pearl as well in other regions, but not necessarily sure it's going to carry over to APAC. We'll see shortly. But Rival Esports need to have something aggressive here, I feel, because they don't want to kind of just have FA Nightdog sit behind a wall. Laren Laurie, it's a great choice to be able to have a thrower to, deter away from being behind cover. Got to be very cautious as well of that walking cane of that Grey. That's the kind of thing that can really cause a problem. But I mean, having a thrower, I think at this stage of the draft is a really, really smart decision. Lacking a little bit in terms of aggression. Got the great long range, got the thrower for control as well. So something like that might not be the worst idea. Surprised to go to ban the Max, because I would have quite liked to see it RT. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
All right, again, if there is a sort of slow round, if Nidug are trying to play safe and play out of the action, then RT can sort of give you some degree of, guarantee when that round ends, of course, being able to build super and then basically have the highest DPS of any brawler in the game during that short window. So, options are here. Yeah, okay. Sprout picked up here. This is a spit in the face of Angelo especially, and honestly, it's a thrower that can outrange Larry and Laurie. It kind of has dual purpose here for Ghost.
Yeah, it kind of makes a lot of sense. They kind of had to as well to have something like that to really help in those moments of being behind cover and not just getting pushed out too easily. So I quite like it. It's definitely one of those brawlers that has a bit of low DPS, so that's a bit of a concern. But surely, get those walls up quickly. Not really much value to be found in the hypercharge, to be completely honest. I'd like to see a bit of a rework or a little bit more beef added to that in the future, but it's certainly not a bad count on that right hand side towards the Larry and Laurie. It's that mid that I'm a little bit concerned about, because Milk Rio we've seen today is so dangerous on this Angelo pick.
Yeah, Angelo just sick here. There's bodies of water to play around. Outranging, I can't believe I'm saying that, maybe almost outranging the Byron, or at least it's a very close split between the two. You have obviously large amounts of burst damage with that charged arrow, so gonna have Pleasantries exchange here. You'll notice that Melty's taking a little bit of incidental damage here because they are, as you can see, outranged by those space carrots. Another big hit there, so we're gonna have a hedge come up fairly soon, but your options for using it to cut Milcreo or Shu off are a little limited from how these lane assignments have been made. Walking Cane, Shu yanked in there, but yeah, what was the follow-up plan for Grey? Unclear.
Yeah, didn't get much for break really either on that left-hand side. The gas coming in is a problem. Melty very low on that right-hand side. Might go down here.
Oh, they're in trouble.
Great jukes for the gas. It's going to be able to push him to the side. Ghost low now. 2 versus 2. Now the wall is there for Kuru, but this might be Rival are able to potentially bring this back. One takedown there, and this should surely be the second as well. And they do manage to do it against the odds, because their backs were against the wall when that gas came in. They healed up, they got back control, and started to lock everything down in a really spectacular fashion.
Yeah, it's almost deterministic in the late round if RT can walk up and have super available as the gas closes in there. Shu showing us exactly why. It's a pick that's relevant in in both stages of the game, whether it's laning like this or when things get up close and personal. Ryohei has not been able to build super yet, I don't think. Maybe got it at the end of that last round, but either way, is really outclassed going up against an RT. Isn't going to fare much better against Angelo, so it's not a great place to put that brawler in general. Guru here. Hypercharge available, not so relevant here, but again, the raw stats might be important here for Kuru. Hedge thrown out there in Melty's direction just to maybe create some more spacing, but might be transplanted away somewhere else as the Walking Cane doesn't hit Milcreo, and then Angelo will continue to be a menace. Ghost is low, has the super themselves. Here comes it. Oh, okay, I like the idea. Walking Cane into the hedge, and that's the TP in. Kuru able to finish off Milcreo now. 3 versus 2. Shu a little bit low as the gas starts to converge a little bit more. It's all up to Melty. It's a big ask here in a 1 versus 2, and it's too much to expect.
Yeah, really tough scenario there. I didn't really see a world that Melty came out on top there. It was the trickling down of the poison that really kind of secured things, and really he fell to that. And he's struggling a little bit on this left-hand side. I can understand why. RT's got such great range and marked up a lot of the time as well. And it's very troublesome. But Shu now maybe overextending a touch. Ghost comes in, lands some taps as well, just keeps him back for good measure. Let's see now. Immediately, scrutinized again. Milcreo now in a much more advantageous position in this mid, very aggressively so and much better. But we are in a position where whoever takes this round takes the first game. So both sides will be very cautious now.
Pretty drawn out. A map in general here as both teams looking to poke each other down and not take any huge risks. Definitely want to look at that right-hand lane again as Kuru with the hedge available. Breaks up the map, and now with that, that's brutal. Ryohei caught out. Yeah, Milcreo is a problem. Kuru can use that hedge to put some pressure down on Milcreo, but they still need to worry about the Larry and Laurie, and slowly but surely, Nidug and their draft are getting completely unraveled. Look, generally anyone's game as we head now over to the next round, but, I mean, I don't know. Rival looked very, very good with their pick and ban.
I'll be honest, there's nothing I want to see more in this world than a Sprout 3 versus 1. I mean, that would be player of the year. But yeah, very little that you can do about that. You've got to have your teammates. You're the supportive role over anything else there. And I mean, there's just literally nowhere to go for FA Nidug there. And for Rival Esports now a great opportunity. They've got a fantastic comp. I think they've got better of the comps, making some adaptations now, however, on the side of FA Nidog, just putting the Grey into the mid now and pushing the Bar onto the left. Not too sure that it's going to make that much difference, to be completely honest, but we'll see. It's just going to cause the Baron to have a bit of a tougher time to land the angle, as will the Angelo, so it kind of matches each other out. Mel's on this right-hand side, pushing forwards quite aggressively so as well, and he might be able to start to land into the mid now if, you know, Kuro keeps going back.
All right. Getting the Byron up against the RT. Does, of course, expose Ryohei a little bit to Milk-Ryo, but at least they can just stay alive. I think that's the job done for them here. Again, easier said than done with how fast Angelo is and how hard it's going to be for Ryohei to work around. And the timing was perfect. The walking cane came in. Melty could not get away from the current thrown in by Kuro. FA Nidog put it together. They figure it out. Huge round win.
Yeah, really nice synergy. You know, everyone on the team just knew what the plan was, getting the walking cane to land at the same time as support, and just everything working out so well. And you can just see how quickly things can escalate with just one singular takedown. And if FA Nidog can kind of consider that a bit more and work on that chemistry, that coordination, the communication there, you could see it. It was very visual, but now under a lot of scrutiny, Ryohei's forced back now, getting some heals, some much needed heals there from Ghost. We may have to push back a little bit more into the mid now. There.
What they won't give Ghost the lane matchup against the RT at all. They keep swapping Shu into whatever lane that Ryohei has been in, and kind of forcing, you know, Milk-Ryo to have an advantage matchup in general. Super there thrown down. Shu a little bit low. Ryohei saw an opportunity to jump in there, but Shu is going to get away with this. There's no way. The RT gets to stand back and just wait. Ryohei is hoping to try and close the gap, turn this into some map control. And yeah, even though there wasn't a kill on Shu, Nidog have been able to do so much with it. They're going to take a whole game back awful quick here and even up the set.
Solid, really, really solid. A few blunders on the side of Ryohei, I'll be honest, like a couple of missed walking canes here and there, and I think he should have really secured the kill on the RT a bit sooner, but nonetheless, I mean, they're getting games now. I mean, that is progress nonetheless. I know, especially because the comp, I feel, really is quite in favor there on the other side of things, but no, they are able to just get a few kills here and there, make it that 3 versus 2, bring it back to order, and that was a very, very quick game, let's be honest.
It was quick. We saw FA Nidog really, again, they're forcing this lane assignment once more. Getting the Byron up against the RT. This is what they were missing that first game, that first time around. Ryohei as well can hold his own against Milk-Ryo if he's able to hit these walking canes. Milk-Ryo takes a ton of damage and has to give up map control, which allows Greater Than to collapse onto one of those side lanes with maybe another walking cane or even a super.
Definitely working out better with the grey mid. As long as Ryohei does not get hit, that's the thing, and there it goes. And provides a super immediately over to Milk-Ryo so we can go more on the aggressive, but could be so careful to not misclick as well. Like a walking cane will just destroy that middle barrel, and then you're really just left open to the elements. But we're low now. That splash did not really connect there from Ghost either. Good taps onto Shu though will alleviate somewhat on the left-hand side. But in the meanwhile, Melty is behind that wall. It's going to be forced round to the mid. Low HP coming out, but no one contests it.
That's a shot from Ryohei. Beautiful stuff. You make a great point about not destroying the cauldron in the middle of the map. FA Nidog play around it beautifully. What a comeback from these guys. They finally realize, again, I'm harping on it, but getting a positive lane assignment for their Byron. Make it hard for RT to be a factor anywhere else on the map. Well, Ryohei has the hardest job on this team, and he's doing a bang-up job of avoiding instant death from a couple of these shots from Milk-Ryo.
And as soon as Milk-Ryo lands a shot onto Ryohei, heals coming in from Ghost. So Shu needs to really aggress that left-hand side and try to eradicate that from the mix, and that will probably topple the cards. Kuro now has hypercharges on that right-hand side. We saw, haven't we already, just how good he is with those walls. It's going to force Melty potentially into the mid here. He just keeps taking damage. Big splash there from Ghost, but not really going to land again. Missed walking cane from the Ryohei. There's a lot of mistakes happening on the side of FA Nidog, but Rival Esports are not capitalizing so far.
Yeah, I mean, again, for Shu, it's really just a matter of trying to stay safe. They're trying to switch the lane assignment up here and force Byron to go up against Milk-Ryo. He's 25 HP and he gets away. Only just, but a second walking cane catches Shu, forcing the super out, and that's dangerous. The legs and torso both unprotected, and FA Nidog have blown back into this series with a set win. What a recovery. These guys are the real deal.
are so good at keeping a calm composure, aren't they? That's the thing about FA Nidog that you just cannot deny. I mean, they really are able to be behind on the back foot and treat it like just any other game. Just eradicate the scoreline from reality and just focus on getting the job done. That seems to be how they're faring today, and that was a very important set for them to win. I mean, if that hadn't been the case, it would have been 2-0 in favor of Rival Esports, and we have seen turnarounds already like that today, but it's such a tough thing to actually happen and make through into gaining that full reverse sweep. Definitely, I think that Rival Esports could have done a little bit better in that final game, to be honest. I think Milk really needed to heal towards the end. He was stuck on 25 HP, and it chose just to keep the shot being amplified up and charged up. But I think in those moments where the gas is coming in, you've got so little time against the Grey that can just TP in and just instantly eradicate you with that little amount of HP. You got to consider things like that. And to credit to FA Nidog, they forced them into that spot.
And it was as Rival were trying to make a lane swap happen by moving Milkreo to the side lane and ideally getting Shu in that matchup against the Grey of Ryohei again. That's when FA Nidog saw the opportunity to make use of these walking canes. Milkreo went down to 25, still had to keep firing to keep pressure on, and they forced the super out of the RT, basically ending them on the spot because the map was opened up. It was just too easy to punish them there. There was so much going on. And that's to say nothing of the Sprout versus Larry and Laurie matchup. Look at that DPS from Melty. Absolutely taken to town. And Kuru didn't have to do too much, just keep Melty busy, keep the pressure on. Sometimes just winning out that lane and then being able to collapse onto the rest of the map here. A lot of things went right for FA Nidog there as well, but it feels like they leveled up considerably over the course of that set. They're ready to throw down, man.
Oh yeah, Kuru. I mean, he just had that right-hand side on lockdown from start to finish. I mean, I think Larry and Laurie's not a bad pick here per se. I just think that maybe APAC prioritize it in too many places. A lot of the time, they really do like to play it or ban it by comparison to other regions where it's not quite as prevalent anymore in the meta. But that being said, it can still bring results. So Kuru had his work cut out for him. You can get pushed up a pawn quite easily with the Larry as well. What can you really do on defense when that's coming your way? I think that they did a really good job on that side, and that's what's brought things back to level now as we enter sneaky fills for Brawl Ball. A big lease of life is going to be handed over now to FA Nidog, and that's something which is very dangerous in their hands.
Oh, I mean, considering what we've seen them do with a little bit of momentum over the course of this monthly final, you had better believe it. It is huge for them maybe to have some self-belief now up against a team who's always been in these grand finals, or at least it's felt that way. Sneaky Fields. All right, Rosa very powerful here, of course. M's often sort of looked to be an impact brawler. Buzz is always going to be scary on these Brawl Ball maps. Sandy, very powerful here. Jackie or Nita are also getting looked at quite a lot here. I'm surprised we have no Nita bans whatsoever, but I guess Crazy Raccoon aren't in the game, so maybe you're fearing that a little bit less. But yeah, with that hypercharge, she is a force to be reckoned with.
Nita is the first pick, yeah, straight away off the bat. I don't mind it. I think that it's very, very solid to be able to have that pushback potential. I think Jackie being considered very high up on the ban rates, and for this region specifically, could be an option, but it's very early in the draft at the moment. That's the problem. So Rico, it's my favorite brawler, or one of them, sort of tie with Piper, but it's definitely going to have a lot of value with Vision Gear, no doubt about it. I just think that it's just not really a meta brawler right now. It's very circumstantial. It's not a bad map for it at all. Don't get me wrong. It's just sometimes hard to get results. Ems is a great brawler pick here for me. I mean, it's like that brawler that can just kind of seek out some of the bushes, but also in the eventuality of big tankier brawlers that might show themselves later, it's a bit of a deterrent of that, can sort of shred through Bruce as well. Battlefare, of course, is a gadget on the side of Nita, is going to definitely cause an issue on that Ems no matter what. But I mean, that's not a bad shout. I prefer it over the Rico for sure. Byron, that's an interesting one for mid, potentially. Could go lane as well, but I mean, it definitely opens up the doors for some tankier options to be able to force their way through, doesn't it?
Yeah, and also enables Anita to be that much more aggressive, right? To make sure that those Bruces are being generated, those supers are available, and yeah, like a flat damage reduction on Faux Fur only gets better when Bruce is hypercharged and has an increase to overall health pool by a pretty considerable amount. So Max here feels like a good way to round out this composition, right? You have the ability now to shuttle Nita right into the face of a team like FA Nidug, but that'll be competing with the slow attached to Caustic Charisma. I think, like you said, Ems is a really good pick here, very potent. Rather need to find a way to walk up on that Ems and make it impossible to be friend-zoned by her. Larry and Laurie comes in again. We've really seen their limitations, I think, on that previous map, but here when your opponent is walking up on you and don't have a thrower to match you, you can be a real menace.
Yeah, I was expecting it, I'll be honest. I actually don't mind it here. I think it's going to struggle against the Max, of course, but I think keep that lane over the Nita. You know, if you keep that Nita under control the majority of the time and really making sure that you don't give anything over to it, then I think it can do a lot of work. I'm going to keep the M's on it for now. I'll see later whether they actually choose the lane switch it, but definitely, you know, look at Vision Gear. It's going to be all over the place. You can see it already flashing for Kuru, flashing for Ryohei, and I think that's where this map really does cater well. And no one decided to bring anything to break those bushes really anyway, so like it's going to provide even more value.
A little oppressive for Melty to deal with so far, as every time they step up, they're taking multiple ticks from that cloud of spray. Kuru here is a mid laner. Definitely do a lot with some of these bouncing shots, but generally, you know, we'll have a tough time dealing with Shu. Milkrow wants to step ahead here of the Larry and Laurie damage, but he's lucky to get out alive. Very strong poke here for FA Nidug in general, and we still yet to see the Nita really get involved.
Well, Kuru's not going to find anything of that. Melty now coming from this left-hand side. Should get some good value for it, but now the Laurie comes in. Pass potential here, taking down just the nick of time. Milk reinforces out of speed as well, but the slow is perfect. Ryohei coming out on top on that defense was beautifully done. It really was. It was all on his shoulders, and he pulled it off.
Yeah, being able to corner the ball there is massive. The Caustic Charisma making it possible for a rival to get past the Ems. You're just asking for it there. It's a big old bruise, but like we mentioned, Ems really cuts through him as he exposes himself to every tick of damage from a well-placed cloud of gas. Now we'll be waiting on Nidug to stabilize so they can actually get the ball from this corner. Hypercharge is up for Melty, so Big Bad Bruce about to make another appearance here. And they're going to run straight up with it first, make use of the raw stats. Here's Bruce with the faux first, swinging for the fence. Bear with me, of course, quite powerful here in these brawl situations. And FA Nidug just ceased to exist.
And you can see why that Nita first pick was so heavily valued by rival esports. Melty is just really melting with it, just absolutely going to town. And I think for FA Nidug, they've got to be a bit more cautious around that and not feeding him Bruce Bears. It just causes a big issue, pushes straight back into the defense. And as quick as I'm saying it, another one hand over Falfa coming in yet again. Ryohei goes down to the splash. It just makes everything so open space for them to bring the ball forwards. And then if they haven't got the ability to score it off the back of that, just get that position in control. They don't even need to do anything with the ball. They can just pocket this now into the side, just waste down the seconds, because you know it's all down to FA Nidug to get it and to make something with it. It's just didn't have enough time.
Yeah, no reason for a rival to overextend here. They've done their job. They've gotten that important first goal off the back of the Nita hypercharge, and then they can just sit. Nicely done. This time they keep their composure. The game doesn't seem to slip away from them as it did earlier on Knockout. And I think at this point, rival have probably learned their lesson. I always say, like with a new team, they have to get like reverse swept in a big game, or you know, get swept aside in the grand final before they're ready to win one for themselves here. I think rival they've done their apprenticeship. They've had the journeyman years, and yeah, they're looking to take it all this month.
Well, it's a good start so far from FA Nidug. With Shu being low, it just allows a bit more space, but that gadget there just connect nicely onto Kuru. Just slow down the advance a little bit. Get him some heals up. Melty not able to find too much now, but again, those Byron Hills will keep him present in the mix. A lot of aggression on the left-hand side. It's Milkrow who falls. Making it 3 versus 2 now. Just taking their time to get the ball because Melty's looking to get that Bruce Bear. If he gets that, he's been pretty consistently good at cycling them. So these early moments really are in the favor of FA Nidug if they don't feed into the very ideas that rival esports are looking to implement.
Pressure is mounting though, rival being forced back more and more. Shu might have a super available here, but I have to use it just for survival purposes. Ghost has shoved Milkrow all the way back into their goals, but hasn't been able to scoop the ball up. That's still too risky a prospect here. And Bruce, well, makes an appearance. It's going to force Ryohei back. So map control will be gained from that Nita super, but that's all. Shu finding Ryohei there, though, is big. Now you can push up.
Yeah, Kuru's in a tough spot, really, here now as teammates come in. And this is where the Larry and Laurie has to get some value. Yeah, this is ideal on the defense side of things. But Shu's connecting so nicely onto Ryohei, and that's an ideal person. That splash then leaks over towards Ghost, is cycling beautifully well. Now starting to get things together. The Lori coming out. Oh, look at the value of that as well. Gets the heal along the way, keeping Shu and Melty low. This is a prime time to strike here for FA Nidog if they can just keep themselves composed. But as quickly as that, Shu comes in. Now the super from Rio, he should get a lot of value combined with that Larry and Lori, but it's not enough. It's actually just gone completely against them, and Rival Esports still deflate it.
Yeah, the max difference there is huge. Milkrayer could just get in the face of the M, something she hates to see. Here it is, Bruce is going to flatten the Rico, and Ryohei can't friend zone that guy. What if you have no charges of it left? Nicely done here. The needed first pick. I think it really pays off, but I think Max definitely deserves an honourable mention in that passage of play for setting things up for Rival.
Nice deterrence over there from Kuru, forcing everyone to the right, but there is not much time here for a goal. FA Nidog now with a takedown, 3 versus 2s. Good time if they can get Milk Rhea, but the face shift is there. Ball in the pocket, it's just Melty here. If they can get this ball forwards and do something with it, it's going to be a goal in 3 seconds, but it's going to be within 3 seconds, and it is just prior to overtime. Oh my word, that was so clutch.
All right, Ems is going to be pretty good here. Rico has nothing to bounce these shots off of, though, but it's going to be hard for Nita to step up. The healing from Shu, absolutely crucial now. That Max super, very, very important. Shu tries to step up here. They're able to get rid of the deployed Lori. Guru here goes to the multi-ball launcher. Spreads out, gets some damage done here, but generally Rival are in a stronger position.
Milk Rhea's tapping on this right-hand side as well. Rhea here now down to 752 HP. Ball push to the left. Ghost is there, though. He's got the most HP out of anyone, so I think, for me, Rival are looking for that one shot to get in the super, but now it's just not going to be able to do anything about this. Yeah, thumbs up, because what else can you do? And the goal will be there. Lovely stuff, composed, and really just under the, a lot of scrutiny, let's be honest, because FA Nidog really did start to pick up the pace, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, FA Nidog's composition in overtime just isn't remotely as powerful. The Ems can get outranged pretty easily. You're dealing with a Byron in that overtime, and Larry and Lori, who requires there to be terrain to hide behind to throw some of these shots. They are a short-range thrower. They really need a map that is full of those obstructions. So again, they had to close out the game before it even got there. But we talked about the needy pick. We're going to bring it up once more because, again, Brewster comes out with 10,000 HP and 20% damage reduction. Also, bear with me, allowing him and the Nita respectively to be healed up. It's a lot to deal with. You can see just how strong it is there. It's still 7. Look, brawlers that take out enemies from the game, right? So we're talking like Cordelius, Charlie, very powerful. Brawlers that add other brawlers to the game, also creating that player disparity, that health pool disparity, really important. Rival leaning on the latter there as Nita takes over the game.
Starting to look a lot more convincing, isn't it, for Rival? I mean, I want to see Melty's stats, by the way, at the end of this game, because he was doing fantastic work on that need to pick, like you rightly say. And, that's the thing. You had the chance to kind of consider the, well, that's actually Shu. I'm so surprised that 13 takedowns for him on the Byron is kind of nuts when you consider that he's juggling his tasks a lot of the time as well. But he was getting a lot of splashes down as well in that game. And yeah, it was looking far more convincing in that set than it was in previous ones for Rival Esports. And yeah, I'm a little bit worried now for FA Nidog. To bring this one back now, it's going to take a lot. But as we know, it can just be down to one singular draft here and there. I think for the most part, the team had pretty decent DPS with Ghost on 246, Kuru on 265. It wasn't out of the question that could have been a set going their way. But I think just the aggression of the Max, the speed, bringing things in with the Bruce, everything combined, the heals. Rival Esports just got that draft right.
Yeah, Byron is deceptive. Right, because again, he's doing a fair bit of damage, and a lot of it is tick damage over time. Yeah, there's some burst, at least from that super, but it's pretty hard to see them having huge impact over the game outside of the fact that Melty is just refusing to die, able to heal or get healed through so much of that damage. The Rico, I mean, for all that we've said about it not being necessarily a meta pick, it fills a similar role actually as the Byron. There's so much incidental damage, the bouncing bullets coming off that ultimately can allow you to gain map control if you do enough damage, or at least keep the enemy team at bay. So the draft here for FA Nidog, I get it, makes sense. I think the biggest failing is that it's extremely weak in overtime. Every brawler on that team requires you to be in, around that terrain. And feet for free, really, in this economy? That's crazy, guys. You got your drafts are wild. That's wild too. The gameplay's kind of crazy. Man, FA Nidog, they're out here.
Gotta think as well, right? They've come this far in their first monthly final of the year, one that we fully expected to see them sooner, much sooner, you know, and consistently here. I mean, to come in now and reach the grand finals in their first monthly finals, to defy the odds, you know, in that semi-finals as well. Now, do they bring this back and take it all the way to the fifth, or, you know, is this where Rival are just now unstoppable at this point? And, you know, I think, if memory serves correct, we heard that, you know, I think it was Revenant that chosen to play Draco on this map earlier. Please don't see that. I don't want to see any Draco picks or bans really on this map. I want to see a Chuck pick. I don't know why we haven't really seen that kind of like really escalate much in APAC when it comes to Heist, and sort of not really worried about picking it or banning it.
It's bad. It's definitely bad in APAC. It just gets disrespected, but we've seen it banned every Heist map on stream tonight at least. But last month there was way too much Chuck, like just way too much in general. So we also see some respect being offered now to Angelo, because on this map he is so good. But maybe we just see like a Max Gene core build for Rival, and they just kind of go from there. Like they say, okay, well, we're just gonna do the powerful, straightforward thing here. What's the answer from FA9? Like, they've also got rid of the collect here, so none of that sort of cheeky free safe damage with time to collect. Also now with the hypercharge, that becomes even more powerful. Eve makes perfect sense. Very popular pick on this map and isn't restricted by the choke created by those bodies of water.
Max first pick is bold, I'll tell you that for free. That is very interesting, very aggressive. I think it could actually quite pair well with Colt. I mean, I don't think that's out of the question here at all. 8-bit as well, to be very slow and sluggish, but nonetheless, if left untouched on that safe, it will shred it with the extra credits gadget. You know, it really can just be, you know, especially combined with the damage booster, all that. It's just going to result in sheer damage. The Rival Esports are definitely thinking a strategy in mind here. You don't pick Max first unless you've got something aggressive up your sleeve, and Ruff's going to be able to heal up, well, provide a buff rather to your teammates over time. More damage, never a bad thing. And if you're staying on your feet, that's the thing that can really give you the advantage. And, you know, if you get that to all three brawlers, you know, and they're on the safe causing damage, that can be over very, very quickly. But Piper, okay. I mean, I like Piper a great deal. I think it's going to work out pretty well into 8-bit as well. For the most part, 8-bit has got similar range though, so it's not going to be as straightforward. But ultimately, you know, if you can create that space, Piper into Eve is not great, I'll be honest. So, you know, if FA Nightdog are aware of that, they can focus a bit of their time and attention onto the Piper. Carl as well, very much the aggressor. I was expecting to see something a bit more like that on the side of Rival, to be honest. I don't really I'm not too sure yet on this Max pick and the synergies that it might have with everything else, but let's see how it fares.
I mean, Ruffs has an 85% win rate on this map, which is pretty absurd. Also, the sandbags were pretty good until the Carl was picked here. Obviously, dealing with the 8-bit and Eve, you could sort of get your Piper in there and almost get a free shot for yourself. The safe options for Carl to fully engage, though, aren't there. I guess you go after the Ruffs here, but obviously Piper has a super to get out of trouble, and Max is very slippery in general. So 8-bit mid versus Piper, about all we'd expect here. Eve, though, can collapse really easily onto the mid because of her mobility. It's something that's worth bearing in mind if Ryohei ever wants to disrespect or otherwise ignore Melty.
Well, so far, Kuru really getting some good taps into Milk Rio, who's got to be cautious here. I mean, I don't even mind using a couple of early gadgets just to suppress the 8-bit and gain that mid control. It's very much difficult when you're pushing towards the 8-bit than it is when you're able to have that 8-bit pushing into you. This early break as well will help a lot on defense here as well. So if you can get the angle here, get a little bit of a pinch off between himself and Ghost, but I'm still waiting on this Max. I want to see what's in their minds when it comes to that particular brawler.
Kuru is really pushing up here. Finally takes a hit from the Piper and is forced to respect. No safe damage yet. Shu has that super up. Melty doesn't have sandbags. They have the barrage. And here it is, super popped here. Allows Milk Rio to maybe sneak up and find a decent shot on Ghost, but that doesn't hit either. Still, Shu wants to come forward. Phase shifted to ignore the pickaxe. And now Rival have moved into the middle of the map in earnest, and 2 taps on towards Kuru means that a homemade recipe would end that 8-bit. And he's been given time to heal, and Shu dives in.
Shu's been cooking. Really has giving a lot of supers, but the damage doesn't really say much. I mean, 13% is good, but it's not great. I mean, they're back now on defense, and Kuru just setting up the damage booster on the right-hand side. Quickly spotted by Milk Rio. I like that. That could have been a lot worse of a situation than it was. But it did connect, now taken care of. Now we're tied at 87 now, and climbing, though, in favor of FA Nightdog. Let's see how defense stands here. Milkrow finds a few taps here and there, but it's Shu again, hypercharge already. He's doing great work.
Yeah, making use of those raw stats here. Not really anyone to give hypercharges to, so you don't need to combine it with the super necessarily. Use it as another technically max super for speed. Away we go. Poppin used here by Milkrow to get back to safety. With those barrels opened up though, Piper can still be effective from anywhere on her own side of the map. Rival ahead with that last push though. Kuru can't get a damage amplifier to stick around, and there's a 16% lead here. Ooh, okay, you had to win that one. There's going to be an all-in here from FA Nidug, and they might not even need to. They just shoot this down from range, and all of a sudden we have another draw. Please shoot the tower one more time. FA Nidug go down though. Melty gets in on the safe. That was a game of inches, and Rival just sneak it out.
Crazy. I thought we were going for another draw. I really did. For the second time today would have been absolutely insane. There was a trickle after damage that went down as well, and that could have still availed to a draw. Absolutely insane finale there. But nonetheless, Rival just edge it. I mean, at the moment, I don't feel like FA Nidug are out of the question when it comes to this comp. I think it's definitely got legs. I mean, 8-bit left on the save can turn a game so quickly, but time is not on their side now, and it's definitely a lot of pressure mounting.
I think you're definitely right on the pressure mounting side of things here. Milkrow, 2 shots already thrown in. Quickly going to break those barrels open so defense becomes easier. Ryohei has to jump away, leaves a hatchling in their wake. Milkrow has to respect this. Way less health to deal with than the 8-bit. They can't stick around and take those shots for too long. Map control for Rival, but they haven't been able to pivot off of it into safe damage just yet.
Well, Ghost's going to lay out a gadget there on the left-hand side just to deter the pathing there of Milkrow and Shu, but Milkrow's done a pretty decent job so far on defense. The speed's definitely helping him out as well, but now the Eve babies come in, and that is always a bit of a troublesome thing. Melty trying to find connections onto Ryohei, but not going to happen too much. Still pretty stalemate. It's going to come down to whoever falls first, ready for that first sign of damage, and so we approach 1 minute on the clock. It's still pretty neck and neck.
And just a 1 shot on the safe is fine. And Melty hitting that shot on Ryohei means that you have some room to be a bit more aggressive. Ghost though is able to find Milkrow. Shu can't die, but needs to play aggressive. You can't just give map control over because your Piper went down. So Milkrow steps up. We'll get a supply drop. The damage boost now available for the Piper, and yeah, these shots are coming in thick and fast to the Carl. It ends up being a trade at the very least here, but Melty and Milkrow still feel like they have an advantage to come forward with. Fair enough. Shield gear on Milkrow. Taking an angle here to shoot at the safe, and ideally puts some pressure down on Kuru. Having to back away, but blowing up even more of the map. As here comes Shu, phase shift to use. Ryohei taken down. The hatchlings are an issue, so Shu gives up his life to get some safe damage. Here comes the Carl, though, the tailspin. A lot of damage there. Melty is able to deal with the interloper, though. There's still an 11% lead for Rival.
So little in this, but now damage raining down with the damage booster as well, provided by the Ruffs. These shots are going to sting. It's down to a big defense and not a push following that, and I don't think it's going to happen. Kuru's going to try for it, damage booster down, but shots are not landing on anything. It's going to be one final push. Ryo's going to be going in. Ghost, no gadget. Can't use the flying hook to get the damage that he needs. It's going to trickle down 77%. I don't think it's going to be
They've done it.
They've done it. Rival Esports are your June champions in the APAC region.
They have worked for this month after month. Rival came onto the scene with a strong showing in March, getting at least into the semi-finals. In April, though, a rough month, getting knocked out pretty darn early on in the piece, only getting to the quarters, and then an elimination in the grand finals in May. That one hurt. It was a sweep. They did not expect that to happen, and the relief, the exultation on the face of Milkrow, who, it doesn't take much to get this guy animated, I'll be honest with you, but getting the full 100 circuit points makes this whole trip out to Hong Kong worth it. Rival finally get on the board. They were already in second place now, and they're looking like they're going to be a team to look out for when the competition goes international. When we get to LCQ at the very least, but also Worlds, these guys will be carrying the flag for the APAC region, if my intuition has anything to say about it.
I'm so happy for the guys, honestly. They've been showing spectacular growth throughout the competition. Short-changed in March, you know, losing to Crazy Raccoon in the semi-finals, you know, but aside from that, last month, that loss to Coco Loco 3-0 sweep in the grand finals, they've been getting closer and closer to victory, and just this month seemed like it was the right time to do so. And I mean, just spectacular performance from them, taking down Crazy Raccoon today in the semifinals as well. That huge upset, the upset that could have seen Crazy Raccoon qualify for the world finals had they won that set. So crazy stuff, and well deserved from Rival Esports. Fantastic drafts, great composure, and they just saw it through until the end. And I've got high hopes for them moving forwards. Really.
Milcreo, look, I mean, look very excited on camera there, feeling extremely good. And I would say the Piper performance there was instrumental. Quite often when Kuru tries to step up, Ghost also, they're taking 1-2 taps from the Piper, immediately running back towards their own safe with their tail between their legs. Great pressure generator on offense, but also defensively, holding FA Nightdog at bay, because that's composition from the blue side, that as soon as they draw a beat on the safe, it is getting nuked down. Tailspin, of course, 8-bit there could just blow it to smithereens, especially if there's anything like extra credits involved. And Eve is no slouch, especially when those hatchlings can start to go to work. So Rival had to walk a tightrope in order to take this series away. We feared a reverse sweep from FA Nightdog. We thought they might be able to make a comeback here, but Rival's drafts, for me, really above reproach for so much of this series, and it really deserved 100 circuit points for them. Your MVP, unsurprisingly, Milcreo here, not just great on camera, but an individual performance here to rival that of the Tensais and the Chitampos of the world. Again, it's just all to say that this is a very well-deserved championship now. For the first time, Rival take all the points, they take all the marbles away from a monthly finals.
Great stuff from McGrew. I mean, I was casting him back in 2020, and hi, how's it going? You're back. With some regular sized sunglasses.
I found the adult sized sunglasses. It was kind of a journey.
Good.
I had to rush order them, but I got them.
Okay, I'm glad to know you at least own them, ready, set. We've got to be clear though. Your initial Rival pick, not this one, the initial one, was a misclick. You even admitted that, right?
We have no evidence, so.
Oh, that's crazy. Yo, check the VOD. Somebody, check the VOD. Either way, look, Rival, we always expect some shenanigans in our monthly finals, right? Rival showed, though, that they were immune from that particular curse here. They dominated Revenant. Like, God, that team, do they even exist anymore? Like, have they just, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark, into next Tuesday? Don't know what happened to them. Someone check on them. And then they go up against Crazy Raccoon. They win that in an epic 5-set series. And at that point, I'm hoping they have some energy left, because that was not the case last month. FA Nightdog had to get to that final by taking down last month's champions, and then what? The April champions in Na'Vi. An absolute gauntlet to run for a team that hasn't really featured at all in our monthly finals properly. They get to the finals, they take a set off Rival, really impressed with them, but at this point, FA Nightdog aren't playing for a spot on LCQ or Worlds. They're here just to make life miserable for everyone else who's still in that particular race, and I'd wager I'd wager they've done just that here. Some very frustrated players on these teams here, getting stopped by the gatekeepers, FA Nightdog. Let's have a look at it. Okay, I got 4. You got 4. Ready, you got 4. Yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah, my math is good. Good job, guys. Very solid effort all round.
Balls all round, yeah.
No victory here today, but that's okay, because, we all had a great time and, made some friends along the way, and also ruined some friendships. That's also totally fine here. What I am more interested in is our regional leaderboard after this, because it was extremely close. It was very, very tight. Here's your APAC leaderboard, and my goodness, look at Rival nipping at the heels now of Crazy Raccoon. And that 319 threshold means that they're sort of locked for LCQ, so Rival have to be awfully close to doing that themselves. Angelic here, and Coco Loco still in the running, but Angelic have gone off the boil a little bit. Those two teams showing signs of weakness means that for Na'Vi and Revenant, it is on the table. Our final monthly finals there in July might be a 6-team race. A lot of regions already said have been very, very close, but APAC is absolutely no exception. It's crazy out here.
We see Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports EA undoubtedly the ones in the running for the World Finals. Angelic, Coco Loco, Navi, and Revenant are all so close in points. It would take a miracle run from Navi or Revenant to eclipse either Angelic or Coco Loco. I think actually much of what goes on next month is going to come down to who has the misfortune of facing each other in the quarterfinals.
Okay, if you put down someone early, they cannot get the points of making it to the later stages of the competition. I completely see potential for things to change. However, I think where Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports EA are right now, they're practically untouchable by Angelic or Coco Loco.
Yeah, that looks to be the case here. It's LCQ slots on the line for both those teams. Pretty crazy stuff. APAC always delivers. Again, another monthly final, another champion. You love to see that. Arc, Ready Set, great to be with you so far. For those that are tuned in, especially y'all over there in Europe, we're going to be having more of our Brawl Stars Championship Finals coming at you. That's right, 1:30 p.m. CEST, which is like an hour or so, less than that. It's going to be our EMEA Monthly Finals. Another region with a really close race. Another region where it's anybody's game any given month. Tune in for that one. I'm excited for it. In the meantime, thanks for joining us here in APAC. Have a great night, morning, wherever you are in the world, and keep brawling.
Early moments there.
Whoa! Suzuki coming in.
Whoa!
2, and now with a surefire shot on the goal as well. Beautiful from him.
My God!
As well, double stun inbound from Levy. Oh my word!
You know what, guys? It's nothing personal. It's just business.
My attention was so stolen by the Janet that I didn't even notice that Tensai is on his single.
Oh, bro!
It doesn't matter anyway. Shu all the way from downtown. My attention was so stolen by the Janet that I didn't even notice that Tensai is on his single.
Oh, bro!
It doesn't matter anyway. Shu all the way from downtown.
Be going in, Ghost, no gadget, can't use the flying hook to get the damage that he needs. It's going to trickle down 77%. I don't think it's going to be. They've done it. They've done it. Rival Esports are your June champions in the APAC region. It's just like the perfect 3, in my opinion, especially now with hypercharge going on. But the belts can play well into the pound. That's kind of like where they're thinking it on the side of Rival Esports. They want it a little bit late here for FA9 though. And I think that for Rival Esports, they have been really showing great growth throughout the competition. A little bit short change back in March.